On representatives from I need to go back a bit. I declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders, past, present and future. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 28 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now call on representatives from Polar Enviro and Prosper Australia to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. My name is Darren Ray. I'm the Director of Impact, Sustainability and Partnerships for Polar Enviro.
Dylan Broomfield. I appear as External Counsel on Corporate Affairs for Polar Enviro.
Good morning. I'm Raina Fahey, Executive Director of Prosper Australia.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. And now I also invite members of the committee to introduce yourselves, including those who are joining us by teleconference today.
Tom Manning, Member for Grey, which is Regional South Australia.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong here in Melbourne.
And Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide. And
online?
Helen Haynes, Member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Great.
I'm Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Good morning. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Prosper Australia is an independent economic research organisation focused on the role of land in the economy, and particularly how land taxation shapes investment, housing supply and fairness. We were established in 1890 and we are one of Australia's oldest organisations and have an unchanged message. A fair society is one which taxes unearned income and returns the benefits to society to benefit from as a whole. Our core message for this inquiry is simple. Local government already has access to the most efficient and equitable tax base in the economy, land. Unfortunately, in most cases, local government is not taxing land efficiently and the cost to communities is compounding. Taxes on labour and business, like income tax or payroll tax, reduce work, investment and productivity. But taxes on land do not. Land is not made by any person. Land cannot be moved or hidden. And its value largely comes from the community, from infrastructure, from services and from planning decisions made by local government. That makes land-based rates not just a practical revenue source, but the best one available across all levels of government. Within that, we strongly recommend a shift towards site value rating, that is, taxing the land value only, not the buildings on it. The experiment in capital improved value rating has failed in Australia and should be abandoned. We want development, so stop discouraging it. Site value rating, which is known as different things in different states, but it matters for three reasons. Firstly, it's more equitable. Higher income households tend to own more valuable land. Comparison, in central Melbourne, where we sit today, this is about a $10,000, $12,000 per square metre piece of land that we're sitting on. Where I live in central Victoria, it's about $200 or $300 per square metre. That is a massive difference in value that is created not by the person who owns the land, but by the community and infrastructure around it. So this is especially true for regional Australia, where we see land value differences in the thousands of % between urban and rural per square metre values. Secondly, it better aligns with who pays with who benefits. When councils invest in infrastructure or improve services, that improved amenity gets capitalised into land prices. Landowners receive that uplift, so it makes sense that they contribute accordingly. And thirdly, it improves incentives. Taxing buildings discourages development and housing supply. Taxing land encourages it. An empty block of land is a missed opportunity, and our research shows we have over 100,000 empty or underused homes in Melbourne alone. Under a CIV system, the landowner is rewarded for holding it empty. But there is a second equally important issue. Local governments are currently giving away large amounts of publicly created value. When land is rezoned or when infrastructure is provided, land values can increase dramatically. Yet much of that uplift accrues to private landowners, while councils and their ratepayers are left to fund the infrastructure that made it possible. This creates a structural funding issue. Our view is that the first priority should be to better capture this value through effective value capture mechanisms, either by councils or states on their behalf, with revenue returned to local government. Finally, this brings us to vertical fiscal imbalance. There is a tendency to constrain local government revenue through measures like rate capping and then compensate with state or federal transfers. We think this is the wrong approach. It replaces efficient land-based revenue with distortionary taxes at higher levels of government, weakening the overall tax system. If we are serious about fiscal sustainability, we should be doing the opposite, strengthening the use of efficient local revenue sources, not limiting them. In summary, local government funding challenges are not primarily about a lack of revenue tools, it's about how well we use the ones that are already available. Better use of land value rating and better capture of publicly created value can significantly improve both the fairness and sustainability of the system. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Our submission's on the record, so I won't repeat it today, but what I did want to talk about is the things that have changed somewhat dramatically since we actually put our submission in. Unfortunately, that's going to require me to be a little bit negative to start with, and that's something that we tried not to be with our submission, in terms of the overwhelming number of submissions to your inquiry have been about the problems. We tried to make our submissions more about the potential solutions in place. But some negative context first. We all know that diesel is above $2.50 a litre still. The government has halved fuel excise, which has been very welcome to cushion the blow. Because Australia imports over 90% of our fuel and our reserves sit at only 30 days, we also have to remember that councils sit at the top of that contractual chain for all of these costs, and they're all being basically absorbed by councils today. A few weeks ago, the IMF downgraded global growth to 3.1%, its weakest outlook since the pandemic. And Australia's own growth was forecast to grow by just 2%, and our inflation outlook has been revised up to 4%. But the fiscal position was actually deteriorating even before the start of the Iran war. The Parliamentary Budget Office's National Fiscal Outlook found that the national fiscal position has worsened across almost every jurisdiction. National debt is forecast to reach $1.26 trillion by 28-29. The E61 Institute described Australia's fiscal sustainability as fading fast, a fairly gentle summary. Just last week, the WA Auditor General reported that local governments are increasingly unable to pay their bills. Auditor Generals all around the country have said similar things over the last few years in their inquiries of local government financial sustainability. This is the poly crisis that we warned about in our submission: fiscal pressure, climate risk, ageing assets, supply chain fragility, and energy vulnerability, all compounding at once. You might ask what this has to do with councils. Well, my perspective hasn't just been gained from reports. As a former mayor, I'd say local government tragic, a former councillor, a senior local government officer and a peak body leader in local government. I've watched this pattern repeat itself across Australia's councils for 30 years now. And I don't think the problems are because councils are poorly run. It's because the systems that govern them are designed for a different era. Short-term budgets are inherently contradictory. They defeat long-term asset health. Lowest price procurement defeats life cycle value. And good people are forced to make bad decisions, not by choice, but by design. But here's the good news, finally. We're not seeking something untested or to reinvent the wheel. Right here in Australia, Infrastructure New South Wales became the first jurisdiction to make whole-of-life carbon assessment mandatory on government projects, with a full decarbonisation toolkit, data books and real-world case studies now in place. Our submission noted that New South Wales leads the race, ACT follows closely behind, but that no other jurisdiction, including the Commonwealth, has followed suit despite agreeing to do so. Internationally, the direction is unmistakable. In the UK, PAS 2080, the world's first whole-of-life carbon management standard, is now effectively mandatory. The new Procurement Act in the UK requires all public buyers to assess value across the whole life cycle, not just the lowest price, upfront price. The European Union is reforming its public procurement directive right now to integrate binding sustainability and life cycle criteria. And the third theme that we touched on in our submission on betterment or disaster betterment, New Zealand committed $6 billion to a national resilience plan after Cyclone Gabrielle, explicitly to build back better, not build to fail again, as is the case with a lot of the betterment funding programs in Australia. So the world's moving. We've got the policy bookcase in Australia. What we don't have is delivery. Councils are already replacing exit signs, resurfacing roads, rebuilding after disasters. They're spending the money. But the question is whether the Commonwealth funding rules help them to spend it wisely or keep locking them into short-term, high-waste choices. Our submission, just to recap, has three themes or practical levers. Life cycle costing as a decision gate. What is the real cost of what we're buying over its life cycle? Supplier transparency. What's the real carbon and cost input of the widgets that we're buying? And betterment in disaster recovery. None require mandatory regulation or mandates, all work through funding conditions that the Commonwealth can set and take the lead on. It's exactly what's happening in New South Wales, the UK, the European Union and New Zealand. Every week that we delay, members, is a week of wasted money, wasted carbon and wasted opportunity. The tools exist, the international evidence is clear. What's needed now is Commonwealth leadership to turn 140 odd policies gathering dust into practice. Hand over to my colleague, Dylan.
Lovely. Thank you, Darren. Dylan Broomfield, Polar Enviro. So just to reiterate some of the things that Darren touched on, what our submission provides is solutions. It's a solutions-orientated submission because we looked at all of the submissions that have been submitted in the previous Parliament and some of the ones in the current Parliament, and we identified what were some of the issues that have been risen and what were consistent in there. What we saw was that there needs to be greater insulation from supply shocks. That much is clear. Everything that we've suggested is not without international precedent. It's clear that there needs to be a productivity uplift, and it seems so simple that an adjustment to the procurement process and focus on life cycle analysis of products would actually dramatically increase productivity. This is very low-hanging fruit that aligns with governments at all tiers policies. In effect, what we've tried to do with our submission is really just thread together policies that already exist, but they've lacked the necessary intent, and that's essentially what we've tried to do with our piece. Finally, the other thing that this helps to is that confidence will then flow to the private sector, and there will be a large number of small, medium and family-sized businesses, both locally and slightly outside of the areas where local governments are, that would benefit dramatically from this. And I think that needs to be one of the focuses as well around how we really underpin economic growth. And I think, just even though I said finally, there's one more final point that I would make. We want to try and make things easier, not harder. And at the moment, the way things stand, it's so easy for a large number of people within local government just to do what they know without necessarily looking for what could be. And that is a significant challenge that we need to overcome, because it's impacting the economy, it's impacting productivity, and it's impacting small, medium and family-sized businesses.
Great, thank you. Okay, we might move to questions. I might just start off with Mrs. Fay. I'm just drawing on your submission and where your focus has been on site value rating and also developer contributions as being options for local government for own source revenue. Do you believe those are changes such as those would allow local government to become more financially independent? And what do you see as some of the potential drawbacks to your proposed changes?
Yes, but more importantly, it recognises that our taxation system is about a beneficiary pays principle, should be about a beneficiary pays principle. And at the moment, landowners are the primary beneficiaries of council services. And landowners don't necessarily live in a particular council area as well. So when we talk about levying rates, we want the people who are getting the most benefit to be paying the most. At the moment, if we've got areas where we've got high levels of renters in particular, we can see that the local people are paying an enormous amount in things like income taxes, but then the income taxes are going towards making their area more desirable to live in, and then the land values go up. So they effectively end up paying tax twice. So we get a whole lot of inequity issues that come up when we're not directly taxing where the wealth is collecting. There are, I think, one of the biggest issues that we have, and I'll really speak to Victoria because it's the area that I'm most familiar with, but when councils are capped on their rating, they get really hamstrung by the amount that they are able to collect. And when we are then having to replace that funding with state funding, which is collected from things like payroll taxes, we are taxing people for hiring people, which is something we actually want to encourage in our economy. So yeah, we want to directly recognise that land value is not created by anyone. No one creates it individually. Landowners don't create the value of the land. They create the value of what happens on top of their land. We don't want to be punishing them for that. We want to be encouraging people to develop their land. We want people to be running businesses. We want people to be growing food. But at the moment, we punish that activity. When we have issues of long-term speculative landholding, which is a very big issue in our economy, which we don't measure very well at all. We're the only organisation in Australia that measures land use over a long-term period, and it is very challenging for us to try and explain the problem when no one is counting it. We don't know how long people are keeping land empty for in any kind of numeric way, but we do know anecdotally. Everyone knows that block in their area that's been sitting empty for a decade. Ms. Brisky, there is a place in Braybrook that was a council, I think, or it might have been state-owned public housing development. It was very large. I think it had about 50 units on it. It was demolished. It needed to be. It was a very bad place. But it's now sat there empty as a block for over a decade. And it is being privatised, and it has been sold a number of times, and plenty of people have made plenty of money out of that block of land. But no one lives there. And that is a real shame. Asking questions about the efficiency of the way that we use our most significant national resource, which is our land, is critical.
Great, thank you. And I might just have a question to either Mr. Ray or Mr. Broomfield. Can you describe any current examples of building back better that could be used as a starting point?
Unfortunately, in Australia, I can't. I'm sure that they exist, but the conversations we've had with many councils has seen situations where the funding requirements require the same bridge in the same location to be built back exactly to the specification of the previous bridge. Not actually, given that flood events quite often are happening more regularly in the same areas in Australia, they can't be built back to be more resilient to that same flood event that's happening not one in 100 years, but now happening one in 5 years. So as far as Australia is concerned, we're not aware. We are aware that in New Zealand, the Cyclone Gabrielle Fund, which is not too old, but that has explicitly included a betterment principle whereby whatever has to be built back anticipates that 1 in 100 years modelling is no longer sufficient for that rebuild. So it has to be built back to withstand more regular extreme weather events.
Okay, great. I might go to the Deputy Chair, if you're there.
Oh, thank you. If I could ask Mrs. Fay, in terms of your proposal, what impact would it have then on financial assistance grants? My take would appear that if councils are more able to raise their own revenue, they'll be far less reliant on government grant programs. Is that a correct takeout?
I'm going to say I'm not sure. I think if government is more independent and self-sufficient, that's probably a good thing.
Okay, thank you. That'll. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I might go to Ms. Brisky.
Sure, thank you. Just to Mr. Broomfield, I think what we've obviously taken out from your submission is that sense of building back better and looking at that within a content, the life cycle of a particular infrastructure. Could you, I know you mentioned that you haven't seen that, but you did touch on a few international examples. What is it that we could be looking at? I think you spoke to the procurement process in particular. Can you just expand on that a bit further for us in terms of, and considering the international examples that you provided around how simple that could potentially be and a shift in that space?
Dylan Broomfield, Polar Enviro. Thank you for the question. I think that it is quite simple in that you can specify what is required. And I think to reiterate what Mr. Ray said is that at the moment you shift back to requirements that are of yesteryear. And so instead we need to be more forward thinking in the way in which we go about doing these things. And I think the additional benefit that you get from that is that you have the levers and the capacity to go and take maybe a greater degree of risk with some of the funding, or take a more long-term orientation with the funding that federal government provides as part of programs to local government. And I think that's one of the things that sometimes is looked over. You literally have your hand on the levers. You can adjust it, you can pull it, you can push it. I won't say any other ways in which you can use levers. But there's a whole raft of mechanisms available to you that at this point in time have been underutilised. And that's why we go further in our submission as well with the Build Back Better. You don't just have to limit it to what are the specifications of what needs to be built. You can fold in things around local content. You can fold in things around decreasing carbon. You can fold in things like making sure that there's local jobs as a consequence of this. As I said in the opening statement, there's a raft of policies that exist at the moment, but they're yet to be threaded together in a way that can be really tangible to the benefits, not just to government, but to local, federal government, but also to local government and also to small, medium and family-sized businesses.
I might just add, if I might, Darren Ray, Polar Enviro. The truth is that there are providers of materials, paint on roads, battery exit signs, many other products which industry knows, the linear sort of industry knows, are short-lived. And they love government procurement because they provide them and they know that they're not going to last long, so that they'll have to pay time and time again, shifted to, as a recurrent liability, to replace those short-lived products. In terms of disaster situations, in terms of the safety of roads, our company provides a lot of high friction surface treatments. We know the evidence is there from international evidence, United States Federal Highway Authority, that in some situations in wet conditions on corners, for example, the use of high friction surface treatments on flood prone areas, wet areas, Queensland, for example, can actually reduce crashes by 92%. Very widely used in the US, very widely used in the UK, hardly used in Australia. So the thinking needs to shift considerably to, let's not just think about the upfront cost, because 8 paint jobs to delineate the safety of road lanes or whatever versus the use of a high friction surface treatment or coloured surface treatment with recycled glass, which is what we do, which is going to last 5 to 10 years depending on the level of traffic, is a much more sensible choice.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Haynes, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you very much to our witnesses this morning. I have a question for Mr. Ray or Mr. Bloomfield. You recommend betterment be embedded as a requirement in Commonwealth disaster recovery funding, and I have lived experience of this in my electorate. Councils in Indi have been devastated by bushfires multiple times, and most recently in January, and they are really frustrated that the Victorian government constantly knocks back betterment requests. Do you think that the Commonwealth should use its leverage to require state governments to support betterment requests if NEMA has supported them?
I think it makes sense. And it's just a tangible outcome, right? And it comes back to how can you be as pragmatic as possible. And I know that a lot of the councils up in that region, as I frequent it quite often, do like to try and think about what are pragmatic ways that they can get greater utility from the amount of revenue that they get. And in some respects, I think it's the Alpine Shire Council actually that does do a little bit of forward thinking with the way in which they go about spending some of their money, and they're more orientated towards thinking around the 4-year forwards, which I know is not the sexiest term to be using, but that's part of the orientation that we need to get back to pick up on your point, Ms. Dr. Haynes, is that how can you make sure that there's consistency across government settings at all tiers to ensure that there is a focus on improving infrastructure outcomes over the long term, and that has a direct correlation with a cost decrease over the long term, which is what you see for a large proportion of the type of treatments, the type of products and things that we've been talking about. You see a return on investment. Sometimes it's slightly outside of the 4-year forwards, which makes it a bit difficult to book that revenue, but it is there. And a lot of the time it does actually take place in years 3 and 4, but we have a lot of short-term orientation that focuses on this. And I think the easiest way that there should try and be a mechanism to think about how do you compel state governments to also get on board with perhaps a Commonwealth government funding proposition would be to work out some way to incentivise them. That is, if there's a significant return over the longer term, how can you take some of that money expenditure that would have otherwise been spent later on, and then redirect that into further local government programs?
Okay.
Thank you. I'm curious if my experience with the Victorian government and the intersection with the National Emergency Management Authority is one that happens in other states as well, because it just strikes me as a Commonwealth, this intersection with local and state governments. How do we do this better? And if NEMA are agreeing with local government that we need to build back better, and then there's a blockage at state level, then we're not succeeding at any level. So I'm curious: have you seen this? Have you seen this in other jurisdictions, or is it a Victorian problem?
I'd be surprised if it was only a Victorian problem. I would think it would exist in all other jurisdictions. The interesting thing, I mean, I'm forever the optimist, believe it or not, despite the opening of my introductory comments, and I have great optimism for the expectations that the community has of its leaders, of the National Cabinet model, which I think is a further improvement and iteration on the previous governance mechanisms. I think that as a group of governments, we're getting better at state, local and national level at talking to each other about what the wicked problems are and what the solutions might be. And I think it's ironic, particularly in your situation, your neck of the woods, Dr. Haynes. The planning rules have required landowners of houses that have been burnt to the ground to build back better, but we're not requiring our governments to follow the same principle. So I'm an optimist. I think that is going to happen. It's going to happen soon because of the polycrisis I talked about before. I see it as an opportunity for addressing those problems which don't just exist in Victoria but across the nation.
Great. Thank you very much. I have got another question, Chair, if there's time, but I'm also very mindful that other members of the committee may wish to ask questions.
Yeah, great, thank you. I might move to Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for coming to give evidence today. Mrs. Fahey, I wanted to just drill down a little bit on site value versus capital value. Are you proposing here that, or are you distinguishing between high-income homeowners and low-income homeowners, and also commercial versus non-commercial land use? What's the proposal there?
No, it's not related to income at all. It's related to site value. So it's taxing wealth, not work.
So how are you distinguishing who has wealth and who doesn't?
Through land value assessments.
Because in here it says, this means site value rating reduces the rates burden for lower income households compared with capital value rating and increases it for higher income households.
Okay, that's because higher land values are generally owned by higher income earning people.
But wouldn't it also be fair to say that if I purchased a house in inner city Melbourne in the 1970s, that my ability to earn income may not be in line with someone who's afforded to buy a house in inner city Melbourne today?
Yeah, and that's the problem that we have, is that land value has become a tool, a place for people to sink.
But because I own it, so sorry, I'll reframe.
No, I'm understanding what you're asking. The problem that we've got is that we have an economy based on ownership and hoarding, rather than investing in productive activity. We have an economy that's based on investing in housing assets, and that is creating an enormous amount of problems in our society, which we need to resolve.
But that's also making an assumption that everybody is land banking or a property investor, though, right?
No, that's making the assumption that land captures value whether we like it or not. So if we capture that value for the social good, rather than allowing that to be completely privatised, which we are seeing now, then we will see land prices start to stabilise out in our economy, which is what we want to see. It's funny because I sit on other committees and everyone's like, how do we deal with housing inequality? How we deal with the housing inequality is that we sort out the problem of land values exponentially rising between generations. So the issue that we have is that because land values appreciate so much, you end up with retired people sitting on enormously valuable blocks of land, and they are unable to service any kind of decent taxation system. So we would absolutely recommend a transition system. There are plenty of examples of mechanisms of deferment to assets, to estates. There's all sorts of ways that we can resolve the poor widow problem within our taxation system. But at the moment, what we are encouraging is inefficient land use, and what we are discouraging is productive land use.
Can I put to you that if you encourage that type of model, that you therefore incentivise councils to push people further away from the centre of the business district, therefore displacing people further and further from services?
I'm not quite sure how that would work.
If you're saying that land value is the driver for rate revenue for a council, then the council's going to be incentivised to look for the highest value proposition to be on that land, not necessarily for residential purposes, because the residential purposes are usually got the lowest means to be able to pay for the use of that land. Therefore, you push people further and further away from your central business districts.
The zoning system allows for councils to make the best decisions around what's developed where. You can't have all of the businesses in one place and all of the houses in the other place. It's inefficient. It doesn't work like that, and the market would not work like that either. I don't think that's. It's certainly not an issue that we see in other parts of the world where these systems are in place.
So, can you just point to a couple of examples where this model's being used?
Well, the prime example is Singapore, where land is actually owned by the government because the government recognises that land value belongs to society as a whole. So people buy their apartments and they pay an annual site value to the government. It's a much more complicated system, but they have a 90% home ownership rate.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jim.
I might go with one final question to Dr. Haynes.
Thanks very much, Chair. Again, my question towards Mr. Ray and Mr. Bloomfield. Your submission identifies that the Commonwealth grant design currently incentivises new asset construction over renewal and maintenance. What would a rebalanced grant program look like in practice? I'm curious if you're imagining that competitive programs with criteria focused on renewal and maintenance funding, or if you're talking about an increase in untied funds going directly to councils to manage their own asset life cycle.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Haynes, Dylan Broomfield, Polar Enviro. I might just answer that really holistically, otherwise I'm going to get into too much detail, and I don't want to be that for unless people want me to be really forensic, but that's probably a story for another day. What we sort of described in our proposal, Dr. Haynes, is that if you have a system not too dissimilar from what we have at the moment with the star system for health, right, that everyone sees when they go to the supermarket, 1 star up to 5 stars, or maybe it's up to 6 stars. What we suggest is that you could actually look at identifying products through a similar vein. That is, products that meet sovereign manufacturing, that's a star. Products that provide decreased carbon output, that's a star. Products that can demonstrate longevity over a long period of time, that's another star. Products that provide jobs in that local area, that's another star. And then you can get prescriptive in that context, and in doing so you actually lead to a place where you have a product supply register that is freely available to all councils from which they can choose those products, and the federal government can tie some of the funding to it, being as in ways where if you're going to build back in this instance and you want to build back better, well, we recommend that you've got to go and use this sort of colour surfacing treatment. You've got to go and use this high friction surface treatment, to use roads by way of example, because we know that they do survive in bushfires and in floods. They're more likely, to survive than other surface treatments. And so that's the way you can start looking at it. And you get to a position where the Commonwealth is essentially using its levers and providing local governments who, to be fair to them, are time and resource poor in a lot of instances. So they don't necessarily have the ability to go out and find these new products or learn about these new services that can deliver Build Back Better, can deliver sustainability, can deliver all those things that I was talking about, whereas the federal government is much better placed, and there's already things that exist like the ICN, for example, that can effectively go and assess how businesses work or what the products are, and then give them those stars. So it's done by a third party, and that way there's a significant piece of independence in between what's happening with government funding and with councils choosing a product, and it sort of diminishes any sort of threat to people considering that this is untowards or not being done well. And I think the other thing that I'd say too is that there also needs to be insulation from contrary voices getting their opinions in, and that are certain groups that might lobby government for the established industries that exist because they're intent on failure. And that's one of the things that they like to try and ensure that their products remain the incumbent and not necessarily that the disruptors through.
Can I just stop you there? Who do you mean exactly? These are lobbyists that come to government, particular companies are we talking about here?
Well, there's one example that we've come across through our journey with our photoluminescent exit sign that essentially has a 16-year life cycle. It doesn't use any batteries. It uses photoluminescence, which has been developed in Preston. And there's the Lighting Council of Australia, which predominantly has members from old tech exit signs, which rely on batteries. Their failure rates are much higher. Their life cycle is generally in the vicinity of 3 to 6 years. A few are higher. Their consumption of power is normally between 2 to 5 watts. Ours is only 0.74 watts. And they have undertaken a targeted campaign through Standards Australia and through the Australian Building Codes Board, National Construction Code and others to try and prevent our technology from being more broadly adopted. And that also plays out in road surfacing areas, in several other areas where we've spoken with other businesses as well, where they find that there is a preponderance to favour incumbents, and incumbents utilise that market dominance that they have to then go and use certain organisations that they'll try and pass off as authorities to get their point, to get their products maintained and ensure that they don't fall out of service.
That's really extraordinary. Have you got suggestions for the committee about how the integrity of this system then is improved so that some players don't have precedence over new entrants?
I'll just say very briefly, I think that we need the Industry Capability Network that I referenced before is a third party that's been established by governments across, there's state jurisdictions, there's a federal jurisdiction. They could go and have that independence, have the very prescriptive parameters from government around how you meet that STAR system, and then they can go out and then assess those products, and then local government is made aware of it when they put in their funding requests to the Commonwealth, and it comes back and says, yep, you've been approved for X amount, but you need to use it, or you need to work with the ICN to try and, or to have preference these products.
Just lost connection there for a little bit. Yes, now I can hear you again.
Oh, sorry, just to say that you would have, when local government gets their grants approved, they would then go to the ICN and say, all right, our grant's been approved for this. Who should we use? What should we use? And ICN can come in as an independent third party and say, well, these are the ones that meet the various STAR ratings as required by government under this program. These are the ones that you should choose from. And that way you really take away the ability for undue influence to start occurring, and you shift back to greater independence.
Okay, thank you very much. That's really useful.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing.
you would like.
Okay. Yep. We'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives of Greater Ballarat Alliance of Councils, Northern Grampians Shire, Baw Baw Shire Council and South Gippsland Shire Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Maybe you want to start? Yeah.
Bradley Thomas, CEO of Hepburn Shire, in my capacity as a member of the Greater Ballarat Alliance of Councils today.
Yep.
Taryn McFarlane, the Manager of Financial Strategy at South Gippsland Shire Council.
Tony Peterson, Executive Director of Strategy and Integrity at South Gippsland Shire Council.
Councillor Brad Snell, Deputy Mayor, South Gippsland Shire Council.
Colette Lim, Senior Financial Analyst from the Baw Baw Shire Council.
Isabel Cancino, Chief Financial Officer at Baw Baw Shire Council.
Cohen Vanderveld, the Director for Strategy and Organisation Performance at Baw Baw Shire Council.
And I'm Vaughan Williams, Director of Corporate Services representing Northern Grampians Shire.
Yeah, great. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. We've already done a bit of an introduction there. I'll just ask the committee members to introduce themselves.
Tom Betting, Member for Grey, most of Regional SA.
Joe Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong here in Metro Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
Yep, and also online.
Helen Haynes, Member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Great. And, yep, got everyone. Yep, great, thank you. So I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Sure. Look, firstly, thank you for giving us the ability to be heard today. And it's great to see the regional premise behind the panel as well. It's great to have those ears in the room today. Local government is the level of government closest to the people. We deliver services to the communities that rely on us every day: roads, footpaths, waste, maternal child health and community safety. When the services work well, communities work well. It's becoming harder to deliver what our communities need with the funding available. The simple truth is that councils are being asked to deliver more with less. Expectations are growing, infrastructure is ageing, compliance requirements continue to increase. But the funding has not kept pace. This is especially challenging for regional councils like South Gippsland. Our shire covers around 3,300 square kilometres with just over 30,000 people spread across many small communities. This makes services more complex and expensive to deliver. By comparison, the City of Yarra covers 19.5 square kilometres with over 90,000 people, sharing service costs. In simple terms, regional communities are paying more for fewer efficiencies. Councils raise revenue through rates, but rates alone can't sustainably fund the maintenance of our buildings, our growing responsibilities or the infrastructure our communities need. This is compounded by rate capping, which limits the ability of councils to respond to rising costs. At the same time, new responsibilities are often given to councils without the funding to match. What is needed is a fairer, more sustainable funding model, one that recognises councils as essential delivery partners. We need more reliable indexed funding, stronger infrastructure partnerships, an end to cost shifting, simpler grants, and to give councils certainty, and they will deliver. We'd also like to see 3 key changes. First, reform the current rating system. Rates are a blunt and increasingly unfair way to raise revenue. They do not reflect people's ability to pay or the scale of modern services. Second, abolish the minimum payment requirement. Last year, $62.7 million went to 17 councils that did not necessarily need it. If redistributed, this would mean around $1 million more per council in Victoria. Third, tie financial assistance grants to a fixed share of national tax revenue. Setting this at around 1% would create a stable funding base that grows with the economy. These changes would give councils and the confidence to plan for the long term. To wrap that up, in rural communities, people understand budgets in simple terms. If a tractor breaks down, it needs fixing. But when the costs rise and income does not, the numbers don't add up. You either invest now or the problem becomes more expensive later. That is where many councils find themselves. Councils are not asking for special treatment. They are asking for fairness. If governments are serious about strong communities, they must properly fund the level of government that supports them every day. Because when councils are strong, communities are strong. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to sort of pretty much follow along my submission process. I'm Vaughan Williams from Northern Grampian Shire. Firstly, I think I'd like to make the point that this is a structural problem. It's not a problem of poor local decisions, which is often framed that way. We do have increasing demands for our infrastructure services and increased compliance problems without the matching revenue growth to deal with it. The process of funding is outdated and constrained, and it limits our capacity to meet community needs, and that threatens our community welfare by not being able to sustain essential services and maintain community wellbeing. So I represent a small local government, rural local government, and we're hit hardest, and it's primarily because we've got large geographic areas. We've got 6,000 square kilometres we've got to maintain, dispersed population and increased infrastructure costs. Very high per capita infrastructure costs. For the average metro infrastructure cost is $9,000 per capita. In rural areas it's 36,000. Northern Grampian Shire in particular is 41, so it's about 4 times more. And that's quite a burden. We're also got the matching sort of lower CFA index, so we're about 951 of the 1,000 is the index. So the structural imbalance, this relates to, at a very high level, the federal government gets about 81% of total taxation revenue, state 16, local government 3. And that really is an impost for us to be able to deliver on all of these assets and services that we're required to have. Once again, it was mentioned earlier, but the financial assistance grant should be tied to the income tax levels. It used to be about 1% of it, about 2,000 according to ALGA. Now it's about 55.55% of the taxation revenue. Rate capping is also a thing. I know that's not a federal government thing, but that is a real impost on us. Even though we can apply for a higher cap, there's a lot of community resistance around that, so that makes it very difficult. So what does this mean on the ground? It means that we find it increasingly difficult to sustain ourselves with $684 million worth of assets that we need to renew. The annual demand for renewal is about $15 million. Now, we raise about $4 million surplus of operations, which means that there's $11 million gap. We can't make that up through efficiency. It's just not possible. And that's our inherent structural problem that we do have. And that gap means that we end up either having to reduce services or directly to the public, or wind down the quality of our infrastructure maintenance. So what are we asking for here? I think there's a few things. With the financial assistance grant, can we stop having it paid a few days early? Because it really marks up with our comparatives and trying to analyse the things. We don't have a problem with cash flow. Typically, if we do in local government, we should be shot, because that's really easy for us. But the dollar amount is the problem, the quantum of the dollars. And once again, that's about restoring the 1% of total taxation revenue. That would really help. Grants for rural local governments, not requiring a co-contribution would really help us, because we can make money go a fair way, because we're used to running fairly lean and we can match it to community needs pretty well. And yeah, more grants for renewal, not led by policy directives, would be a really big thing for us. It was mentioned earlier about having long-term secure funding for local roads, for roads to recovery, also to be able to fund local roads in various different ways and community infrastructure somehow, because that's where our gap is. And I know part of the imposition of all of this is the whole issue of federal government funding local government, which is a constitutional problem, but that would be really good if that could be dealt with in some way. I know that's a very difficult one. So there you go. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to go. So, Cohen Vandervelde, Bawbal Shire. Look, thanks for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of our council. So, Bawbal is a fast-growing peri-urban shire and one of the fastest-growing in Victoria. Our twin townships of Warragul, Druin grew by 41% over the last decade, up until June 2023, which demographer Bernard Salt has quoted saying that makes Warragul and Druin the fastest growing urban centre in Australia. So our submission aims to show how the compounding financial pressures, the erosion of local government revenue sources, cost shifting and rapid population growth for peri-urban councils like ours are really undermining the long-term financial sustainability. And it's not just a financial sustainability issue. For us, it's really eroding the livability of our community. So like many councils that I'm sure you'll hear over the course of these hearings, we face really what I call the big three challenges, and they're interconnected sort of challenges and gaps. That being obviously an increasing asset renewal gap. At the moment, we estimate that council's renewal gap is in the order of $81.1 million. $35 million of that is in road infrastructure. We've got an increasing gap in the demand for both services, new and upgraded infrastructure as a consequence of the growth we're experiencing. And the third one is that development contributions aren't covering the costs to really provide the enabling infrastructure that's going to support not only the housing development, but making sure that housing development occurs and creates a livable community. So today, I'm not going to necessarily speak to those particular things, but happy to take questions on those points. But I'd like to highlight a specific local example that shows how the financial sustainability or lack thereof for a council like ours is ultimately going to impact both the Commonwealth and state government in achieving its policy objectives, specifically around housing. So our population has been growing at a significant rate, but it's forecast to grow another 44% between 2026 and 2046. So from about 65,000 to almost 94,000 people. So Bawbal's designated growth areas can contribute to the National Cabinet's $1.2 million homes target and for Victoria, the target of 25,700 new dwellings for the Ball Bore area, but only if the enabling infrastructure is able to be funded and delivered. However, under the current funding arrangements, councils like ours just cannot facilitate the accelerated residential development and housing delivery that's required to meet those targets. It just cannot happen. Our main levers are really limited, so that's development contributions, it's project-based grants, and then where there's gaps in that, we fall back on, I suppose, rates and the financial assistance grant in those areas. But what we're seeing is that those sources of funding are continuing to be eroded and haven't kept pace with the scale, timing and cost of growth. So approved housing land can sit idle while infrastructure waits for funding. So a specific local example is what we know locally as the Weebar Road roundabout in Druin, which is critical enabling infrastructure to open up more land for housing development. So if that single project was delivered, that would unlock over 2,500 new homes, so 2,500 new homes, a new school, and a future sporting reserve. So despite there being planning approvals, land acquisition has been approved, and state-endorsed designs have been approved, that project is stalled because there's a $4 million shortfall between what the cost of that infrastructure is to put in the ground and what we can recover through development contributions. So that's been compounded by construction cost escalation, revised standards in infrastructure, but mainly just the structural deficits that exist in the whole range of aspects that impact councils. So until that gap's filled, and that land that's approved for more than 2,500 homes, which is essentially 10% of Victoria's target for the Ball Bore area to meet that $1.2 million new homes as per the National Cabinet's target, that cannot proceed to development. And it's currently at a stalemate. It's been at a stalemate for about the last 2 years. Targeting enabling infrastructure funding would unblock that housing delivery and community outcomes. So it's not just projects like roundabouts to deal with traffic. We're seeing the same thing with drainage infrastructure, where the costs have outgrown the estimates that have been essentially underpinning the estimates for the development contribution plans that we have in place. So in short, those housing targets assume accelerated delivery, but enabling infrastructure just cannot be delivered within the current funding settings, which, and those current fundings really do reinforce the vertical sort of fiscal imbalances in the whole funding setting. The financial assistance grant, that for us is the most important source of Commonwealth funding for councils, but its value continues to be eroded. So local government's share of the Commonwealth revenue has fallen from that 1% of total tax revenue to around 0.5% now. But not only that, we also saw the 2014 to the 2017 indexation freeze on the financial assistance grant. Has essentially cumulatively has impacted us by about $5.9 million in terms of that shortfall. Meanwhile, our costs have been growing by 4.2% per year, and rate capping has limited our increases to 2.3% on average. So those gaps just continue to become more and more impactful, which ultimately impacts our ability to, assist and partner with other levels of government to achieve your policy objectives like housing. So our first recommendation is for the Commonwealth to establish an ongoing funding model similar to the design of the local roads and community infrastructure program that occurred around COVID, and similar to Roads to Recovery, but expand that to be more broad to assist us with the community infrastructure that's going to be required to make sure that we do have livable communities as we continue to grow. These models work because they're simple, flexible and timely, and they really make it possible for us to direct that funding to the community priorities. For fast-growing peri-urban councils like us, flexibility is essential because the growth pressures don't always align with the grant rounds or the program guidelines. So that flexibility is key. And we'd also really like to see some certainty around the continuity of programs like Roads to Recovery, because that is critical for our rural road network. So we're not just a growth council, but also have a significant rural area. And lastly, we'd recommend restoring the financial assistance grant in the order of that 1% pool. What that would mean for us, it would strengthen our operating base, but it would essentially help us close that renewal gap. We could then start to look at putting more money into the community facilities like kindergartens, sport and recreation facilities and that, because at the moment we're potentially going towards a situation where children will miss out on kindergarten places. Or will not be able to participate in sport and recreation because we just won't have the facilities to be able to provide that. We estimate that would put another $12 million into council's annual budget, and that would be an absolute game changer for us, and would really be the difference between growth occurring within our shire or growth occurring within our shire that's actually supported and livable. So in closing, this is a livability issue. It's not just a financial one, and so if local government's expected to be able to enable the development at scale, it must be resourced to be able to deliver that infrastructure and the services that are going to create a livable community. So, I thank you for the opportunity to, I suppose, bring a local perspective to the hearing.
Thank you. And Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. So Bradley Thomas on behalf of GBAC, or the Greater Ballarat Alliance of Councils, representing Ballarat and the 5 surrounding municipalities of Central Goldfields, Golden Plains, Hepburn Shire Council, Mirraboola and Pyrenees. Can I also thank the committee for taking the time through this review and coming out and particularly hearing them. I'm sure you will hear the passion that is within local government. We love delivering for our communities, but it's a really critical time for local government currently, particularly, and I'll talk about the Victorian context, but I'm sure right across Australia. Local government is at a pinch point. You are continuing to see significant reduction in services for our community, and you are seeing significant underinvestment in the renewal and building of key infrastructure. And this is not about councils going bankrupt or going under, but what you are seeing is a slow reduction in services to our communities. So we've already heard today around libraries, maternal and child health, sport and rec, health and wellbeing. Our communities suffer when there is an imbalance in the revenue within local government and across it. And I'm first to acknowledge that this is a federal inquiry, and I'm sure you'll hear a mixture of both federal and potentially state items as well. But acknowledge that the state provides a really predominant understanding and relationship with local government, but we see a massive role for federal government in assisting local government and assisting our community. So we don't see it as a state jurisdiction. As I spoke about, we're really seeing that reduction over a period of time, and it is ultimately a revenue item. We can play at the edges in terms of service delivery, and there's certainly things that we would be recommending in terms of reducing of red tape. We certainly see some longer term certainty around funding schemes, particularly with capital infrastructure and grants that council will apply for. Having that longer term pipeline into federal government is really critical, but particularly for rural and regional councils, funding that actually allows us to develop good business cases, good concept plans, will actually mean that we can put good, high-quality infrastructure projects in front of government. At the moment, it's really difficult for our size councils to spend money developing plans, business cases to put up construction-ready projects. So we really encourage any of the funding programs and schemes that exist to have a planning component. We know that it's great to open new things, it's great to build infrastructure, but without that pipeline of well-planned, costed projects, we have a real delay in putting those forward. There was a state government review a couple of years ago into a really similar inquiry in terms of local government financial sustainability, and one of the key data that was provided to that was revenue increases over the last 5 years to June 2023, and a percentage increase across revenue of the three tiers of government. State government a 34% increase, and that's Victorian state government, 31% increase in Commonwealth revenues, 16% in local government. Local government is so constrained. Most councils' budgets probably are in the area of around 90% either in rates or grants. We are so heavily reliant on either the rates component or the government grants component. And when you can see, everyone knows the cost of everything has gone up over that period of time. But to see such a difference in the revenue imbalance, Commonwealth government 31%, state government 34%, local government 16%, that's why it's got harder and harder and harder every day to continue to deliver the services that we were doing. There's a whole range of items that are in our submission. Do thank the committee for also taking into account the previous submissions leading up, so that was really helpful. I'm sure you'll also hear a lot about the financial assistance grants, and there's a number of recommendations. What I would also implore the committee to do is absolutely untied funding is important to the long-term sustainability of councils, but just an increase in the financial assistance grants can't be taken from other program reductions or removals. It needs to be an additional funding into local government. And I'll keep coming back to that funding imbalance. 34% for state and federal. We're only able to grow our revenue here in Victoria by 16%. We need a holistic look to this review, and I'd really encourage the committee to review those other state inquiries and really work with the state bodies, the state local government ministers, because we are excited about this inquiry, but we're also nervous that there's been lots of inquiries over decades, and we need to see meaningful change on the ground for local government as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I've just got a general question. What sort of support is there available from the state government to help financially distressed councils?
Happy to take that one. So here in Victoria, the state government has a rate capping policy that they've had for a number of years now, which effectively is the maximum that a council can go up to. What does exist in above that, where there would be in terms of at needed councils, is application for a rate cap variation. It is undertaken for very small lots, particularly over recent years. Last year, Hepburn Shire Council, which I happen to be the CEO, was the first council that took a rate cap variation in many, many years. It's a process that I think the major difference is it relies a significant bit on political will. Both state and federal governments have the ability through your annual budgets in terms of an increase to taxation. And absolutely, I agree in terms of then you've got the media and background for 24 hours and ultimately held accountable in election. With the rate cap variation process in here, it involves community engagement, multiple points from councillors' perspective, and actually having to apply for the Essential Services Commission. So it's not an easy process to go through as well. And so that's to date in Victoria kind of been the mechanism from that, but it hasn't been significantly utilised by councils, and that's why that looking at across the three tiers I think is required.
Okay, I might go to the Deputy Chair, Ms Penfold.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got one question. I've got a lot of questions to ask, but time-wise, I'll just ask one. In your view, does the current horizontal equalisation model properly recognise councils with ageing community assets and replacement liabilities, particularly like you've described being regional councils? Or does the model over-focus on annual operating capacity?
I think the current model tries to take into account a whole range of factors, but ultimately the percentage of revenue that is earmarked to go to local government isn't enough. It's the totality. Each council will have a different understanding, and if you brought in metros here, you'll have arguments around their constraints. If you bring in peri-urban councils in terms of growth, if you bring in rural, we are all unique, and 79 councils here in Victoria, and we all do the same thing, but we're all still very unique. What we would say is we're all still fighting for the same bucket of funding. And so we're asking, for that totality to increase, and particularly to continue that focus at those at-need councils, particularly rural councils, particularly regional councils that just don't have the other alternative revenue options. Not saying it's easier to run a financially sustainable metro council, but you've got other revenue levers to continue to borrow, and we would make an argument that, and particularly today, I think this panel hearing particularly from rural and interface councils, it doesn't quite look after those councils as much as it needs to do, particularly with those increasing infrastructure costs.
Mr.
Any other?
Tony Peterson, South Gippsland Shire Council. Just to, on the back of Bradley's statement there, I've just got this is sort of sums it up. You might not be able to see it, but this is a graph, a cumulative graph over the last 8 years of 3 indexes being rate capping, CPI, and the construction index. Rural councils are heavily geared towards providing maintenance, asset maintenance and asset capital works renewal. And the growth, you can see the gap here between, that's the rate capping index cumulatively, and that's the construction index. The gap has got so large that we're at the point we can't become more efficient. This is our efficiency gap here. We've been efficient for the last 8 to 10 years, and I'm happy to leave this with you, but we've got to the point where no efficiencies can make the difference anymore. And when I look at grant funding, a lot of it is tied to new infrastructure, which then puts a burden on the long-term financial plan, because we have to maintain it, renew it. The community, who we are in touch with every day, want us to maintain what we've got to a higher standard, not build new things. So it would be great to have some grant funding that was tied to maintaining what we've got to a higher level of usage, higher level of service level. And that's the reality. The other thing, just to put it all in perspective, if you look at rates as a tax revenue, it accounts for about 3 to 4% of total tax income in the country. Local government delivers 25% of total services and manages 33% of all community infrastructure. Those numbers, those 3 numbers alone, just tell the story. We can't keep doing what we're doing. And putting financial assistance grants back to 1%, I think in 1996 it was at 1%, and over that 30-year period it's been declining to, about 0.5%. So as Cohen stated earlier, if it was up to 1%, that would fill our renewal gap. So that would be, there's sort of some of the key asks. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was just going to ask Mr. Peterson if you'd like to table the exhibit, if that's okay. Yep, thank you. All right.
Can I just follow up, please, just one last point? I appreciate you've all outlined the significant renewal gap that you've got. Councils are facing, a lot of infrastructure that's at the end of life. But even, I looked at South Gippsland Shire Council. I think your financial assistance grant for 2025-26 was in the order of $13 million. So even increasing to 1% of tax revenue, surely that additional funding wouldn't even meet the renewal gap. There's still a significant shortfall in funding, even with a 1%, renewal of FAGs to that level. Is that right?
It wouldn't meet the total renewal gap, but it would go a long way to assisting, as well as if we met the renewal gap, but also consolidating some of our assets. A lot of our assets are ageing. Assets are only there to provide a service. Services change over years, so we've got to have a look at every asset. Does it meet current service levels, particularly with buildings? It won't totally meet the gap, but it'll go a fair way to helping.
Great, thank you. Go to Ms. Brisky.
Thanks, Chair. My question was to Mr. Mr. Vanderlei from Borbor. I was intrigued by your commentary around, and I just wanted to clarify around early education. You spoke around, was it the capital of that you were struggling to be able to capture? Sorry, can you just further expand on that?
Yeah. So currently, when council starts to look at all of the competing needs, and there's been essentially changes to the whole early years setting at the state government level, with the introduction of increased hours for 4-year-old kinder, as well as increasing 3-year-old kinder. What that means is that we need more kindergartens, effectively. And the funding that we have available to be able to respond to those numbers essentially means that with all of our other competing priorities and trying to ensure that we continue to maintain the assets that we've currently got, we're looking at a situation where in future years we may not necessarily have places available. And so we are in ongoing discussions with the state government in terms of what funding they can provide. But yeah, we are seeing, I suppose, instances where families are having to travel, sometimes to neighbouring townships. Might be a 30-minute trip. Their 4 or 3-year-old can go to kindergarten, whilst their 5, 6-year-old, 8-year-old is going to school in another town. That's the sort of the current situation that's occurring, but we are heading towards a situation where if the funding settings don't change, we may not necessarily have the places at all.
So that's good to be able to clarify. So it's largely in relation to state-based policy changes around kinder. The reason I'll sort of on this focus is obviously there's the federal government's capital investment that we've made available to build new early childhood education and care services, especially in those areas of unmet need where the market has failed. And this sort of goes to a broader question, both in terms of this but across the council, around the other elements of federal funding that exist that are perhaps able for council to be able to activate or apply for outside of the regular roads to recovery, financial assistance grants, those sorts of things. I sort of point to the beef as a potential. I don't know whether that fits within the existing from your point of view, but yeah, that ongoing necessity to meet the service requirements of our communities.
Look, we would welcome as much funding coming through the door from all levels of government to be able to address these things, because look, it's a real challenge at the moment, and so we target funding wherever we can to start to as part of our budget development year on year. We're looking at the capital works program, the projects we need to deliver, and then we're always looking at how can we actually leverage every dollar that I suppose council can generate from own source revenue through other avenues, external grants and the like.
Cool. Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Haynes, do you have a question?
I do. Thanks, Chair. I've actually got two questions. I'm curious around the Borbor Council's experience of enabling infrastructure and housing. Could you just outline for me, have you been successful in accessing funding from the Commonwealth Enabling Infrastructure through the National Housing Infrastructure Facility or the Housing Support Program? This is an area I've been really focused on for a long time, because this issue of the pipes, the pavements, the poles, all of those things, the underground works, are critical for new housing supplies. So could Borbor just give me some response to that? And then I'm also very curious from Northern Grampians around their recommendation in removing co-contribution requirements for grants. And I'm wondering if they could share an example of when they were not able to apply or deliver a grant because of the co-contribution element.
Yeah, thank you. So, Colin Vanderveld. Thanks for your question. So, my understanding is that we haven't been successful in getting some funding through that grant program at this stage, but I could definitely clarify.
Have you applied?
My understanding is that we did apply. Yes. Yeah. However,
Thank you.
I'd like to I suppose take that on notice and come back to the committee with that.
Thank you.
Vaughan Williams, Northern Grampian Shire. Just in relation to the co-contribution, to give an example of where we didn't apply for a grant because of a co-contribution, it's probably not the case. It's probably, and if I pick a particular example of the Sanana pool, for example, we had an issue where we had a leaky pool and we were going to get fined by the EPA for it leaking into groundwater and the like. So we really needed to get that done. But the grant that we had to apply for had to be applied through a broader program of initiative, which was upgrading the change rooms and toilet facilities, which meant that the money where the priority was, and the local community were really just interested in the pool. They were quite happy with the change rooms, but that meant that it ended up blowing out the scope of the project, and effectively, while they have got new change rooms and everything, that's lovely and everything, it's just it's probably not the most efficient way of utilising resources. If we could, and that's going to a point that someone else raised about being able to get more grant funding about just renewal. Because really we're happy to, put it in a personal context, we're happy to have the living room painted and have new carpet, and we're excited by that. Yeah. We don't need to have an extension to the room or, that sort of thing. That's in rural areas, that's fantastic, and we'd celebrate that. And I don't understand why it always has to come with extra bits.
So just to be clear, would you be saying it would be much better, using the example of the pools, to have a more generic category about improvements to public swimming pools without the restriction of a particular Commonwealth bent around change rooms in that instance?
It seems
so something
like
more generic.
We have to spend a lot of our time when we're applying for grant getting into the heads of the policy makers about what they're trying to achieve. Whereas really, it's all about us. We're trying to deliver stuff for the community. So it's sort of like we have to figure out what policy avenue are you trying to achieve, and then how we're going to try and match that with our needs. Or it'd be much better to say, here's our needs.
The intent really is around access to public swimming pools, and if you've got a leaky pool, you've got no access, irrespective of how good the change rooms are, right?
100%.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks, Bobo. I'm really curious about the enabling infrastructure, and curious to know if those Commonwealth programs are working for you.
Great. All right. So thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by 20th of May? Oh, I don't think there were any other questions. Yeah. Not that. Unless anyone wanted to make another comment. Yeah, go. Yeah.
Just on
Sorry.
Back of, Vaughan's comments about grants, I think another thing is untied grants and the competitive nature of grants, especially for rural councils. We have a small workforce. Our FTE is 270 odd people. And the grants are competitive. We don't have the staff there to be writing grants all the time like some of the bigger metro councils are. So it would be great to have that non-competitive element to the grants and for them to be untied, similar to what the local Roads Community Infrastructure Fund was. It was sort of a good grant when it was in operation. So, yeah, it was just the competitive nature of grants means that it feels to us that the better the grant application, the better your opportunity rather than the need for that grant.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Add one, so Bradley Thomas. Just also part of local government is really heavy on staff, as we've spoken about. So any initiatives to support local government, attraction of staff, retention of staff, particularly in the rural and Victoria, is critical. So we've seen particularly a real shortage of planners over recent times. A shortage of planners means we don't get plans approved and out the door, which means houses aren't constructed. So we would continue to advocate for a whole range of initiatives that actually even just talk about the positivity around some of these careers into local government, but any support that can be provided that means that we can get those skilled roles, planners, environmental health, MBSs, engineers, accountants, a whole range of industries, having those people on the ground can actually deliver for our communities and help both state and federal government deliver their policy.
Great. All right, well, we might conclude there. Thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I'll now suspend the hearing. I now call on representatives from One Gippsland and Realliance to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Hi, I'm Lucy Allen. I'm the Advocacy Director at the Renewable Energy Alliance.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Thomason. I'm Thomason Knight, the Regional Programs Manager at Realliance.
Thank you. And we have...
And I'm Councillor Sharon Gibson, Mayor of Latrobe City, but coming under the One Gippsland representative banner.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'll now invite members of the committee to introduce ourselves.
Jo Brisky, the Federal Member for Maribyrnong here in Metro Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, the Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
And we also have members online as well. Get you to introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, Helen Haynes, Federal Member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Okay, so I now invite you to make...
Alison Penfold here too.
Oh, great, thank you, Alison. Excellent. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. I'm happy to start. So good morning. Thanks for the invitation to contribute. The Renewable Energy Alliance, Realliance, works to deliver a shift to renewables that actively contributes to the strength of our regions. Our organisation convenes a network of rural and regional leaders from across the country who are all working on local energy transitions. These leaders are negotiating and working with large-scale solar, wind, storage and transmission proponents and balancing the needs of various local groups. Most are working in or elected to local government. They include economic development officers, planners, general managers, engineers, mayors and councillors who have found themselves doing this work, often on top of their actual job. Where they have the time, resources and skills available, local governments are demonstrating incredible leadership and innovation in a challenging energy transition. They are brokering deals with industry, state governments and neighbouring councils to coordinate development for the best possible local outcomes. They are engaging their communities to build in agreement on local concerns and priorities. They are a source of clear and trusted information in the face of industry overpromises, government jargon, and exaggerated claims on social media. They are addressing local concerns by taking the time to listen, understand, and where possible, work to resolve local issues. They work with industry and state governments to plan and develop appropriate supporting infrastructure such as roads, housing, and utilities. They leverage renewable energy investment into stronger local economies by supporting local skills, local businesses, local workers and community groups. This all requires a lot of time, funding and skilled labour. Unfortunately, the capacity to do all of this is completely unrelated to the amount of renewables in their area. In New South Wales, some councils have 20 staff working on various aspects of the energy transition. Others are lucky to have 2, including councils in the biggest renewable energy zones in the country. In WA and Tassie, many councils have no staff available to spend time on this, only the time of the General Manager or Mayor. In the energy transition, the risks are inherent to the process, but the opportunities take work to turn into reality. Local governments are the ones who have the most levers to turn these opportunities into reality. Adequately funding local governments to play their role in local energy transitions is not just better for local communities and local economies, it's good for our energy system. It will build social licence and give us a better chance of meeting our renewable energy targets, delivering energy independence, energy reliability and affordability. We ask the committee to recommend that the federal government adequately fund rural and regional councils to play their role as local energy transition leaders, reducing risks and maximising opportunities, so renewables provide our regions with legacy benefits in decades to come.
Thank you. So if we could move to, oh, I've got to get right one.
Ms. Sharon Gibson.
Sharon, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it is Sharon Gibson from Latrobe City and 1 Gippsland. And Gippsland, it's really experienced significant and compounding change, more so than anywhere else. We have multiple overlapping changes that are happening at once, and it's increasing such pressure on local governments and our communities. We have the energy and the industry transition that is occurring, the population growth, the infrastructure demand and increasing disasters, all culminating with our area. Now, the funding and the systems don't reflect the scale of growth. Our problems with the industry and the energy transition, it just does not address any of that. Where with development, the government wants more housing, and that's okay, but the infrastructure, the cost of infrastructure to the councils is prohibitive most of the time. So we can't help the government actually fulfil their targets with development and housing without that help. There's issues with the planning. Now, it used to happen that if a subdivision wanted to be developed, they would come to us and we would do the work and we would get a fee for it. What has been happening is the state government have come in and said, yep, we'll pass that. They collect the funds and we do the work for them. Big issue there. You have the safety. There is huge safety issues in our areas, and mind you, I'd suggest where it's the same as many places, but there's just not enough police and the laws aren't strong enough to actually address the issue. We have issues with the transport. The transport, while we might have got more time slots, we don't have they've halved the carriages. So we're actually in a lot of ways worse off than what we were. There's issues when the government puts schools in different places. They don't put the parking there. All of these different issues are causing huge concerns with our community. The roads and the maintenance, they're just not there. And the community are looking at us to solve those problems, but a lot of those are coming from the government, especially when they're wanting to put more subdivisions in. It's just not working. We really need help from the government to step up and help us. Gippsland is delivering outcomes of national significance with the wind farms and the like, but we need help to support that delivery, and that's just one of that. We're the centre of Victoria's energy transition, and it's critical that our local communities see clear economic and social benefits through jobs, because we are losing so many jobs through the energy change that is occurring, the infrastructure, services, and long-term opportunities. If we do not have that, you will become ghost towns, and we do not need that, nor do we deserve that. We really are calling on you and the government to do something and actually understand that here more than anywhere, because of what's gone down and what is going down with the energy transition, that is really hurting us more than anywhere in Australia. For Latrobe City itself, there is 5 power stations that we are losing, and some have already gone. Nowhere else in Australia is in that boat. We also have the timber industry as well in Gippsland. All of these things, we need the help of government to step up and help us, please.
Thank you, Ms Gibson. I know you have to leave, I think, at 11. I was just wondering if you could maybe differentiate. I mean, obviously we're it's a federal inquiry, and I think some of the things you've mentioned there are around state issues as well. But what would you like to see particularly from the federal government?
For the federal government to appreciate that we are sadly a unique, we're in a unique position, so different than anywhere else in Australia, that we actually have opportunities that they could tap into. We could be self-reliant on a lot of our needs, our fuel needs. There is the opportunity, and there has been work done in the past about utilising the coal to oil. We could be self-reliant. We could have opportunities there that would help the whole of Australia. These are opportunities that I really love the federal government to capitalise on, because it would be in the benefit not just of Latrobe City and Gippsland, it would actually benefit Australia. We have the resources here that we could turn all of this into a positive. So I'd really love the federal government to open the dialogue with that, and let's see if we could actually help the country with being self-sufficient and have the resources that we're not in this situation that we're in now.
I'm just wondering, Ms Gibson, there's been a number of federal, I guess, energy funding, transition funding programs. I'm just wondering if your area or region has, utilised any of those programs at all.
None of them have really done much. There's been different areas further up in East Gippsland, the likes, that have had programs delivered to them, and it doesn't work. The money that's been put in has not revitalised the towns. It hasn't brought the jobs back in. There's towns there that are just the drugs and the mental health is just exacerbated, and that's mainly through the timber industry and the closure of that. It may sound nice, the different programs that and the money's been put there, but it hasn't worked. And we're looking at, okay, how can you diversify the economies around here so we actually have a future, that we're not dependent on the federal government with unemployment, mental health and the likes. We actually have a place that I know of in Morwell that actually does transmission towers. Instead of us looking at overseas, why can't we look at what we are able to manufacture here with steel that is, the grade of steel is so much better than overseas. So you might get a really cheap product and say, well, it's cheaper, we're going overseas. But in the long term, it's actually going to cost you more because you're going to need to upgrade it. Look at the towers that all folded in the wind a number of years ago. That's because of the steel, the quality of the steel. If you actually utilise what we have here, we can help one another. It's not going to then have so many people on the dole that's costing the government so much money. You're actually going to have people employed, so they're going to be paying taxes. So it's a benefit to everyone. You're going to have a product that is actually a much better product with the quality. So does that answer your question?
That's okay. Yeah, thank you. Does anyone else have a question for Ms. Gibson, and then we might go to Realliance?
I do.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, what was that, Sharon?
Thanks, Chair.
Yes.
Go, Ms. Haynes.
Hi, Damien.
It's Alison Penfold. I've got a question, please.
Sorry, Alison.
Yeah, that's all right. Ms. Gibson, I'm just interested. For councils, is the rating system the same or different between, major industrial facilities vis-a-vis wind, solar and battery projects? Are you able to rate them?
No, it's different because anyone can set up shop at the moment with batteries and they're not rated. With power stations, the generation is essentially what they're rated on, but with the batteries, there's nothing like that. So the rating is a real issue with that as well because there's nothing in place.
Right, and does that also apply because of the dispersed nature of wind farms as well, that makes it very difficult for councils to rate?
We don't have the legislative authority, I believe, to rate them. Whereas with the power stations, that's set in stone, and I believe that is by the government. So if the government, whether it's state, federal, or both, work together to put something like that in place, that would actually help all of our councils.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for Ms. Gibson?
Yes, please, Chair. Helen Haynes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gibson, for your submission and for your appearance here today. And you've really identified what's actually not just a Gippsland problem, but a national issue in regard to the inconsistency and patchwork of the renewable energy rollout and how it impacts local government. So thank you for that. I was really interested, though, you recommended a community benefit framework to allow your region to fully realise the intergenerational benefit opportunity from the transition to renewables. And again, trying to focus on some solutions here. I think that's a really interesting recommendation. I'd like you to expand on that. We've seen such a thing proposed in areas such as the New England electorate in New South Wales. So I'm wondering if you could outline for the committee what such a framework would deliver for your community and for councils across the Gippsland region.
You've got me on the hop on this one, but if the framework is put in place properly and it understands the issues we're facing, then you can get a better outcome. But at the moment, most of the issues aren't fully understood what we're facing.
When you say understood by state government, Commonwealth government, local community, who do you mean?
State and federal.
Maybe you could take the question on notice because your submission recommends such a framework. But I guess you might be able to just speak to this point about community benefit. And you made the point about you can't rate on battery projects. Where can you get revenue from the renewable energy projects? Have you got some examples of that? And do you see an opportunity here for an injection of funds into areas such as Gippsland if we get this benefit bit right?
Well, rightly or wrongly, I don't believe, apart from rating a property like just a normal property, I don't believe we have the ability to rate at the moment. So we're behind the 8 ball. That's why it's so important to put that in place, that the battery farms, the solar farms, are rated similar to what the power stations are. They're rated on the generation that they actually produce.
Yep.
So if that could be put in place for batteries and wind farms and solar farms, because that's taking up a lot of our area per se. And at the moment, we're losing that land. It can't be utilised for agriculture or housing or anything else, but we're not getting any benefit from it.
Have you got examples in your community where the renewable energy companies have set up a community benefit fund and there's funds available for community groups to apply for? Is that happening?
There's small amounts for communities to apply for, but you're looking at $5,000 and the like. It's not a huge amount of money at all. There is Hazelwood are looking at, as they leave the area, to do a legacy project, but again, that's sort of a one-off. So we don't have. They're getting a hell of a lot of benefits from our areas, but we're not getting the benefits ourselves. Whereas if it was put in place about similar to the power stations, where it's the amount of generation that is generated, they're rated on that, and that is actually in lieu of rates, that could be given to the relevant councils, and then that would be really beneficial for us all.
And you would see with that long-term intergenerational regional development as opposed to small one-off projects is kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah, exactly. Right. We don't want a little bit here and a little bit there. We need to be very strategic on this, and we're in for the long haul. How can we help our community, not just for 5 minutes, long term?
So when you're talking about a community benefit framework, I kind of hear that that's what you're really talking about. Am I right in saying that? Yeah, great. All right, that's really helpful. Thank you very much, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I might ask a question to Ms. Allen. In your submission, I think you're recommending a national network of local energy hubs. Could you just talk more broadly about the benefits of local energy hubs and what you see the potential is for them?
Yeah, sure. So our organisation has been advocating for a couple of years for the federal government to contribute to the local engagement and coordination aspects that are badly needed in the energy transition. And one of the ways that they can do that is through establishing a network of local energy hubs. These would be well staffed by local people who are providing information and running programs for local communities associated with all aspects of the transition to renewable energy. So everything from making sure that households are using energy efficiency, that they've been increasing their energy literacy, all the way to what does it look like for farms who are interested to start looking at decarbonisation on their farm and electrification on their farm. What are the innovative things that we can be doing there, all the way up to what does it mean to be negotiating with large-scale renewable energy proponents? What does it mean to be coordinating local community benefit programs that are coordinated in that region, not just piecemeal approach. So there's a lot of ways that we believe the federal government can provide that resourcing. We proposed a model, that's just one way. I'd like to note that we also advocated for local energy hubs in the recent Senate inquiry into information integrity on climate and energy, and the committee ended up making a recommendation that the federal government do resource local community entities to play that role in providing information and being able to do some of that coordination work that's needed, and they named local governments as a key group that can do that. And we agree, we think local governments are very well placed to do this work.
Are there any areas where there are hubs that have grown and developed, you know, I guess with other stakeholders?
There have been. They are a little bit more akin to shop fronts. They usually run on volunteer hours. Yeah. That's really good. But what we've been proposing in local energy hubs is really deeper than that. So we're talking about the kinds of coordination challenges and community programs that we think are needed to really make sure that all different parts of the communities are able to benefit from the transition to renewable energy.
Great. Other questions?
Yeah, I have one for Ms. Allen as well. Can you go into a bit more detail about what you're thinking around the additional training, resources and data sharing that would assist local governments and their workforce with energy transition?
Yeah. So there's a number of layers to this. I think, and maybe I'll speak to some of the discussion that was happening before with Ms. Sharon Gibson. Mm-hmm. I think there's probably like when we're talking about revenue from renewable energy developments to local communities, we think of it as having 3 layers. So the first layer is just the cost of doing business. Like all good businesses, the renewable energy industry should be and often are contributing to the ongoing business costs of that council. So in Victoria, there's a system called payment in lieu of rates, and energy generators pay that to councils. That's an ongoing contributing to the operational budget of the council. So that's the first layer. That's missing in most states. The second layer is all of the activities that are required for impact mitigation and coordination, where you've got multiple renewable energy proponents operating in one area, which is now what we're seeing in the energy transition. So this is the work of, okay, every individual project has got their plan around how are you going to upgrade the local roads, how are you going to revegetate this, what are you going to do around workforce accommodation. But what's missing is who's coordinating in that region. Okay, multiple proponents want to accommodate workforce in a similar period. How are we going to make sure that that is done in a way that makes the most sense, that doesn't place extra burden and risk on the local community? And so that coordination gap is really what has fallen to local governments without really any formal role. Local governments are picking up that work. And where they've got the resources to do that, they're doing a really good job. But that still remains a gap in a lot of places, is that coordinating the cumulative impacts. And then on top of that, that's when you get community benefits. So community benefits are supposed to be resources for that community, a way for the renewable energy industry to leave a legacy in that community, to see that that community is better off than it would have been without the development there. And so that should really just be the icing on the cake when we're talking about the different streams of revenue that local councils and local communities should be receiving from development. So there are ways for industry to contribute, but particularly when it comes to that coordination piece, that planning, all the negotiation that needs to happen, poring over planning documents, liaising with the different companies, making sense of all of the different kind of jargon and things that is thrown around. That is work that takes a lot of skilled staff and resources and capacity at the local government level, and that's where we're seeing the gap. And yeah, our argument is really that the federal government has a role to play in seeing that gap is filled. So providing information, that's part of it, and seeing that the local community has the information that it needs to make good decisions. We know local governments are really well trusted by local communities in a lot of places, not always, but as much as anyone's trusted in this day and age, local governments can, when they're resourced to do so, be a really effective, trusted local voice around making sense of everything else that's happening in a very complex environment.
Thank you. Great. Do you have a question? No? Mr. Burnell?
Chair, I've got a question for Realign if there's an opportunity, please.
Yep, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Great. Again, thank you very much for your testimony today and your submission. As part of the broader picture in the submission, you have referenced the local energy hubs, and we've talked a little bit, and you've talked a little bit about that this morning. As you know, I've worked closely on such a concept with you in the past and with other groups. Can you just, in regard to what we've just heard from One Gippsland, just really highlight how a local energy hub could navigate that transition in a way that really benefits local government and communities that have them. And, I know in my patch here in Indi, I would love to have such a thing to help navigate what is a really complex space and to really steer this transition in a way that has this long-term regional development benefit.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you so much for the question. So the local energy hubs model that we've proposed would see a number of skilled local staff be able to be in the community, providing access to information and resources about different aspects of the energy transition. We have certainly made the case that local governments can run those local energy hubs. They don't have to be called local energy hubs. This is just our way of talking about the kinds of resource gaps that we're seeing in different places across the country. And so the benefits that we think we would see from that is a community that is a little bit more cohesive. At the moment, we're seeing a lot of division in a lot of places, a lot of misinformation, a lot of people not having good access to information from trusted third parties. And so what this would do would be to fill some of that gap. It would also be there to make sure that the opportunities are actually able to be taken up. When we're talking about millions and millions of dollars, billions of dollars being poured into regional Australia in the energy transition, there are so many different opportunities that come with that. We talk new industries, local jobs, but it takes planning work and coordination and lots of conversations, bringing together stakeholders from the community, business, community, and First Nations groups, environment groups. It takes a lot of work to make sure that those opportunities are actually able to be realised. So local energy hubs has been proposed as, one way to bring in some of that capacity. We think local governments would be very well placed to be able to do that in most cases.
And you would see that as being funded completely by the Commonwealth, and again in response to the problems that local governments have in not being resourced to do this kind of work?
Yes, we think that it's the responsibility of the federal government to make sure communities are well resourced to plan and see through the transition to renewable energy. It's the federal government's target to do this energy transition. And so there's a lot of work involved in getting there, and this is some of that work. So we think there's a responsibility there. We think industry can contribute, and they are contributing in different ways in different states through different mechanisms, but we think that there is a responsibility and a need for the federal government to play a strong role here.
Right, okay, thank you, that's really helpful.
Are there any other questions?
Chair, Alison Penfold, I've just got a couple of questions, please. My first question is your proposal with the local energy hubs essentially asks taxpayers to fund an advocacy structure to support renewable development when not all communities support renewable development. So why should taxpayers fund one part of an advocacy model and not the other?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, our proposal is not for these to be an advocacy structure. As we've just been discussing, we think local governments can fulfil a lot of the functions that we've proposed in the local energy hubs model. So providing access to different information. I think one of the difficult challenges right now we're seeing in the energy transition is there's many proponents who are developing projects, many more than will actually get built. So we've got developers who are competing with each other for access to the grid. That's the part that communities don't actually see, is that these projects are in competition with each other. And so proponents are all talking to the community as if their project is the best thing since sliced bread and it's absolutely going to get up and it's only going to take 2 years. And that's not the reality. The reality is it takes a long time. Not all of those projects will proceed. And so there is a need for a local presence who's trusted third party who can help the community and relevant stakeholders at the local level really understand what to expect when it comes to the energy transition, because otherwise it sounds like a bit of a mess. You've got different people saying different things and different parts of the industry saying different things. So this is really just about having the capacity to be able to take all of that volume of information, have experts who are there able to digest that all and go, okay, look, here's what we can realistically expect in terms of how many projects are likely to get up in this region and how do we want to plan around that? What are the opportunities we want to pursue in the context of that?
But can I just add further to that question, though, but coming back to the point, why should taxpayers fund it? Surely community engagement and navigating these issues should be a cost on the developers, not on taxpayers from across the country, some of whom will not be a beneficiary or indeed, face the risk of these developments.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said earlier, we do think industry should be contributing, and they are contributing in a lot of places where local governments already do have mechanisms through which to recover some of these costs associated with doing that planning and coordination. Often that is being done from industry, and that is welcome. So yeah, they absolutely have a role to play. You're absolutely right. So yeah, and the engagement. Look, this is not councils doing engagement on behalf of proponents for specific projects. This is more kind of higher level than that. What should we expect in this region? And the role is not just providing information, it's actually being able to facilitate a discussion and a conversation with that community. What are the needs? Where are the priorities? How do we actually have a shared understanding of where the gaps are and then have the resources available to actually start to work towards filling those gaps?
And finally, that would also include legacy costs, of course, as well, on not just legacy benefits, but legacy costs of development too, right?
Yeah, so absolutely, development has impacts, and at the moment, all of the different projects that are being proposed, wind farms and solar farms, they've got, variously depending on the state that they're operating in, they have detailed plans around how they're going to mitigate that. But what we're seeing is one of the gaps is how do we coordinate some of that impact mitigation? So when there's an impact on housing associated with workforce accommodation, how is that going to be mitigated in a way that makes sense as a whole region, not just individual project by project? And the same goes for waste, same goes for roads. We need coordination, we need skilled planners, engineers, people to work on these problems at the local level, and that's where we're seeing a gap.
Okay. We might just go one
Thank you.
final question to Mr. Burnell.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Allen, I just wanted to quickly drill down on the cost of doing business pillar you spoke about before. So the payments in lieu of rates. So currently with renewable projects, is there no rates being paid on use of land, or is it does in some instances but not in others? How does it work?
Yeah, I probably can't speak to the detail of how it works. I know that in Victoria, generators do pay payment in lieu of rates, and that's just a unique thing to Victoria. So, we've got this network that we operate, I mentioned earlier, of leaders from across different states, and they're there's people in other states kind of looking at this system in Victoria, kind of going, oh, can we try and implement something like this in our state because it is unique to Victoria. One of the challenges with payment in lieu of rates, though, is it only kicks in once the project is actually operational and producing energy, whereas all of the costs are upfront, where the council needs to be doing all of the planning and negotiating. So that's one of the challenges that we've got with the payment in lieu of rates system.
So there's no revenue collection through the production of development applications, etc.
As far as I know, not in Victoria. I mean, maybe there's councils that negotiate that on an individual basis. In New South Wales and Queensland, there is more formal mechanisms for that to occur. I don't believe there's formal mechanisms for that in Tasmania, WA or South Australia.
So just here in Victoria then, so is the payment in lieu of rates comparable to what would normally be paid in the way of rates for similar use of land?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that because I'm not sure what a similar use of land would be.
So for instance, if it was the Hazelwood Power Station that's been converted over to a renewable power generation network there, would the renewable energy company be paying similar land use rates for that plot of land as what the Hazelwood?
I couldn't speak to that, sorry.
I can answer that.
Is that you, Ms Gibson?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
No, they wouldn't be paying similar to what they have been paying in the past.
Why is that, Ms Gibson?
Because the mechanism isn't there. It's only there for the power stations, the coal generating power stations. It's not in place for anyone or any other industry.
I find that hard to. I don't understand how you could be receiving rate revenue from a coal-fired power station for the land on which they are operating on, but you can't receive rates for a renewable energy firm that works on the same piece of land. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit disconnected.
You might be able to get rates on a piece of land, but what happens with the power stations is they're rated per se on the generation that they actually generate. And that is not in place for any other, whether it be wind, solar, battery. It's not in place for any of those.
Right, and that's in the federal jurisdiction or the state jurisdiction around the determination for that?
To be honest, I'm not sure, but we're all across Australia, we're all in the same boat. So I would see that should be, if it's not already, it should be in the realms for the federal government to put in place.
Thank you for your answers. Cheers.
Okay, we'll have to conclude there, but I'd like to thank you for your attendance here today and online. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I'll now suspend the hearing.
Thank you.
No, I just sent you an article.
resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives of Melbourne 9, M9, Glen Ira City Council, City of Port Phillip and Bass Coast Shire Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Alex Macon, Mayor of the City of Port Phillip.
Lucy Roffey, CEO of Glen Ira City Council.
Dale Dixon, CEO, City of Stonington. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Greg Box, Chief Executive Officer, Bass Coast Shire Council.
And Joe Kay, Manager of Financial Services at Bass Coast Shire Council.
Great.
Peter Liu, City of Port Phillip, CFO.
Great. Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce yourselves, including those that are joining us by teleconference today.
Tom Banning, Member for Grey, most of Regional SA.
Joe Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong, here in Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
And online.
Alison Penfold, Member for Lyme, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
And we'll probably have Dr. Helen Haynes joining us as well at some stage as well.
No, I did jump in, Chair. You may have missed Helen Haynes, Federal Member for Indi, North East Victoria. No problem.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Alex Macon, Mayor of the City of Port Phillip, and we're here today to look at the ongoing issue of cost shifting between levels of government being borne ultimately by local councils. We are the closest level of government to the community, and despite this, we see particularly ongoing challenges between primarily state governments, shifting costs, shifting responsibilities, shifting roles into local government. This is obviously a federal inquiry, and I thank members of the panel and you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak this morning. This is obviously a federal inquiry, so it's framed around, well, how can the federal government look at supporting local government? And I think a great model that the federal government has shown real leadership on historically is Roads to Recovery, in providing that direct funding pathway into local government. Research and the outcomes through Roads to Recovery shows the greater impact and the greater outcomes that have been achieved through that direct funding initiative from federal government into local government. The City of Port Phillip is a fast-growing municipality in inner Melbourne, and I know often we look at inner city metro councils and go, well, they're well serviced, and that might be true to an extent. But we have a population of 110,000 with expectation that that will grow by another 60,000 people over the next 30 or so years. And that places huge strain, huge constraints on what is the infrastructure that we need for our communities. And this is where we need to look at, well, how do we facilitate direct federal funding pathways into local government? We've seen the success of Roads to Recovery. In my view, there'd be merit in similar programs around community-based infrastructure. Many of us speak around the challenges of socially isolated communities, dislocated communities. Part of that is ensuring that us as local government have the ability to connect our communities. We are the best level of government to be able to do that, but we need the funding pathways to be able to achieve it. So looking at ways that we can support that direct facilitation of community infrastructure is one example. let alone when we get to asset maintenance and other levels of costs that are being borne by local government. You know, over the past few years, we've seen the shift of funding from library services, where historically state and local governments would co-fund libraries 50-50%. That has now increased in the case of the City of Port Phillip, where 80% of our library services are borne by the City of Port Phillip. That places an additional impost of $1.5 million per annum on the City of Port Phillip. That, in a rate-constrained, revenue-constrained environment, makes it a challenge to provide the services and facilities and infrastructure we need for our future communities. And that is the constraints that we are facing here as local government and across the empire.
Thank you. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Lucy Roffey and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Glen Eira City Council, an inner metropolitan council in Melbourne South West who serve more than 160,000 residents. While I appear today on behalf of Glen Eira, the issues raised in our submission are not unique, and you've already heard some today. They reflect systemic challenges being experienced by councils across Australia, driven largely by national funding and policy settings rather than local decision making. Glen Eira delivers more than 120 essential services that affect everyday life, including libraries, waste management, maternal, child and health and immunisations. Many of these services align closely with Commonwealth priorities, with councils increasingly acting as the on-the-ground delivery mechanism for national objectives. Over time, this delivery role has expanded well beyond traditional local government functions, but funding systems haven't evolved to reflect the scale or permanence of that role. A major driver of this misalignment is federal cost shifting. Commonwealth policies increasingly rely on councils to deliver national systems without consistent funding that covers the full cost of local delivery. And some examples in Glen Eira, we continue to fund around 82% of the cost to deliver immunisations. Our external maternal, child and health funding covers only 47% of the cost, leaving $1.63 million shortfall absorbed locally through rates. And our last council-owned, we have one left, aged care facility, so it's a residential aged care facility, is forecast to operate at a $5.5 million deficit in this financial year under current Commonwealth settings. Individually, these pressures are manageable, but collectively, they embed structural deficit to council budgets over time. These impacts are also visible in waste and recycling. National outcomes are shaped by Commonwealth policy settings on product stewardship, packaging and circular economy reform. Yet gaps in these settings are driving disposal and processing costs that councils absorb locally. Since July 2020, the Victorian landfill levy has increased from $66 to $170 per tonne, a 157% increase, which significantly inflates the local waste costs. The underlying cost driver for this is the ongoing generation of unrecyclable and problematic materials in the absence of strong national reform. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted these dynamics and councils acted quickly as community stabilisers, often ahead of formal funding certainty. And for Glen Eira, this resulted in an estimated $55 million financial impact absorbed locally with ongoing pressures on our council finances. At the Commonwealth level, the most significant issue is the lack of stable, predictable and ongoing funding streams that councils can rely on. The Financial Assistance Grant is the only untied grant, formula-based federal funding for local government, and it's declined from 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue in the mid-90s to around 0.55% today. As a result, these grants now account for only 2% of Glen Eira's operating revenue, or about $4 million, which limits our ability to sustainably deliver services that align with national priorities. This has been accompanied by greater reliance on short-term competitive grant programs, and while these can deliver worthwhile projects, they don't provide the certainty councils need to plan for services, workforce or infrastructure over the longer term. Despite these pressures, councils are acting responsibly, and Glen Eira has independently tested its financial position, adopted a financial sustainability strategy and engaged closely with its community about priorities and trade-offs. Ultimately, this is a challenge that can only be resolved through national leadership, and the Commonwealth plays a central role in restoring alignment between policy ambition, funding systems and local delivery capacity. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and committee members. I think I've found my voice finally. My name is Dale Dixon. I'm the CEO of the City of Stonington. Welcome to sunny Melbourne, and thank you for being here today. I'm here representing the Melbourne 9 councils, which are the 9 inner metro councils here in Victoria, including the City of Melbourne. Interestingly, the M9 is home to 1 million people, so 1 in 5 Victorians live in inner urban Melbourne. 1 in 4 Victorian businesses reside in inner urban Melbourne. 40% of all jobs produced in the state are produced within this defined area, and 30% of Victoria's gross state product is generated from inner urban Melbourne. So it's currently the engine room of the state in a sense, and home to many Victorians. It's also the most significant growth region in Victoria, although that isn't recognised by the state government at the present time. And if it was the case, then we'd be in a better financial position, we believe. If we look to the next 25 years, population in inner urban Melbourne will double to about 2 million people, which is about a quarter of the projected population growth in the state. And the assumption, I think, of many is that the outsider's view is that the existing infrastructure, amenity and services in inner urban Melbourne is fit for purpose, both in servicing the needs of those 1 million people. That isn't necessarily the case, and it's certainly not the case as inner urban Melbourne grows to 2 million people in the next 25 years. There's a significant redevelopment agenda happening, of course, in the state and in Melbourne and in inner urban Melbourne, and the open space, the local cycling networks, local roads, all of the infrastructure, amenity and services that are required to service that population growth need to be of a 21st century standard, not a 20th century standard, which is currently the case. A couple of other relevant things, I think. We look to most recent Victorian Auditor General reports looking at the financial sustainability of local government. They say some interesting things. First question is the definition. So the formal definition is a council in Victoria is financially sustainable when it can meet its current and future obligations while delivering services at desired levels and being able to respond to emerging risks. What that definition doesn't say is that councils must meet their prescribed state and federal responsibilities. And what it doesn't say is that in addition to existing service levels and emerging risks, being able to fund endorsed economic, social and environmental aspirations. Councils are well placed to understand, articulate and implement these, but funding is obviously an issue. What's a real-world example? Climate change adaptation. In the city of Stonington, by way of example, we need to spend about another $60 million to convert existing sporting infrastructure so that girls and women have equal access to that infrastructure, which isn't the case today. We don't have the money for that. Rates capping, got to mention, in a practical sense in Victoria, the Minister has most recently prescribed a 2.75% increase. The industry CPI is more in the order of 3.3 to 3.5%, and of course more recent projections, given the impact of the conflict in the Middle East, is that CPI next year will be north of 5%. That's going to be there'll be a real impact on local government and inner urban Melbourne councils. Another relevant piece of information is that, going back to the Victorian Auditor General's most recent report, 33 of 79 councils in Victoria, this is for the 24-25 year, reported a negative adjusted underlying result. So effectively they're achieving, for the most part, headline operating surpluses. That money is needed to fund depreciation or the renewal of infrastructure, let alone fund new or growth-related infrastructure. But 33 of 79 are actually achieving a negative result. For my own council, we've just completed a draft budget for next year. We're projecting an underlying deficit result of about $4 million. Despite our best endeavours to do a lot of things to be as efficient as we can be and to dispense with discretionary expenditure, if you like. Another relevant piece of information is the most recent Infrastructure Victoria report. That represents a 30-year forward strategy for the state. It contains 45 recommendations at an estimated cost in current day dollars of about $60 billion. What it assumes is that there will be an effective funding partnership between local governments, state and federal governments to deliver on what is a very coherent, cogent future agenda for Melbourne and Victoria. But of course that's just not possible with rates capping, with the structural deficits that the councils are achieving and much more. The last I think relevant consideration is potentially if we look at our system of federation. So if we look at the last 120 plus years of federation, there's clearly been a shift, and rightfully so, where the federal government of the day has assumed the growth revenue. So if we go back to federation, the first 10 years, customs and excise was the growth revenue of the day. The first 10 years of federation, that money was allocated to the new Commonwealth government, and that's been maintained. If we go to World War II, income tax, which was historically a state tax, was assumed by the federal government of the day to fund the war effort. And then we fast forward to 2001, the federal government introduced the GST. So if we look to history, the federal government over time, for good reason, has assumed the growth revenues of the day. What that has meant, of course, is that state governments have been less capable of funding their own obligations, let alone supporting local government. So all of this debate sits within the context of a system of federalism. And so what does that mean in terms of what the federal government might do for local government? One of the things that might be considered is putting some non-recurrent funding on the table to incentivise state governments to revisit the model of local government and particularly the controls, the red tape and the funding constraints that are imposed on local governments, particularly in Victoria, as one possible proactive solution to what is an existing problem for Victorian local government and particularly inner urban Melbourne councils. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Greg Box. I'm Chief Executive Officer of Bass Coast Shire Council. Thanks to my colleagues here, and I'll try to avoid a lot of repetition for you in there, but concurring with many of those statements. We will have an underlying deficit of around 14 million. We're quite a small council by council standards. 40-odd thousand people rises to potentially 100,000 or so during the summertime. We're in Bass Coast down here in the southeast. If you're in town for a few days, you should come down, home of the Penguins, and was the Grand Prix for some time. I think it's worth probably here just reinforcing that local government is the level of government that spends the most on assets. So this is what the fundamental problem is for us. We are so asset rich as a tier of government, and that is the place where multiple costs are rising in there. So the rising of costs in terms of construction and infrastructure, etc., affects local government dramatically in that. We have 180 kilometres of coastline. We've got 1,000 kilometres of road. 600 kilometres of that is unmade road, and 100 kilometres of that is in townships, etc. The challenges around us providing assets to expectation is incredibly difficult. As a council, about an hour to an hour and a half out of Melbourne, we're considered a peri-urban council, and as such, we're seeing significant growth. Also, this rising expectation around what you expect when you come into a place like that. You cut the cloth to fit, that's true, but at the moment, as many have mentioned regarding rate capping, where you have that constraint on one hand here, and ultimately these costs rising in terms of inflation, that just doesn't add up. And the renewal gap in terms of assets really does matter. If you ask people what it is, how much tax they pay in a federal sense, most people will look at their income tax and go, about this. Of course, there are lots of other taxes in there. If you ask people how much state tax they pay, they'll go, no idea. Goes through the federal government, GST, comes back in some sort of strange formula, and we benefit from that. If you ask people how much tax they pay locally, they'll say, $2,472. I get a bill every year and I open up my front door and what do I get for that? So expectation in terms of that delivery of service is actually incredibly high in the local government context. And that is the fundamental challenge, particularly, and I probably speak from a regional council perspective, particularly for regional councils. There's also a huge space between our assets. Roads and paths also have an expectation of being filled. And that is our fundamental challenge, and our view in terms of what the federal government's role in that is. I think, talking about roads to recovery, talking around, infrastructure programs that are predictable, that are longer term, that enable multi-year funding, and certainly financial assistance grants for local government in terms of the regions is absolutely critical. We rely on it completely. In Victoria, we have experienced other, forms of cost shifting that have been described, but also funding taken out of our communities. I mean, if we look at the Emergency Services Fund, probably a very important fund itself, but ultimately that would take has taken 16 million or so out of our community. We have a budget of around 124 million. Our rates are, to make up about 60 million of that. So the Victorian Government, on our rates notice, is taking another 16 million out of that community. And that, on the hip pocket, as far as our community is concerned, they actually notice that and believe in part that it's local government doing it. In terms of the costs to do what we do, we're over 800 square kilometres. I mentioned the roads, mentioned the ocean. In terms of the money that we have, at around 124 million, to give you a comparison, Carey Grammar, Geelong Grammar, it's about their budget. So it's probably a good figure to educate your children, but it's not necessarily a brilliant one to be able to run a very complex organisation with massive infrastructure. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I might just start with you, Mr. Box, just around your submission discussing a national local infrastructure renewal program. I'm just asking if you can explain a bit more about that and what problems it would solve.
I think for us, we'll talk about even things from aquatics to all of our community facilities. People are often looking for the new in that. For us, actually, we have a massive renewal gap. So what we're talking around is the things that we have are failing and ultimately our capacity to pay for those. If you call it the kind of pothole conundrum, so you'll hear around, there's a whole lot of money going to potholes. But as far as local government's concerned, the potholes shouldn't actually emerge in the first place. It is possible to not have that happen. The stitching time can do that. And I guess in return, talk about that on a grand scale, it's saying how do we fund those things actually to avoid that situation right across all of our community infrastructure.
Thank you. I might go to Ms. Penfold.
Thank you very much. Can I just follow up on that question from the chair, Mr. Macon? Have you quantified that, as you call it, massive renewal gap in dollar terms?
We have done some modelling in terms of the growing infrastructure gap. So even if we look at, say, our foreshore assets, where obviously coastal erosion and climate change is becoming an emerging major issue, that alone has been estimated to reach $9.2 billion by 2040 in terms of the need for asset relocation, foreshore mitigation and the likes.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Box, have you got that quantified?
At the moment, we would say that our underlying deficit actually reflects it. So at 14 million, we're saying just for this year, we're saying that is our problem at the moment. Again, in a budget of 120 million, talking about 10% annually, is that gap in there.
Okay. And Ms. Roffey, just a question. You talk about in your presentation about taking on the responsibility for a number of Commonwealth areas like immunisation, maternal health and an aged care facility. Were you asked by the Commonwealth to take on those responsibilities, or was that something that the council itself decided to take on?
There's probably a couple of different things in there. Some are responsibilities that have come down through state government, but ultimately are funded by federal government, in terms of health. With aged care, a lot of councils end up filling, gaps in the market. So where there's a failure of market, councils have moved into those areas. So aged care, our residential aged care is a really good example of that. We had 3 facilities up until a couple of years ago, and that would have been a failure of the market at the time. I think with some of the reforms, market now is growing, and in order to be in aged care, you need to be a large multinational, and that's why we're now running at a deficit, because the increase in requirements to run aged care, which are all obviously really important reforms, makes it now impossible to run, 1 or 2 aged care facilities. So things have changed over time, but in a lot of those agreements, there's not, transition provisions so that you can actually transition out when we've stepped in. Now we're trying to step out. And similarly, you know, home and community care is probably another one that I didn't mention, that all councils in Victoria were in for a period of time. And again, the transition out of home and community care has been a very difficult thing for local government, because we stepped in at a time when, again, there was a gap, and now there are service providers. Getting out of home care, you know, incurs a cost in itself, but ultimately then relieves the ratepayers of the cost of that service going forward. So there's a range of different factors, and some of it, as I said, comes through funding from state government where they haven't kept up with it. But given that ultimately those services that we deliver do improve the health of the nation, in some cases education and aged care, we are delivering services that are ultimately federal government responsibility.
But just to clarify, particularly with maternal health and immunisation, because why did the councils take on those responsibilities? It seems to be very unique to your council rather than an issue across multiple councils.
And I can't speak nationally, but all councils in Victoria deliver maternal, child and health services and immunisation. So that's been in place for quite some time. And as I said, the funding comes from the state, and there's a funding gap, but the state also delivers health services on behalf of the federal government. So ultimately, the funding's coming from federal government.
Thank you.
Great. Ms. Fiscal?
Well, I guess a broader conversation that we've been hearing today, especially obviously from local council representatives, is around policy outcomes, both from a federal point of view and a state point of view, providing additional financial pressure that is being felt by council. What's your sense of the conversations that are having? Obviously, we've got this review happening at the moment, provides an opportunity, but what are the other conversations that you've been having with your relative government counterparts, obviously the state government as well as federal, around what are the potential solutions for some of those financial, to address some of those issues?
Sorry, this question is open.
It is open to the panel.
I might say something. One of the conversations that's going on in the background is the comparison of the Victorian model with other models of local government. Local governments are created by state governments around Australia. The models are different from state to state. One of them is the comparison of the Victorian model with, say, the Queensland model, which is predicated on a general competency power, far greater autonomy and flexibility financially and otherwise, less red tape, balanced by appropriate levels of accountability and disclosure. So that's in sharp contrast to, say, the Victorian model. So that's part of the background to some of the M9 conversations with relevant state government people in particular, ultimately leading to future decisions by the state and or the federal government to provide recurrent revenue streams in one form or another. Non-recurrent or occasional revenues are great, they're great sugar hits, but they're not a solution to a structural deficit that has been evidenced today. So a revisiting of the Victorian model, which is characterised by particular control at a state level of revenue decisions, a lack of discretion and autonomy, a lack of trust in local government, and the direct consequence of that over time is this erosion of financial capacity. It's not a financial risk of itself, it's actually a livability risk. Councils will manage their finances, they will manage their debt, they'll manage their assets as best they can, they'll manage their revenues, they'll manage their service portfolios and keep within that very broad definition of financial sustainability. We'll all do that, but the price to be paid is a livability one, and in inner urban Melbourne, that's going to mean that the 20th century infrastructure and services won't be retrofitted to meet a 21st century standard. So more financial flexibility, which is code for recurrent revenue capacity. That's the thing that's missing.
I appreciate that. Greg Fox, I think to lessen that control is certainly the policy settings that we would like to see, because there has been a considerable amount of increasing control over time. We've talked around the need for federal assistance, for example, but the truth is, as a sector, we would like to manage ourselves. And so sometimes we do have a conversation. I say, well, you get a grant for this and you get a grant for that. We're kind of like, don't necessarily want grants. We want to be able to have the system itself sustain itself. The capping system itself, probably won't comment on that as a system, but really where it's been set year after year is way underneath what real CPI is, let alone a local government index, which is one of the things that we've put, as has the MAV, that it's actually shaped differently as an index. And that alone would have a dramatic impact on us over time in terms of being able to sustain it. Getting rates from some parties, we have a desalination plant. We talked about, I heard you talking about Pylor before. They don't pay any rates. They've probably lost, maybe $9–10 million in the last, since 2012 when that was put in place. They're essentially owned by an offshore company that is, paid perhaps $1.8 million a day to operate, and council does not. Council, essentially pays the road out there. The other thing around Pylor that I did hear you talking about that I might comment on quickly is that. The thing about community benefits now is that it is different than when industry was shaped during the industrial complex of 100 years ago, where whole communities gathered around, whether it was a sugar mill, whether it was a coal-fired power station, etc. Whole communities established around them. The way new energy works is that it's not quite like that. What we'll see is more of an extraction style of economy that happens. So the idea that there is some legacy left is actually a critical policy setting that needs to be addressed and looked at.
Okay, appreciate that.
Can I just comment too? The question was around what conversations have been happening. There have been a number of inquiries into local government funding and financial sustainability, both by the state and federally. And I think the same issues come up every time. So I think a lot of what we're talking about has been explored many times, and there's been no change. So, and I think particularly around the amount of funding that local government gets, so the percentage of funding that local government get as a comparator to the amount of assets that we're maintaining, the services we're delivering, it's not balanced, and I think that's come up through every single inquiry and still hasn't been addressed.
Specifically, I've raised this with the opposition Shadow Minister for Local Government as recently as last week. I've raised it with the Green spokesperson for local government just this morning, just prior to this meeting. We've reached out to the new State Government Minister for Local Government as well to discuss cost shifting. And once again, it's as much about governance and roles and responsibilities as it is about cost shifting. This is around this blurred concept of who's responsible for what and how it gets funded and delivered. And until we address that fundamental issue, there's always going to be that scope creep, there's always going to be that funding creep, and local government becomes the easy way of shifting those responsibilities and shifting those costs. Fundamentally, what we need at a state and local government level is that clarity of roles and responsibilities, and obviously there's scope there in terms of federal involvement, given obviously the federal government has found a number of mechanisms, as I've mentioned before, around roads to recovery and other means to actually directly support local government as well. Clarifying roles and responsibilities and setting up good governance between three tiers of government will lead to greater community outcomes. It will ease some of the frustration that I know many of us get with constituents contacting us going, I've got an issue, and it being bounced between levels of government and members of parliament. And it will also lead to quicker, faster and more efficient outcomes. I can speak to examples in the city of Port Phillip where we are waiting for 4 years for planning initiatives. The Montague Precinct Plan for Fisherman's Bend, we've been waiting for 4 years from the state government to release it. If it was local government, we'd be hung over the coals if we took that long. So, once again, it comes back to good governance, roles and responsibilities, and where there's a requirement for federal leadership, given the federal funding settings and the governance settings that my colleagues have talked about, to provide that leadership, they then can filter through to state and local level as well.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you all for providing evidence today. I just wanted to get back to, I guess, some of the terms of reference, specifically around alternate sources of revenue that might not be tapped into at this point. Is there any other streams of revenue that haven't been considered that we should be looking at potentially that are available to the local governments that need to be legislated, etc.? I'm interested to get your thoughts because, at the end of the day, we don't, as much as we'd like to have, we don't have bottomless buckets of cash. We need to have more sustainable funding models, and I think that I believe that starts with how do we increase our ability to generate revenue. So I'm keen to understand what settings that you would like to see that give you an ability to create more revenue streams within your local government jurisdictions.
Thank you for the question. I think initially there was, this is my third term in local government. I spent 2 terms when I was elected in 2005 for a city council out in Melbourne's east, the city of Maroondah. And at the time there's discussion around direct funding of the GST to local government, and obviously that didn't proceed. But, you know, the GST was certainly floated at the time in around those conversations. Around that time, we saw the introduction of roads to recovery and that direct funding stream between federal government to local government. And that was quite a challenge at the time, because there was discussion that it would actually be quite a challenge to do in setting up those direct funding pathways. But it has been done, and we've seen the success of that program in supporting local roads and local infrastructure. And once again, I think there's the ability for federal involvement to support community infrastructure, to support those direct funding streams to local government, where, once again, we know our communities, we know our local community priorities, and we can support and accommodate that growth. You know, one of the challenges around the disaster recovery funding in the state of Victoria is, while the federal funds are available, it requires a state contribution, and my understanding is the state contribution here in Victoria has been a challenge to secure. And that means that our local communities who are affected by bushfires, flooding and other natural disasters have been missing out on that funding stream. So if there's a way that we can continue that direct funding support between federal government to local government, not only will we get greater community outcomes, you'll see a greater return and a faster, quicker, more efficient result at a local community level.
I might comment on waste. I raised the issue of waste previously, but one of our most difficult waste streams is residual waste that comes from the packaging. So again, you know, getting funding that would come from those who have created that packaging would be a source of revenue that I think local government should see. State government, as I said, charges us a levy, a landfill levy, and that funding in theory comes back to us through grant funds, etc. But again, councils wear the greatest cost of actually picking up the waste, disposing of the waste. So, you know, I think that if there was some sort of funding stream that could come from those who are creating the waste in the first place, that would come to local government, that would ease one of those costs. I think that would be a good example of a different or a new revenue stream.
Greg Box, we've looked at a number of opportunities. We'll always encourage that innovation and creativity around it, whether that's, you know, the parking stuff happens in the city, and, you know, these are sometimes revenue streams, short stay accommodation. There's, you know, energy projects, for example. We take a little bit of money from our EV chargers, etc. But you're really at low levels here, you know, regarding actual sustainable income. The other thing that I'm really careful of in this kind of discussion is to watch for us turning a hold of our energy to try to make money, to try to operate in a more, let's call it, business-like fashion, when we're actually a tier of government that has to deliver service. So it's actually as much about our concentration on service delivery and not getting too caught up in whether, you know, our staff want to be running a cake stall to draw income in, rather that they're actually delivering services.
I hear what you're saying, Mr. Box, but I also think at this specific point in time, within the public discourse, there is an expectation on all 3 tiers of government to find ways to increase revenue, because, to be perfectly frank, voters are sick and tired of all 3 tiers with their hand out constantly asking taxpayers to fund the service provision within our respective jurisdictions. So I respect what you're saying, but we have to, as responsible tiers of government, find ways to carry the burden, especially through tapping into commercial enterprise that operate within our jurisdictions. Have I got time for a couple more? Yep. I am interested to get your thoughts around sporting infrastructure and the requirements that are being put on LGAs by peak bodies. How much pressure is that placing on you specifically in your respective areas, and is there a need for a more holistic approach around the impact of decisions being made by the peak sporting bodies on local government's ability to be able to deliver critical infrastructure for the enabling of sports participation in our local areas?
Really good question. Thank you for that question. The City of Port Phillip's been commissioning a community infrastructure plan to look, and our sport recreation strategy to look at our current and future sporting needs. And one of the challenges with sporting facilities is the standards that are required due to various levels of competition standards. You know, we are an inner city, densely populated municipality. New land's not magically becoming available. So we have had a real focus on how do we maximise the efficiency and multi-use facility of whether it's sporting facilities or whether it's community facilities more broadly. One of the challenges with that is the standards around competition, around dimensions of fields, sporting facilities, you know, line markings and all those sort of bits and pieces that diminish the ability to turn them into genuine multi-use spaces. And that is a real challenge in a municipality like ours, where we don't have the luxury of additional space. And just to touch on your earlier question, the City of Port Phillip has an annual efficiency dividend through our annual budget process, where we've actually required, through the Chief Executive Officer, to improve and increase the efficiencies of council. And that, on an annual basis, saves around about 1.5 to 2 million on an annual basis through the City of Port Phillip. So we are doing our bit in terms of driving efficiencies, leading to more effective outcomes, but there's systemic challenges that obviously still remain.
Your question's a really good one. Peak sporting bodies, the AFL is a very astute body, and if you look to what the AFL has done over time, they put a small amount of money on the table and get much greater contributions from local, state and federal governments to build stadia. For a country of 27 million people, we've got phenomenal peak body or peak sporting body infrastructure. Your question in terms of their, if you like, their cultivation of grassroots sport, the AFL again is very effective at that, and there is absolutely a knock-on impact, if you like, in terms of today the promotion and the support for girls and women to play AFL, as an example. What that means for a city like Stonington, inner urban Melbourne, where public space, recreational space is overprescribed. We need to spend a lot more money, which we don't have, on creating more recreational space. So that is a good example of where the livability question is there is an erosion of livability and the erosion of the capacity of local government to provide for this wonderful expectation and aspiration for girls and women to play a particular sport, and so it goes.
Greg Box, Mr.
Now, I think there is that expectation being raised, you know, as I mentioned before, even in our communities, around anyone who's played, particularly football and cricket, are very dominant in this space, whereas we have, you know, surfing, skateboarding, all sorts of stuff that is now emerged, probably a little bit different from the 1970s when a lot of this infrastructure was laid out. So that expectation is huge around what you know, what sporting organisations want. They only, you know, they go and play at someone else's ground and see the rooms, etc., and then come back and are applying pressure into local government to be able to provide in exactly the same way. So it's a kind of escalating, you know, race to the top. It is definitely a lot of the community desire that comes in is around increased capacity in sporting facilities.
Lucy Roffey, can I make a comment as well? I think what we're talking about too is increased standards, which lead to safety, which is, you know, I think we're all in support of, and increased participation, so from different groups. So all of those things, perhaps additional things that are being put on us, are things that actually we would support because they make sport more accessible, safer, etc. But in terms of funding coming from peak bodies into local government to provide grassroots facilities, no, we see very little funding coming from them.
I've got plenty more questions, but I'm not sure if other people got.
Chair, I have a question at Helen.
Great. Go ahead.
You happy for me to go?
Yeah. This will be the last quick question. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. My question is to the M9. Victorian Local Government Grants Commission has told this inquiry that the minimum grant requirement, and I quote, overrides the horizontal equity principle, and that its ability to direct funding to high needs rural council is, in its words, significantly constrained by that requirement. All 17 Victorian minimum grant councils, which include most of the M9, as I understand it, derive less than 5% of recurrent revenue from the federal assistance grants. I'm curious, would the M9 agree that the VLGGC's finding that the current minimum grant is in tension with horizontal equalisation? And I'm curious, if you do agree with that, what would your position be on resolving that tension?
I don't think I'm in a position to answer that definitively here and now, but I'll certainly undertake to do so after today.
Yeah. Thank you. So you'll take that on notice?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Great. All right. Well, that sounds like a good place to finish. So thank you for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I'll now suspend the hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Municipal Association of Victoria to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Kat Panjari. I'm the Director of Strategic Foresight and Partnerships at the MAV.
Okay.
And Emlyn Breeze, Coordinator of Research and Policy at the MAV.
Great. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'll now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference today.
Tom Manning, Member for Grey, all of Regional SA. Most of Regional SA.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong here in Melbourne.
And Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
And on teleconference?
Helen Haynes, Member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, and thank you to the committee for inviting us here today. For those of you who don't know, the Municipal Association of Victoria is the legislated peak body for local government here in Victoria. We represent all 79 councils across the state, metropolitan, rural and regional, and we've actually been representing the Victorian local government sector since 1879 with an Act of Parliament in 1907 which officially recognised the MAV as the voice for local government in Victoria. The MAV has identified that there are currently serious risks to the financial security of Victorian councils and the future of the local government sector here in Victoria. Climate volatility, demographic shifts, digital disruption and rising costs are reshaping the way we live and work and connect. Local government is the first tier of government where democracy meets daily life, where trust and resilience is built through the services, the spaces and the connections that sustain over 7 million Victorians. The Victorian local government sector is under unprecedented strain, asked to do more by other levels of government and their communities with less certainty and mounting financial pressure. Without systemic funding reform, the sector will continue to decline, community resilience will erode and inequities will deepen. Councils are central to meeting national priorities, from supporting population growth by enabling housing supply, delivering essential community infrastructure, to maintaining safe local roads, strengthening climate resilience and helping communities navigate the energy transition. Yet these expectations are rising while federal funding support has not kept pace, limiting councils' ability to plan, invest and respond proactively. Allow me a moment to shine a light on the serious risks to the financial security of the Victorian local government sector. From the introduction of the state-imposed rate cap 10 years ago to June last year, costs facing Victorian councils have increased 44% faster than the CPI rate cap. That's based on the MAV's Local Government Cost Index. The MAV expects this trend to continue to undermine financial sustainability if no changes are made to the implementation of that rate cap. Despite population growth, net capital expenditure across Victorian councils has stagnated at around $2.3 billion per year since 2018-19. Increasingly, Victorian councils report underlying deficits, reductions in unrestricted cash and working capital, and deteriorating asset renewal rates. Our reports or submissions to this inquiry indicate that Victorian councils manage more than $152 billion of assets and infrastructure. While varying across council type, a significant percentage of that infrastructure is funded through own source revenue. All council groupings, including metropolitan councils who you'll hear from through this inquiry are unable to make full provision for the asset renewal, leading to a significant statewide asset renewal gap. The impact of these forces is that council capital works programs are delayed and proactive maintenance is reduced. Drawing on the findings of this report, which we commend to the inquiry, it's the Future is Local Financial Sustainability Report by SGS Economics, which we commissioned here at the MAV. The case for funding reform begins with the structural financial constraints that limit councils' ability to meet growing community needs. Councils' tax base is misaligned with service responsibilities, leaving them unable to keep pace with rising costs and expectations. While local governments should be financially autonomous, that is, able to raise revenue in line with the subsidiarity principle, Victoria's system falls short. The MAV submissions to this inquiry highlight that in Australia over the last decade, the Commonwealth has collected 81% of total tax revenue, the states and territories 15.5% of tax revenue, and local government the remaining 3.5%. Yet the revenue-raising powers across our three tiers of government are not aligned to their expenditure obligations, particularly in the context of infrastructure. So for every dollar of revenue that Victorian councils collect, they manage $10 of physical assets, such as roads and parks and kindergartens. For the Victorian government, this figure is $4 for every dollar they raise, and the Commonwealth just 40 cents for every dollar that they raise. The fiscal imbalance must be resolved to safeguard the financial sustainability of Victorian councils, ensuring that they can invest in that essential infrastructure, the climate adaptation and the business development, all areas that directly support economic productivity to their local communities that sit both across state and federal electorates. Councils that run at a deficit will be unable to continue to deliver the services and infrastructure their communities rely on. Already in Victoria, we've seen councils faced with the difficult decisions to withdraw from services such as high-quality, not-for-profit childcare and aged care. Councils will continue to make those hard decisions about which of the 262 local swimming pools and aquatic centres, or which local basketball and recreation facilities, or which of the 291 local libraries to keep open. Trust in government has never been a more important resource. Victorian councils want to partner with their state and federal counterparts in building social cohesion and realising their community's aspirations, but they need a funding model that affords them the capacity to do so. A key element to financial sustainability, that's the resilience to unforeseen shocks, is playing out right now with the fallout of the fuel price situation. Councils, especially small rural shires here in Victoria, are struggling to absorb the impacts of these significant fuel cost shocks, and there simply isn't a buffer left to absorb a shock like this. The MA believes that the future of the Victorian local government sector requires structural reform, sustained investment, and a recalibration of the funding relationship between local, state and the Commonwealth Government. The scale of reform required across fiscal, legislative and cultural elements cannot be achieved through incremental change alone. We commend our report recommendations to you, and we're very happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. I might just start with I think you're proposing targeted federal investment across 5 Make Good Happen priorities. Yep. So building community infrastructure to support growth, the community roads repair blitz, better supported local participation in the energy transition, proactive investment in disaster resilient infrastructure, and initiatives to strengthen local democracy and social cohesion. There's a lot there. What does that look like in practice? Like, what would you like the federal government's role to be in that, in providing that targeted sort of support?
So if I could refer to the community infrastructure one, for example. So councils provide the enabling critical infrastructure for housing supply to occur. So that's below ground infrastructure that you can't see, the stormwater drainage infrastructure, as well as above ground infrastructure to connect communities where those housing developments occur. And at the moment, councils are paying the lion's share of that community infrastructure provision in this state. So what we're calling for is a similar program to a roads to recovery model, where a council gets a provision of funding. So it's not tied, it's not competitive. It's an ongoing funding stream that councils know what their provision will be depending on their population and their circumstances, and it's distributed across the state so that councils can meet those ongoing needs without having to be measured by the competitiveness of their ability to write an application for a grant, for example, which creates inequity across the sector. So we're calling for these funds that allocate untied grants. Of course, there's accountability to where those funds are allocated to meet the needs of local communities. But for something like community infrastructure, I'm sure you'll hear from councils that it's fundamental that that kind of funding is distributed from the Commonwealth to local governments. The other one around the energy transition, which I know you've heard about this morning, it's less of a funding commitment and more of a policy shift to actually mandate that large proponents of the energy transition or large providers who are usually multinational companies are actually mandated to engage with councils. At the moment, there's only very loose guidelines that suggest that they should. There's no mandated requirements. So that's a policy shift that we're requiring to really ensure that that community legacy benefit sharing occurs in communities, because we think those proponents should contribute to key worker housing, to the local road network, to the community infrastructure that's needed to support those communities. We actually have here in Victoria, Moyne Shire, which is decommissioning the first wind farm that was put in place decades ago. And the town that that is now left behind is a ghost town. There's been no legacy benefit to that community from all of the wind profits that were, or the profits that were generated by that wind farm for that that provider. So that's a policy shift we're seeking in the platform. So there are funding mechanisms, but there are policy shift mechanisms as well. If I could refer to the disaster ready building to withstand model here in Victoria, we have an arrangement where you can't necessarily build back better after a disaster. We're building back the same road over and over again, or resurfacing the same road, because the arrangement between the state and the Commonwealth Government here in Victoria doesn't enable to build to withstand or build back better. We're very concerned that we should be proactively, as a sector, identifying the infrastructure that we know is vulnerable to climate risk and weather events, and we think they should be proactively invested in before the next disaster happens. So that's, again, the policy and funding shift that we'd like to see there. In terms of the social cohesion pillar, it's really fundamental that we make the connection between the question of national security and social cohesion and community cohesion at the local level. We know that by having socially cohesive communities, whether that's engaging young people or engaging groups in more civil discourse around differences and how to respectfully disagree, we know those conversations and programs can happen at a local level, but we recognise that to meet national security interests, we need funding from the Commonwealth to be able to do that. So in addition to the structural reforms that we've outlined in our submission, we think that those 5 key pillars, which the local government sector here in Victoria identified as the top priorities for Commonwealth funding and policy change, we think they will shift the dial on the sustainability of the local government sector as well.
All right, thank you. Might go to you, Ms Penfold.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. I know that you didn't specifically address the issue in your submission, but I'm interested in this the concept of local government price index over a CPI-based indexation. Do you have any views on that particular issue, as I see it very much associated with obviously changing the way that local government is funded and getting closer to reflecting the actual costs that councils are facing?
Thank you for the question. Emlyn actually, who's sitting beside me, actually developed that MAV local government cost index for Victoria. So I might hand over to you, who has a croaky voice, I might say, so be gentle, to talk about the components associated with that cost index.
Yeah, absolutely. So Victoria is actually the kind of late comer to having a local government cost index. other states and territories across Australia previously had them. We identified that as a gap and set out to kind of build a model that reflects a bit better than CPI what the costs that councils face are, because it's not, you know, your household basket of goods, it's assets, it's wages, that kind of thing. There's a couple of different models that have been adopted in Australia. There are some which go into a lot of detail. South Australia's one, I think, goes into 37 different items, all weighted to an ABS index, down to things like books for your library spend and automotive fuel. The other model is basically, which we've adopted, a much simpler, here's your kind of representative asset costs, here's your representative of wage costs, and then using CPI as a kind of catch-all for the remainder. So that's the way we went down. We explored the other model. We found the differences that we were getting in results weren't kind of sufficient to justify both the kind of calculation complexity as well as the explanation complexity when you're looking at it. In Victoria, currently, the rate cap is based on a CPI forecast by Treasury each year. And as Kat mentioned in her opening remarks, we found that that's significantly underperformed the actual cost increases based on our cost index that councils face. We think that's a really serious problem over time. We look to kind of New South Wales as something of a cautionary tale. They've had rate capping for a lot longer than we have. And we find that each year there seems to be a handful of councils who are asking for rate increases of 50, 60, 70, 80%, because there's only so long that you can kind of defer your capital works programs. You can kind of cut back on your maintenance, you can cut back on service delivery. Eventually that kind of comes at a cost, and they're finding that that comes in big lump sums due to having a rate capping system that doesn't effectively measure the actual cost faced by councils.
Thank you for that. I guess the question in my mind is, across local government, the proposal is that financial assistance grants get lifted to 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue, which, given current circumstances, it may be difficult for governments to achieve. How could a local government price index be applied then at a federal government level? I mean, clearly there are different models at the state. How could one be applied so that, you know, there is a growth beyond a CPI in financial assistance grants if the 1% was not a commitment that government was prepared to make?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I think looking at things like the ABS produces a number of indexes which represent infrastructure costs, things like road and bridge construction, non-house building construction, as well as kind of public sector wage price indexes. I think if you're looking at those for a sort of inflator for the total amount of financial assistance grants, that would probably give you a better guide to the cost councils are facing. In terms of distribution, I think I'm less familiar with other state grants commissions. I think in general the Victorian Grants Commission does a relatively good job in terms of looking at the different cost pressures that councils face to deliver a common standard of service. But yeah, in terms of the quantum, I think infrastructure and wage prices would be the sort of drivers of most council costs. So if you wanted to use that to guide financial assistance grants, I think that'd be a great step forward.
And that could be applied in a
Thank
national
you.
context.
Okay, I might go to Ms. Brisky next.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for being here. I'm wondering, given your the work that you do across all the councils in Victoria, whether you can provide some insight into where local councils are being innovative in terms of their both in terms of funding and revenue opportunities, as well as the improving their financial sustainability.
Talk about some of the shared service models?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think one of the key elements there is councils adopting a shared service model for common services. One of the most successful ones that I can think of is shared service for library kind of management services, particularly around the Gippsland and Mornington Peninsula kind of area. There's been really good work there. In terms of other kind of innovative revenue sources, the capacity for that varies a lot, council to council. Rural Councils Victoria commissioned a report maybe 18 months or so ago looking at what ability there is for rural councils to develop new income streams, and they found that for a lot of councils it's really limited. There just isn't that kind of commercial opportunity for them to develop that. So, you know, some councils, metropolitan councils, have things like, you know, significant parking revenue, which helps a lot. Rural councils can't really rely on that so much. So, yeah, it does vary a lot from council to council. I think shared services is one of the key ways to go forward, though.
We are also aware that councils are increasingly looking to AI, particularly in the planning context, for example. We've also led some work around the ethical and responsible use of AI in sorting through those planning applications that can be sorted through without a level of human judgment. There would always be someone making a decision, but they could certainly process them through AI much quicker. So whilst innovation is occurring to a certain extent, it's really important to note that over the last 10 years in Victoria, the risk aversion that councils have leaned towards is really prevalent. They were much more open to exploring those sorts of business models or shared service models before rate capping came in, because they did have more control over their revenue raising destiny. Now we're seeing a much more constrained financial context, and so councils are more risk averse to actually undertake that level of large scale innovation. So we certainly support a shared services model where we can, and we know there are clusters of councils doing really interesting work in that space. But again, it needs to be much more systemic than that. It can't just be individual groups of councils who have the capacity to come together. We genuinely think it needs to be, the kind of equalisation of funding across 3 levels of government needs to address those core issues.
Yeah. And when you talk about the need for funding reform, are you looking at that make good happen? Is that what you see as funding reform in terms of some ideas, or are you looking more?
We're looking more broadly. We're looking at really reassessing how those funds are distributed across the 3 levels of government. And that's the kind of structural fiscal reform we're talking about. So continuing with, as much as we recommend an untied grants process through the 5 pillars that we've identified to deal with the ongoing operating costs of councils, the day-to-day operating costs of councils. We do need these structural financial reforms to be really reviewed, and this is a unique opportunity to do that. The other important point to make is that on paper, in a Victorian context, the Victorian Auditor General would say that councils appear to be operating at operating surpluses, but that's actually from an accounting point of view only on paper. They actually are having to put on their books, if you like, that grant funding and infrastructure contributions that they hold on to, particularly in growth area councils. So that distorts what an operating budget looks like on paper. So the underlying deficit and the underlying surpluses are the things to really look at, and that's where we've identified that councils are really struggling across the board.
Sorry, just to clarify, you're talking about they put on within their budgets an assumption that they're going to get those grants, or
no, they account for those grants that they currently have.
Oh, okay, right. Okay.
And they account for the infrastructure contributions that they currently have, but that distorts the operating budget that you have. So that's not cash at hand, or, that's cash that you have to hold. So to get a truer picture, we really have to look at those underlying surpluses, which excludes those sort of sources of funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Great. Mr. Fenning.
Yeah, thank you. I represent 30 regional councils. Of those 30, 12 are currently operated as unsustainable or unfinancial, according to the equivalent body in South Australia. Do you see similar trends in Victoria across regional metropolitan councils?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. We've also commissioned work around the small rural shires of Victoria, so that's 19 across the state, and all of them came up with being financially unsustainable into the longer term. That's why we're very concerned about the future of the sector moving forward. We can't continue to operate with the business as usual model. It's just not working.
Why do you see the differences between those two council types? And secondly, do you believe we need to change the payment in lieu of rates in Victoria to increase the rates that these new renewable energy zones would be contributing to council.
We'll move to the payment of rates in lieu in a moment, but the point about small rural councils is the one that Emlyn made earlier. They don't have the capacity to generate any other revenue aside. They're very dependent on grants and the federal assistance grants, and they have a very small rate base, and they have large kilometres of and distance between townships and a very geographically dispersed community. So the operating model, and unfortunately the federal assistance grants just haven't kept pace with the increasing costs of those rural councils. And they can't generate the kind of own source revenue that perhaps a metropolitan council could do through parking revenue. But having said that, for most metropolitan councils, parking revenue only accounts for about 6% of their budget anyway, so it's not massive. It's one tiny lever. In terms of the payment in lieu of rates, did you want to cover that, or shall? Yeah.
I think it's a really good point. I think the discounts offered are pretty severe. That obviously kind of it has two effects. One, it decreases the total amount of revenue that council has, but it also increases the level of burden that is placed on other ratepayers, on residential ratepayers, and agricultural properties in the municipality. So I think that's absolutely the case for the economic benefit that they're kind of getting. I don't think they tip in a lot of money to supplying the basic services in the communities that they do rely on, and the roads that they do rely on.
Great, thanks.
We might go to Dr. Haynes.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just confirming, because I can't see who's in the room, the Victorian Local Government Association is not in the room?
No, that's right. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, terrific. All right. Well, not terrific, that's a pity. But thank you to MAB for your submission and for your appearance today. Just again, picking up on the questioning around funding reform, the Department of Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development has told us on this committee that state and territory governments are responsible for ensuring baseline operational funding for local government is sufficient. You've noted that the vertical fiscal imbalance, you've noted that in your opening statement. So I take it that you disagree with this position. I'm curious about that. And in your view, what does a more proactive Commonwealth role look like?
Yes, with respect, we do disagree with that view. I think you may well have heard through this inquiry, or you will hear, about the cost shifting that's actually occurring at a state level. So numerous decisions taken by the Victorian Government to raise revenue have either had direct cost impacts on Victorian council services or required them to pass state charges on to their communities. We can talk about just one example, the waste levy, so a fee on material deposited to landfill, has increased by 157% by the state over the last 4 or 5 years. That's a fixed amount. That's an estimated $260 million in cost shifting to 2025, and we think it's a further $113 million in 25-26. So with respect, we do disagree that the states have the financial baseline interests of councils at heart. That's me re-quoting what you said. In terms of the Commonwealth imbalance, again, we go back to just the inability of councils in Victoria to generate their own revenue source. So that distribution of funds to a rate-capped state needs to be considered as a significant factor, as a significant point of difference alongside New South Wales. So we're not operating on the same kind of playing field, if you like, where other councils across different jurisdictions in different states across Australia, particularly in Queensland and Western Australia, have different sources of revenue and can determine what their rating revenue is. So that fiscal imbalance, particularly in a Victorian context, we do think through the federal assistance grants, through a local government cost index application rather than CPI, for example. That's a very practical and recommended measure as well. by untying those Commonwealth grants, as we've talked about in some of those earlier large initiatives like community infrastructure for housing, roads, energy transition, social cohesion, by untying those grants and making them less administratively burdensome on councils, that would make a difference in a Victorian context as well. The point about grants is that they're actually incredibly inefficient as well. The administrative burden that they take to deliver, you know, if I can be sort of some of the hoops that councils have to jump through with matching funding, and those small rural councils just don't have the matching funds to be able to apply for those grants. So it's inequitable as it stands. So there's some of the key sort of structural reforms.
Yeah, thank you. Yep, that's really helpful. I can tell that untying the grants is a key point of yours. Also, though, I'm curious about what you just said about the co-contributions. Have you got some actual examples of where local governments are not applying for Commonwealth grants because of the co-contribution?
Absolutely, and we could take that on notice to certainly provide you some distinct case studies across Victoria of where that's the case. And we know that there are particularly small rural and regional councils who, again, don't have the capacity to take on the risk to borrow. So you would often hear the Victorian Auditor General's Office saying councils have borrowing capacity based on the way their books look, but they don't. They don't because of that underlying deficit model that they're operating under. So they're not willing or able to take the risk to borrow to be able to do the co-contribution as well. But we can certainly get examples of that for you.
That would be really helpful because this is the other element. If there's not untied grants available, we're stuck currently with this co-contribution model, and if that is a serious impediment, then we really need some worked examples. Can I take you just to another area in your submission, and you touched on this before with Mr. Venning's question. Your submission highlights the lack of resources and frameworks to help communities and local governments to meaningfully participate in the transition to renewable energy. Would you be able to step out for the committee just how much time, budget and staffing capacity you estimate that local governments who have renewable energy projects in their jurisdiction dedicate to navigating this transition to renewables? And in your opinion, if you think they're appropriately resourced for this responsibility?
Yeah, thank you for the question. No, we don't think that councils are appropriately resourced, and it depends on their capacity and their capability to resource it themselves. So that, again, is a very uneven playing field, which pits large proponents, again, multinational companies, against council's capacity to actually be at the table or the negotiating table. So that's one part of it. And again, there's nothing mandating those proponents to be at the table or to negotiate with councils on that, aside from guidelines and goodwill. But the other component that I need to draw your attention to is just the amount of mis and disinformation that is in this space, and the amount of time and effort that it takes for councils to manage that part of the energy transition, which erodes the social licence for these projects. So we're seeing that councils are increasingly having to enter the space where these sorts of projects are being weaponised at a local level and pitting, if you like, farmers or landholders against one another as to where these projects will go. And the erosion of social cohesion that happens in those communities, you know, between football teams, between clubs, between neighbours, is then left to council to try and repair. So there are the fracturing that's happening around this energy transition, unfortunately, fuelled by mis and disinformation, so bad actors in the space, is making the work of council really difficult, let alone trying to negotiate long-term legacy benefits into that community. We're just not seeing evidence of that playing out. We're not seeing, as I said earlier, the key worker housing or the roads. We're seeing football jumpers being sponsored or market stalls being sponsored, but we're not seeing that large-scale long-term community infrastructure investment, and councils either don't have the capacity all the expertise or capability to be able to buy in the negotiating skills needed to negotiate these outcomes with these proponents. Those councils that are hosting the energy transition are finding it incredibly difficult to support communities through this process.
We heard testimony earlier from Realliance around exactly this challenge for local government, and they proposed a solution in what they call local energy hubs, situated within local council, funded by the Commonwealth to address these challenges. Have you had a chance to think about that or look at that model, and if so, what would your view be on that?
We haven't in detail, but we'd be very happy to have a look at those models and again provide response and feedback post this inquiry, if you like, or post this hearing.
That'd be great if you could do that. We need to find a solution to this, don't we?
Yeah. Again, we come at it from a mandated a mandated perspective that both state and federal government could find the levers to mandate that councils are at the negotiating table. But we can certainly have a look at that model that was referred to and provide feedback.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
And one final question from... Yeah.
Thank you for providing evidence today. I just want to go to the opening part of your submission. It says, as the peak of the body for the Victorian local government sector, the Municipal Association of Victoria offers councils a one-stop shop of services and support to help them serve their communities. It goes on to say that you represent all 79 municipalities across the state. I'm interested to understand what level of support you provide to local governments across the state in things like grant submissions under the competitive grant tendering programs.
Yeah, it's a really interesting space that is a gap, I think, currently. We would ideally love to be able to support councils in that process, but that only contributes to the inequity of that systemic sort of model. So we are... Sorry
to interrupt. So you're a one-stop shop, but not quite a one-stop shop, because you don't provide those services to assist smaller councils to do applications for grants?
Our reform needs to be more structural, is what we would suggest, that continuing this competitive grant writing process is only going to perpetuate the fiscal constraints that councils are in. So if we were to enter into the space of writing grant applications for small councils across Victoria,
providing assistance to councils to be able to, because one of the things that you've been talking about this afternoon has been the inability of local councils to be able to write competitive or non-competitive grant applications. I would have thought as the peak you would provide some assistance to that application of skill set for some of the less well-to-do local governments. That's not something that you do.
Again, we would prefer to advocate for the systemic change to actually bring about a better balance between that the model that exists at the moment. So, that's the...
No, that's fine. I just wanted to get some clarification. I am keen to understand, outside of the financial assistance grants being increased to 1%, what other avenues do you see as an ability for local governments to increase revenue within their own jurisdiction?
As Emlyn identified earlier, feel free to jump in, Emlyn, it's very constrained. So particularly across rural and regional Victoria, they don't have the ability to generate additional revenue. 6%, as I said earlier, is about what metropolitan councils are generating through additional parking revenue, for example. But it's a very difficult context for councils to be able to generate and invest in the sort of business models to be able to generate additional income. And ultimately it goes back into serving the communities where it's most needed. So it's not to surplus kind of requirements.
So I wanted to go to rate revenue. So is there a distinguished difference between residential rate revenue collection and commercial rate revenue as proportion of service delivery for each dollar raised? And what is that?
Yeah, most councils will apply a differential rate to different types of properties. So there'll be a residential rate, a commercial rate, potentially an agricultural rate, and then they might have additional rates like a community group rate, conservation rate. So there'll be a different rate in dollar applied, reflecting the fact that they access services differently. That is ultimately a decision for each council to apply. There are limits on how much variation there can be between the lowest rate and the highest rate, which for some councils can be quite constraining due to the kind of differences they have. There are also elements that some councils use, like in Victoria we have a municipal charge, which is a flat charge per property holder in addition to your rate into the dollar in the property, which can kind of realign some of the burden towards, say in a rural shire, would realign it towards the township and less from the agricultural properties surrounding. So there are mechanisms available. Outside of the kind of restrictions, the legislative restrictions on rates, for rural councils in particular, that still wouldn't solve the problem. Like their problem is, even if we remove the rate cap today, their rate base simply doesn't have the capacity to pay at a local level the increased costs of service delivery that they face because of large road networks and having to operate satellite services through a municipality, attracting workers. So they face increased cost pressures and don't have the kind of rate base that's capable of paying the increased cost that represents.
So essentially, remote and regional areas are more adversely affected by their inability to create their own alternate revenue streams.
Yep.
Would it be fair to say then that we need to look at a model whereby they potentially get a larger cut of the pie compared to metropolitan counterparts, whereby they have more autonomy over their ability to seek additional rate revenue through commercial enterprise, etc.?
Yeah, so with the distribution of financial assistance grants in particular, the Grants Commission in Victoria does look at that. They effectively look at a range of factors to determine what is the revenue raising capacity of a given council based on population, socio-economic status, other opportunities for revenue like tourism and parking, things like that. Then they also apply a set of factors to deliver a common unit of service. Is it more expensive or less expensive for a council to deliver? So that might be, some of our outer metropolitan councils, population growth would come into that. Lots of families with children aged 0 to 4 comes into that. Culturally diverse community comes into that for needing to kind of, deliver services across that. Then in your rural areas, it is more about kind of population dispersion, lack of economies of scale and that kind of thing. So they come to a overall kind of cost adjuster as well as a revenue adjuster. And that's how the distribution of financial assistance grants works in Victoria. My understanding is other states do the same or similar with their commissions, but I'm not familiar with that process.
But Emlyn raises a good point in terms of the community's ability to pay. So even if a council could increase a charge, not necessarily the rate, but a charge for a service, in those rural and regional Victorias, particularly at this parts of Victoria, particularly at this cost of living stressful time, their ability to pay for that service is very constrained as well. So that's the balance that councils are looking at through their annual budget cycle when they're reviewing their charges for whatever service it is that they might be charging for. They have to strike that balance for their communities, and tipping that scale, you'll find that most people won't be able to pay that difference. And in fact, we're seeing deferrals on rates being increasing. People aren't paying their rates. Bad debts are increasing, and councils are having to bring in debt collectors to chase rate payments. So, that's a very fine sort of tipping point with what those councils can do.
I'm interested to know, and you might not have the answer to this question, but is there a general practice whereby councils provide what would you call it? Period, like a period whereby there's a rate neutral timeline for a business establish themselves within a municipality where they're not paying rates for 5-10 years, and that's just a commercial hit that the LGAs are taking to try and attract business to local areas.
Yeah.
And if that is something that's a general practice, like, what would that percentage make up be across a state?
Not a general practice. I'm not aware of examples. There might also be some complications just with how legislation for rate collection is set up to do that. I think in general the approach councils would take is to use expenditure to promote investment activity rather than kind of looking at a discount on revenue.
Okay, and just one last question. Just in relation to community groups and getting peppercorn lease agreements, etc., or rate reductions, is it fair that the rest of ratepayers pay a cost associated where some of those potentially sporting community clubs are then paying players to participate in sports in local leagues, whilst councils are taking a hit on not collecting their fair portion?
I don't think the MAV has a particular view on that, except again, councils in that decision-making matrix of how they apply their licence and lease arrangements to council facilities would weigh up the cost benefit of that service being provided to the community, to the club participation, to the junior sports, to the benefit that's providing to the community. So they are the kind of difficult decisions that councils weigh up again through their annual budget process. I'm not sure about those specific examples where they're paying players or what our view on that.
I think that everyone knows pretty clearly through amateur sporting leagues across the whole country that there are significant financial payments that are paid to players, and there is reductions in payments made by clubs to local governments for the use of those lands.
That's the part that I'm not sure of about the licence and lease arrangements that they have with those clubs. So yes, no doubt there are paying clubs, but we don't know what they're paying in terms of those arrangements. Yeah.
Quick one.
Very quick. So just those other three areas, so residential, commercial and agriculture and conservation, across those other three groups across the state, is there a particular cohort that's paying proportionally higher than the other two? Or is it different across different councils?
Yeah.
Varies across councils. I wouldn't want to say kind of off the top of my head. We could get that for you. There is data collected by the Grants Commission on valuations and rates, which breaks it down into those categories, so we can point the committee towards that.
Thanks.
Thank you. So thank you for your attendance today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. And I'll now suspend the public hearing. Okay, we'll now resume the public hearing, and I now call on representatives from the Victorian Local Government Grants Commission to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you. My name's Margaret Allen and I'm here as a member of the Grants Commission. Can I please start by apologising for our chair, who's not able to attend due to an urgent family medical matter.
Thank you.
So we are here as the members.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I'm Michael Oldbrick. I'm also a member of the Local Government Grants Commission for Victoria.
Yep.
And I'm Colin Morrison. I'm here in my capacity as the Executive Officer to the Grants Commission.
Okay. All right. So although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce yourselves, including those joining by teleconference.
Tom Benning, member for Grey, most of Regional SA.
Jo Brisky, member for Maribyrnong here in Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Matt Burnell, federal member for Spence, northern suburbs of Adelaide.
And on teleconference?
No one.
No,
We've lost both Alison.
lost both of them. I think Dr. Haynes will be back shortly, and possibly the Deputy Chair as well. Okay, so I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we just might introduce ourselves or give us some background to who we are in front of you today. So I have been a long-term senior officer in local government and had a role in as a regional director for the state government, but all my work's been in regional and rural Victoria. I actually come from Bendigo. I've been a local government monitor in 2 rural councils in Victoria. I'm currently independent chair of the Loddon Shire Audit Committee, one of our smallest councils in Victoria. And this is my 5th year on the Grants Commission. So Michael.
Thank you. Again, my name is Michael Oldbrick. I've got more than 40 years experience in state government and local government to the level of being Chief Executive Officer of councils. I've worked in regional, city, coastal shire and metropolitan councils. Since my retirement, I established my own consultancy business, predominantly in local government, and I've been a member or chair of a range of audit and risk committees over that time, 17 in total, not that many now, thankfully. I was employed in the 1980s as the Secretary of the Local Government Grants Commission, and in that role visited many councils right across the state. Since 2013 I was appointed as a member of the Commission and have been subsequently reappointed 3 further times by the various ministers of the state to continue that role, and in that role I've visited every council in the state at least twice. I currently sit on a far-flung Audit and Risk Committee in local government. I've been an independent director of several companies over more than 10 years. I was a founding director of a large food manufacturing company supplying Meals on Wheels to more than 20 councils until its successful sale in 2021. I believe I'm uniquely qualified to comment on the process of deliberation that the Grants Commission follows in its role.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Colin Morrison. I've had the privilege of being the Executive Officer to the Grants Commission since 1997, providing policy, data and administrative support to the Commission over that period of time.
And our Chair, Stephen Kingshott, is formerly an elected representative, having been a councillor and a mayor. He's been a local government monitor to rural councils and is currently on his 3rd appointment now, which is at Whittlesea Council in Victoria. Thank you. The Victorian Local Government Grants Commission welcomes the opportunity to speak in support of our submission to the inquiry. The The Commission is responsible for making annual recommendations for the allocation of funding to Victorian councils under the Australian Government's Federal Assistance Grant Program. In 25-26, that amounted to the distribution of $830 million to Victorian councils. In preparing these recommendations, we undertake an annual assessment of the relative needs of all Victorian councils. This gives us an understanding of their financial position and how that position is changing over time. In particular, our assessment indicates that the needs of rural councils for financial assistance is greater than that of other councils, and that those needs are increasing on a relative basis over time. An important part of our work is our consultation program, which we dedicate considerable time and resources to. We have a 4-yearly program of meetings where we meet with every council, individual councils across Victoria, conduct online information sessions and invite annual written submissions. We don't believe that the Commission's role is to advocate directly for additional funding or seeking changes to the national distribution principles that underpin the grants. What our submission has shared is what we're hearing from councils, and it's regularly repeated the same information that we hear from councils that we've included in our submission. And Michael's going to speak a bit more.
Thank you, members. As Margaret has said, it's Michael Olbrich, as Margaret has said, issues and concerns are frequently raised with us in our visitation program of local councils. And we did in our submission wish to bring to the attention of this standing committee 4 significant matters that we do hear repeated over and over again. The first of those 4 issues, and I will be brief, is the importance of untied funding to councils, where they consistently argue that the current untied funding pool is inadequate and should be restored to an equivalent of 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. Presently, it sits at about 0.5 of 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue. The second point they continually make is a concern around the minimum grant requirements and what should or could be done about that. The third point they make, again consistently, is the timing of payments that they receive under the Financial Assistance Grants Program and the distortion that creates to their annual accounting procedure and the outcome of that procedure, where wild variations occur from one year to the next, which makes it incredibly hard for councils to educate and communicate to their jurisdictions the real depth or otherwise of their adjusted underlying circumstances. And the fourth point we would make, and no less compelling, is the lack of investment in the program across the nation, which reduces the capacity for equity, transparency and consistency of grant outcomes across Australia. There is no investment. There is no investment. And so it makes it very, very difficult for grants commissions, and I say this representing all grants commissions across the country, to make some research or undertake some research as to how things could be improved, because the resources are just not there. Members, we welcome the opportunity to provide you with further information about our issues and work, and we've provided you with a quite substantive submission.
You're right.
Yeah. So we're open to talk to any issues that you might want.
All right. Thank you. All right. I'm just curious. I think you mentioned then what minimum grant requirements or problems with that. Can you just expand on that? What did you mean?
Certainly. As you would no doubt be aware, there are a system of high-level principles enshrined in the Commonwealth legislation, and all grants commissions have to adhere to those principles and have to acquit back to the Commonwealth on an annual basis how they've made recommendations on the distribution of the grants that they have been entrusted to oversee. And that recommendation that we make flows through the State Minister and on upwards to the responsible Commonwealth Minister. Of those high-level principles, the first two principles do act almost in competition with each other. The first and most important principle is one of horizontal equalisation. We talk in terms of it being an assessment of relative needs when we try and explain this principle to local councils. And I'll come back to that. And the second principle is that all councils must receive a minimum grant of no less than 30% on a population basis of the entire fund. So if a council, after assessment by us, would naturally have been accorded a grant that falls less than the 30% line, we have to do a reassessment and lift that council up to 30%, which naturally takes away some funding from all other councils and reduces their outcome. It's quite a complex undertaking to explain simply, but that is it in a nutshell. So when councils talk to us about the minimum grant, of course those that sit well above the minimum grant say, why should any council get a minimum grant? Why should they not just get what they're entitled to? And the answer to that is that, well, some of them would get a grant anyway, and some of them would get nothing. And that total would be less than what they get now, and therefore the difference would be available to be redistributed to everybody else. And so for very small rural councils, they would get a bit more than they normally do. However, it's not within our remit to ignore the minimum grant principle, because it's one of the 7 principles that this Grants Commission has to have regard to.
Right. And then you made a comment also that there is no investment on structure.
Well, what I mean by that is that the grants as a pool, this year, as Margaret said, $830 million flowed to Victoria from the Commonwealth, flows to Victoria and then is distributed to all councils based on the recommendations that we make to the responsible minister and certified by that minister. We're not paid out of that funding pool. State government pays a small stipend to us for the work we do. And there is no use of that money for us to undertake much needed research. And we should give you, in this process, an example of a very important research project we are trying to undertake at the moment and that the state government is largely funding. So what we're saying is that all councils across Australia, grants commissions across Australia are in the same predicament. They don't have any funding to undertake research to see whether there are better ways of supporting councils much in need than presently exist. And even just a small amount, Colin, you might have an idea of a number, but even a small amount would be of tremendous assistance to us to undertake.
Yeah, Michael, I think we've suggested in our submission about several $1 million across the country to flow to grants commissions to undertake that research, but also more importantly to bolster their ability to undertake that annual consultation with councils as well, because whilst all state and Northern Territory grants commissions undertake consultation, that is extraordinarily expensive. Not so much in Victoria, where we have fairly ready access to all of the councils, but in most other states in the Northern Territory, the commissions there have very extensive consultation programs, but very expensive consultation programs requiring the chartering of flights and extensive travel, and there is an inability in some of those other jurisdictions, as there is to some extent in Victoria, to adequately support those sorts of programs.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, are you there, Ms Penfold?
Yes, I am.
Oh, would
Thank
you like
you, Chair.
to ask the question? Great.
Thank you. I'm just referring, thank you for appearing today. Just two questions, please, relating to your submission. On page 4 of your submission, you note that you responded to the increasing relative needs of rural councils through a series of adjustments to the methodology you apply to shift funding towards rural and regional councils. Are you able to give us some insight into those adjustments that you've made?
Yes, Michael Olbrich speaking again, and I'll ask my colleagues as well to help answer this. The adjustments that we have limited flexibility in the adjustments that we can make, but there is some room to manoeuvre. So on the expenditure side of the equation, we employ a methodology that asks us to consider a range of cost adjusters that might respond to population dispersion, population growth, economy of scale, the level of tourism, and so forth. Now, in each case, we search out as best we can for a data set that is unique to that cost adjuster and can support us in our modelling. We must have a data set that treats all 79 councils in Victoria in the same way. A lot of the data does come from the Australian Bureau of Statistics, and it's obviously lagged data to some extent, but we do collect data in other ways, and we have an annual survey that we ask councils to complete. So when we consider the cost adjusters, we might give some higher level weighting to some of those cost adjusters for a given service than we might do for other services. A good example would be dispersion of population, and we might give it a higher weighting, and the run-through outcome of that might be that it in general will benefit rural communities more than city communities. But I must stress that there is not much flexibility in the model, and we have pushed our model to, we think, close to the limit, but to the stage, and I think we say it in our commission, where half the state, 40 of the councils, rural, small and large, receive the bulk of the funding. So if you look at a funding curve, you would see that they get much larger proportion of funding, and if you look at it in per capita terms, much larger than the average per capita outcome, but it still is nowhere near what they suggest they need. I hope that's partly answered your question.
No, thank you. Well, it takes me to page 6 of your submission, and there's a statement around an increase in the pool, which is relating to the 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue. An increase in the pool would allow state and territory grants commissions to adjust allocation formulas to direct additional funding to rural councils without reducing funding to urban councils. Could you just clarify that, given your comments that you don't have a lot of room to move, yet you've made this statement? It would seem to me that you would need more than just an increase to the pool to enable more funding to be directed to rural and regional councils.
Yes. Colin, do you want to have a go at that?
Thanks, Michael. Yes, Colin Morrison here. There are certainly levers in our allocation formula that would allow that to occur. If I could use an example from the Commission's allocations for the 25-26 financial year, where the Commission made a decision to insert essentially a base population for councils in assessing their expenditure needs in relation to governance. It had previously had a base or minimum population, if you like, of 17,500 people. It lifted it up to 25,000 people. That in itself did skew the funding slightly more from councils with a population larger than more than 25,000 people to small rural councils. There is still some ability within the formula to do that. As Michael said before, though, those levers are limited, but they do exist to some extent, and there would be ability there to utilise additional funding that flowed through primarily to rural councils.
Members.
All right. Thank you.
Members, could I just add to that that it would increase our capacity, as Colin has outlined, but could I stress that while the total amount of funding presently is equivalent to about 0.5% of Commonwealth income tax, the Grants Commission over more than 40 years has been doing an annual reassessment of all councils. And in that reassessment, we calculate the total need of each council on the basis of basically a subtraction of relative standardised expenditure less relative standardised revenue raising capacity. Now, 40 years ago, that difference in aggregate for all councils across the state, when matched against the pool of funds available, represented about 40% of their need. 40. When we do that calculation today and calculate the total needs of all councils and match it against the funding available represents 17% of that total need. So over more than 40 years, the relative size of the pool has diminished from representing 40% of need to about 17% of need. About half, roughly. And therein the argument to perhaps consider tying it back to the collection of income tax as it was in its infancy and as the grant was when it was established in the 1970s. Because it's not tied to income tax now.
All right, we might go to Dr. Haynes.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you to the Victorian Local Government Grants Commission. That's a pretty staggering statistic you just shared with us. It truly is. I want to continue just on this line of questioning and go to your submission where you state that 17 Victorian minimum grant councils collectively receive approximately 10.5% of Victoria's general purpose grants pool, around 64 million for this year. All 17 derive less than 5% of their recurrent revenue from the federal assistance grants. Now, I just want to put this to you, that if the pool were distributed purely on assessed relative need, what would that reallocation mean for rural and regional councils in Victoria?
Can I just clarify, you're talking about with no regard to a minimum grant requirement? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I might seek Colin's help here, but if there was no minimum grant requirement, then there would be a readjustment of the funding flow to councils. And in the main, regional, rural, both large and small, would benefit. So of the 17 councils that receive a minimum grant now, if there was no minimum grant requirement, some of those 17 would still get a grant, but would get a grant that's less than they get now. And some of those councils would get nothing, because in the wash-up of the relative need calculation, you would see that their revenue raising capacity far outstrips their standardised expenditure requirement. In essence, they should be putting money into the pool. In terms of quantifying that, we do have a rough idea of the quantity, but I might ask Colin to expand on that.
Thanks, Michael. Yes, Colin Morrison, Dr. Haynes. Thank you for that.
Thanks,
As Michael has said, 17 councils this year receiving the minimum grant, with a total of about $64 million in general purpose grants. Our analysis of that is that in the absence of the minimum grant requirement, about 8 or 9 of those 17 councils would have received no general purpose grant. This year, they still would have received a local roads grant from the separate pool, but no general purpose grant. The other 7 or 8 councils would have received a general purpose grant, but less than the amount that they were receiving. We've essentially had to, under the legislation and national principles, lift those councils' grants up to that minimum grant level. What that means in terms of total dollars is about $35 or $40 million of that $64 million would have been available for redistribution to other councils in the state, if not for that minimum grant requirement. And it's probably worth just saying, if I can, that the amounts in other states are even higher than that. We did some comparative analysis about 2 years ago in Victoria. We identified 116 councils Australia-wide receiving a minimum grant, which totalled about $376 million of the total funding pool, or about just under 18% of the total general purpose grant pool. Same thing applies there. In the absence of minimum grant requirement, some of those councils would have still received funding, but less than the amount that they did receive. Others would have received zero grant effectively, and there would have been substantial funding freed up to be able to be reallocated to other councils.
It would be terrific if you could table that comparative analysis. That would be really helpful to us. I guess in asking that question and just listening carefully to your answer, it makes me wonder if there should be a consideration of looking at this very issue, or this very salient observation about minimum grants. I'm wondering what you might think about that as some area of reform.
Thank you for the question. I guess we sit here with a neutral view, because we're asked to do a particular task, and that is to operate within a scheme of Commonwealth legislation and Commonwealth principles and make recommendations on that basis. And outcomes will change and can change depending on the nature of the principles that are enshrined in the legislation. So the real response, I guess, is that others, such as ministers of the state, would need to make recommendations in regard to a minimum grant, not us. We can only tell you what the outcomes would be if there were changes made.
Yep, I understand. Chair, if I may, just to follow through, your submission, it further proposes that each State Grants Commission be given flexibility to set its own minimum grant level. And I'm curious, if the VLGGC had that flexibility today with the existing tool, what minimum grant level would you set for Victoria? And would you be able to tell us what that might mean in dollar terms for Victoria's small rural and large rural council grouping? I think you gave a bit of an indicator in your previous answer, but just wondering if you could go to that directly.
I'm happy to take that. It's Colin Morrison here. Yes, Dr. Haynes, as I said, if the minimum grant was set effectively at 0%, as I said, there would be about $35 or $40 million freed up to flow to other councils. At this stage, in the absence of policy changes from the Commission, those funds would flow proportionally to other groups of councils, but it does then raise the opportunity to make further changes, probably minor changes, to the allocation methodology to direct those funds to certain groups of councils, should the Commission so choose. But to say the Commission hasn't given, speaking for the Commission here, the Commission hasn't given any consideration to, in terms of policy-wise, as to what a minimum grant percentage would look like, whether it would be 0%, the current 30%, or somewhat in between.
Look, I think I can,
Okay.
again, Dr. Haynes, just add to that. We would operate with whatever the model was that was enshrined in the legislation. So if it was less than 30%, you've heard what we believe the outcome would be. And if it was set at a figure that was less than that, we would work with that figure.
Yes. No, that's helpful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer.
Jordan Baird.
Thank you so much for appearing before our community today. Apologies, I was a little bit late. My name's Alice Jordan Baird. I'm the member for Gordon from Melbourne's western suburbs. My question is around weighting, and you've spoken a little bit about that in your contribution today. How do you determine weighting for grant applications for council areas that are experiencing rapid growth in outer suburban areas? I represent Melbourne's West, so I've got the City of Melton, City of Brimbank as well, and I'm very conscious that we have our Growth Areas Roundtable next as well. Is there anything you can talk to us about how you weight applications for council areas in that category?
I might start. So it's Marg Allen here. We have 9 cost adjusters, and one of them is about population growth. So that the funding is allocated to the states on a population basis, and then we use these 9 cost adjusters. So you will see in our, there was a table in our submission that shows the allocation of the funding per council groupings, and you see it's quite significant to those interface councils. So they do attract significant funding, and we also recognise that they have significant need through just what rapid growth does to communities. So a number in your electorate and others that form a ring around metropolitan Melbourne. This is pretty significant. So that really, through our cost adjusters, we identify in these 9 different things about population growth, and there's those high growth councils are the beneficiaries of some weighting for that.
Do you think? Sorry.
Thank you. Michael Olbrich again. Can I just add to that we do utilise predominantly Australian Bureau of Statistics facts and figures, and for population growth we get our information via the population statistics on an annual basis from the ABS. So an individual council writing a submission to us about their population growth is useful information, but it doesn't allow us to change the number for them. So the number we use is the number from the data set that is common to all councils. We might be sympathetic to their growth pressures and consider them, but we don't change a number for an individual council based on them saying this is what their new growth figure is.
Do you think there's a room for improvement there?
Only if the information came in the same way for all councils. Otherwise, we're not treating each council on relative merits.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Quick question. It's potentially a tricky one, and it's about tied funding. So there's acknowledgement that untied funding has somewhat reduced and tied funding has increased for local government areas. You hear a lot of things in politics, but there's a view out there that the oversubscription of some of the tied programs is so significant that it enables an element of pork barrelling. Do you see that at all in your role? Can you comment on that?
Again, Michael Olbrich, I'll have it first go. We hear about the difficulty councils have. We don't see that directly. We only hear about it through consultation. What councils consistently say to us is that untied funding is extremely important to them because it comes to them for them to make decisions at a local level which they know better than other levels of government. That's the view. That's what we're told. And in that role, they don't have to run through an acquittal process at the end of the day, because the only acquittal that occurs with the financial assistance grants is us acquitting our methodology back to the Commonwealth. So that's a major administrative burden that local councils don't have to bear, apart from the competitive aspect of writing submissions to attract funding, which again we hear from them is a burden, particularly for small rural councils who are not well staffed and often do not have people with the requisite, the qualifications that you would normally be seeking, and have trouble in attracting talent. And so they're fighting that battle at the same time as trying to compete for scarce tied funding. And most often tied funding comes with a deal attached to it where the council has to kick in the equivalent or 2 times the equivalent. And so they do say to us, as I've said a number of times today, unequivocally, untied funding is the best bang for buck that they get.
Okay, great. Got time for one quick question.
Sure, I'm happy to. Just wanted to clarify, jumping back to that figure that you gave, the comparison around grants going from 40% of need down to 17. Is that inclusive of the additional funding that we've been talking about, both tied funding and other programs like Road to Recovery?
No.
And so that's just basically...
Look, can I emphasise, yes, can I emphasise that figure is a figure that comes from the mists of time. I think I said that I was involved as the Secretary of the Commission, somewhat similar job to Collins, back in the late 1980s. And that was consistently what we found when we ran through our methodology in those days. Now, the methodology has tightened up significantly with the advent of computerisation and bigger data sets and all of those sorts of capacities. But in broad terms, the funding grew as a percentage of Commonwealth income tax to a point where it's a bit over 1%, nearly 1.2%. And then the mechanism for increasing the funding on an annual basis was changed largely to the methodology that's utilised today by the Commonwealth statistician, and that's a scalar calculated on the basis of CPI change and population growth. And it's not tied to Commonwealth income tax, and as a result, the curve sloped down and down and down and back to the equivalent of about 0.5% today, which represents 17% of need. And so that's pretty much the history.
Yeah. I guess what I was just trying to clarify in my mind is around how does that sit alongside the other streams of Commonwealth funding to local government, like Roads to Recovery, like...
Look, again, and only anecdotally, the financial assistance grants represent roughly about 40% to 50% of the entire stream of funding that local councils attract.
Yep.
In rough terms.
And has that stayed about the same, are you saying, or is that...
Look, I couldn't say, to be honest.
Yep.
But, what I can say, and I'm sure Margaret would say a similar, we sit on a range of audit and risk committees in local councils, and particularly rural. I've looked at many, many long-term financial plans in the recent past, the 10-year horizons, and virtually you could pick out nearly any local council in the rural sector and look at its plan moving forward, and its plan gives you metrics that tell you, one, asset renewal is below par, so assets are in decline, and two, that a net adjusted underlying surplus or deficit is nearly always a deficit and is an increasing deficit. And when councils are constrained in their revenue raising capacity, and it might be simply because of the economics of the world we live in at the moment, And it might be because they are small rural councils and they don't have large businesses happening. When they're constrained in their revenue raising capacity and their community expects a similar level of service to what they've always received and a similar level of asset maintenance and increase, they can't do it. And so inevitably over the 10-year horizon that will diminish and councils will cut back on service delivery and they will let their assets run down to a point of breakage.
Let me go to one last question. Mr. Burnell.
I just wanted to, just on the FAG, I just wanted to understand whether if you increase, if setting your submission even an increase of 0.1% would make a substantial difference in the ability to be able to better resource LGAs, but the allocation as a percentage of total funding would still remain very similar across the LGAs across the state. Is that right?
I think I coined a phrase at one point in our consultations with councils that even a 0.1% increase would be quite important, because to go from, let's call it equivalent 0.5 to 1% now is not, unrealistic in terms of the size of the pie. It is important though, you would be on a growth trajectory, and so over time more funds would flow. In the main, it would just mean all councils receiving that bit more. And proportionally, if our funds flow proportionately more to the small rurals than to the inner city, not in quantum but in proportion, then any increase in the pool of funding, utilising the methodology we have now, would of course increase their funding at a faster rate than the increase in funding to the city.
And can I just, for purpose of clarity, the methodology that you currently use, are you satisfied that that's the most practical methodology to be applied? Or could there be some changes made to make it more effective?
Yeah, look, over 40 years we've looked at many, many different ways of developing the methodology. And my view with that experience is that it is the best we've been able to determine. We know from comparison to other states it's way above what happens in other states. And that's why we are strong on recommending the need for some form of investment into the deliberation of the construct of methodologies in states, to give states the capacity to understand what their shortfalls are, what they need to do. And the final part in answer to you is that there's always room for some level of improvement. And that's why we look at submissions and we have consultation and we talk to people every year, because sometimes they do come up with surprising revelations that you think, well, yeah, that's a better way of looking at it and we could do something here. Can I just touch on one last thing, because I know time's run out, Nellie, and we haven't been able to mention it very quickly. We, of our own accord and through our own advocacy, if you like, even though we don't advocate to the state government, have secured some money, and councils themselves are willingly helping to change the way, the mechanism we collect data for the local government roads component of the financial assistance grants. Now, the roads component is worth about $200 million a year. Every council every year provides us with data, and then we have to go back and query it because it's variable and it changes depending on who's sitting in the seat that's filling it in, and personnel move and corporate knowledge is lost. We're moving to a complete GIS-based mapping system, part of the state government's VIC map system. It was our idea. We've put it in train. We've now got councils on a journey to implement it. And at the end of the day, they'll only just have to maintain their data in that system. They won't have to submit anything to us, and we will know that it's correct. And it's a missing link for the state government It will assist their emergency services efforts immeasurably, and we just need to get it done. So that's out of research with no money, you know, but just an appetite to do something. How much more useful would it be if we'd had a little bit of money?
Thank you. Thanks for that response.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I'll now suspend the hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the National Growth Area Alliance, Brimbank City Council, Hume City Council and the City of Whittlesea to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? You want to start from either end?
Yeah. Craig Lloyd, CEO of the City of Whittlesea.
Sheena Frost, CEO of Hume City Council.
Carly Moore, Mayor of Hume City Council.
Bronwyn Clark, CEO of the National Growth Areas Alliance.
Sean Owens, Chief Financial Officer of Brimbank City Council.
Marcelo Vidales, Director of Corporate Services, Brimbank City Council.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I'll now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
John Manning, member for Grey, most of Regional SA.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong here in Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Alice Jordan-Baird, Member for Gorton, Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs, Adelaide.
And online.
Hello, my name's Helen Haynes. I'm a member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay. Let's start in reverse order this time. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Brisbane City Council, we thank the committee for the opportunity to discuss our submission to the inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. Local government in Victoria and across Australia plays a critical role in enabling economic, social and cultural development of municipalities by delivering essential services, maintaining community infrastructure, supporting local economies and responding to the diverse, growing and changing needs of our communities. For us at Brimbank, our community serves a lower social economic community that is also highly multicultural. This unique demographic presents both opportunities and challenges in delivering equitable and effective services for them. Our challenges include low economic levels, high unemployment, and a history of land contamination. A few key stats that will help the committee to better understand the position is we have about 5.9% of our residents are unemployed compared to a national average of 4.3. Approximately 12.5 of adults that reside in Brimbank face food insecurity for their families. We have the highest gambling losses in Victoria with an estimated $1.36 billion lost in the last 10 years. Brimbank hosts the highest proportion of asylum seekers in Victoria with 21.7%. And an average of 48.2% of our residents are born overseas. Our council is committed to serving this diverse community with integrity, efficiency, and responsiveness. However, our financial sustainability for our council is under significant pressure due to the combined effects of rate capping, historical contamination issues, aging assets, and increased maintenance costs. This is not unique to us, but our socioeconomic disadvantage and multicultural population creates additional pressure. We thank again the committee for the opportunity to present and speak to you today.
My name is Bronwyn Clark. I'm the CEO of the National Growth Areas Alliance, and thank you, Madam Chair and the committee, for the opportunity to speak today. The National Growth Areas Alliance represents 29 councils across outer metropolitan areas. Together we make up just 5% of local government areas across Australia, yet are home to 22% of Australia's population, and last week's release of ABS figures showed we just clicked over 6 million people. We are located on the outskirts of capital city areas, largely greenfield residential development, and they are where Australia's population growth and residential growth is really happening. In the last 5 years, 650,000 people moved to our local government areas. That's 43% of all of Australia's population growth. We range in council size from small formerly regional shires who are now transitioning into cities and suburbs through to major metropolitan cities of 500,000 people. Across that continuum of growth, the common experience is an extraordinary scale and pace of growth. And since the Housing Accord targets were released, that scale and pace has become even stronger, with 26% or over 306,000 homes of the Housing Accord's 1.2 million targets will be built in just our 29 growth area councils. We are home to 1 in 4 of all of Australia's children. Around 33% of our residents speak a language other than English at home, which is well above the national average. And we are home to 18% of Australia's working population, but 12% of jobs. We have communities that are vibrant, diverse and aspirational. People move to growth areas to start their life, pursue their great Australian dream. They are starting businesses, they're contributing in a civic and a financial way to our community, to Australia's economy, and we believe they have equal access. They should have equal access to the same quality infrastructure and services as other Australians. However, in federal policy and funding frameworks, including local government funding, growth area councils are not distinguished in any way from other councils across Australia. So if we look at Ipswich in southeast Queensland, very large, complex city, managing growth of tens of thousands of people over the last 5 years. It is treated for funding purposes in the same way as well-established metropolitan councils with stable populations and decades of infrastructure already in place. Similarly, over in Playford in South Australia, where very nearby another 50,000 homes will soon be built in 3 main developments out that way. Incredible population growth, urban expansion on top of existing socio-economic challenges. It's transitioning from a manufacturing-based economy while delivering so much housing, services and infrastructure, and again, very few legacy assets but funded in the same way as well-serviced inner city councils. And I'll draw Melton as well as a good example. 79 families moving in every week to Melton LGA. Population already larger than Ballarat and Bendigo, and it's only just pouring the foundations of its first hospital. Primary schools open that are already over-enrolled, and despite despite the difference in Melton's and Hume and Whittlesea, who are my colleagues here at the table, they're treated in the same way as other local government areas across Australia. So we would like to suggest that it's time to move on from an outdated model of how metropolitan Australia is viewed, and this will flow down into all levels of funding, particularly local government funding. We cannot continue to treat metropolitan areas as a single homogenous block because growth areas are distinctly different and will continue to be. Most of our member councils have a good 25-year growth plan. We are advocating for a new geographical standard to be adopted by the Australian Bureau of Statistics and then used in planning and reporting. And that standard would reflect the location of growth area councils, the population growth rate and the housing increases. We do already recognise rural and remote councils. They face distinct challenges, as I'm sure Mr. Venning can testify, and it's important that policy settings differ to meet their needs, and we're saying the similar thing must be applied at metropolitan level. We're asking for a differentiated, grounded in reality-based approach to funding, so that we can recognise and plan and fund growth where it is occurring, and invest upfront in enabling infrastructure, and really sees local government as a genuine partner in the future of Australia. Thank you.
My turn? So my name's Carly Moore and I'm the Mayor of Hume City, and today I am joined by our CEO Sheena Frost. I'd like to thank the committee for their interest in the issue and the opportunity to speak today. The introduction of the rate cap has played an important role in strengthening councils' accountability and encouraging efficiency in decision making. However, it does not adequately reflect the true cost of delivering the expanding range of services, programs and infrastructure that local communities rely on. For fast-growing councils like Hume, population growth places increasing pressure on the delivery of new and expanded services and infrastructure investment and maintenance. Managing these demands within a capped revenue environment is particularly challenging, forcing councils to make difficult decisions about which services and projects can be funded and which must be deferred, or in some cases, which must not be delivered at all. To address these challenges, Hume City Council has put forward several recommendations for the federal government to consider with the aim of aiding the financial sustainability of the local government sector. So with the time I have today, I'm just going to address 3 of these. Firstly, cost shifting. Ongoing cost shifting from state and federal governments continues to place additional financial pressure on councils. Historically, this has impacted areas such as libraries and school crossing supervision, but it has increasingly extended into other critical services, including maternal and child health, early years infrastructure, citizenship ceremonies, and building reform. We're calling on the federal government to assess and acknowledge the true financial impact of cost shifting on councils. The second recommendation I'd like to discuss is the Victorian government's rate cap. Council has consistently stated that the rate cap should be reformed to better reflect the true cost of providing local government services. Specifically, Council has called on the Victorian Government to replace the CPI-based rate cap with a local government cost index that more accurately aligns with Council's actual cost drivers. So these are things like wage growth in accordance with enterprise agreements, construction and materials cost inflation, asset maintenance and renewal costs, compliance and regulatory obligations, and the financial impacts of state and federal cost shifting. I want to be clear that Council is not calling for the rate cap to be removed. Rather, we are seeking a rate capping framework that more accurately reflects the real cost of services and infrastructure that councils deliver, instead of the current approach, which is based on a general basket of goods. Finally, in relation to untied funding through the federal financial assistance grants, local government has experienced a steady decline in its share of federal taxation revenue from around 1% in the 90s to approximately 0.5% today, despite growing responsibilities and rising costs. Accordingly, Council is seeking a commitment from the federal government to restore financial assistance grants to at least 1% of federal tax revenue, particularly in light of sustained construction cost increases and the ongoing infrastructure demands facing our local communities. We recognise that there is much the federal government can do to support the long-term financial sustainability of the local government sector, and we look forward to your consideration of our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Lloyd, City of Whittlesea. Much has already been said by my colleagues here, but first of all, thank you again for the opportunity to present and also for reading our written submission as well. As has been mentioned, City of Whittlesea is one of the fastest growing municipalities in Victoria, so a population of currently just over 250,000. By 2040, we'll be up to nearly 450,000 people. That growth is presenting some huge challenges for us in terms of increased costs, trying to keep up with infrastructure, as the Mayor of Hume has mentioned, and also, in particular, the impacts of slowing and removed grant programs, both federally and at state level, is having a huge impact on us. A rapidly growing asset base and the change in that asset base. We need funding for not only managing the growth, but we can't do that and maintain the existing assets in our older areas of the municipality at the same time. Community expectations continue to grow like they do with all levels of government, and that's something that local government battles with continuously. Our costs are increasing, and as the Mayor mentioned, the rate cap is sitting well below the actual cost of inflation and has done for some considerable time in Victoria, and that's now really starting to take its toll. City of Whittlesea doesn't have a formal position on its view on the rate cap. I just note that the difference in the income that we're receiving from rates is starting to fall well behind the costs that we're incurring, as evidenced most recently by the recent Fair Work decision to pass on the fuel increased costs from contractors to councils, when councils have no way of raising that additional revenue. So again, it's not our position that the trucking companies and transport companies shouldn't be receiving that support during this really difficult time, but shifting the entire cost onto councils with no additional way of raising revenue places all the other costs of council at risk. We also are impacting cost shifting, as has been mentioned, through a whole range of services. Increasing levies and taxes from the state government in particular as well. So the waste levy increases have been enormous in Victoria. That caused a huge increase in our waste charges last year. And of course, it's very difficult for councils to pass those on to our community year on year when the waste levy rises continuously. We've also seen some of our most important grant programs. The Growing Suburbs Fund is a good example of that, which was $50 million a year available to the collective group of growth councils. That was then cut down to $10 million and in last year's state budget removed completely. And that was, as I said, one of the most important grant funding streams that we relied on to assist us with growth. In our case, the federal assistance grants combined with other income that we receive, and we're very grateful for from the federal government, contribute 7.6% of our annual income. And I'll leave it there and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've got a question for Hume City Council, who would like to answer it. One of your submissions recommendations is to develop a coordinated, multi-level intergovernmental funding agreement which links population growth and cost escalation factors to improve predictability, accountability and sustainability across all tiers. Just wondering, why is this your recommendation and what is your ideal outcome from such an agreement?
You're first. You can go. Thank you for your question. That is born from our experience as a growth area, and I have one of my colleagues here. So we have a joint initiative with 3 councils, Mitchell, Whittlesea and Hume, and our elected representatives have bought into that for an area called Cloverton, which is going to be home to 500,000 people, and it is across all our boundaries. It probably is a great example of the challenge that as 3 separate entities with the funding challenges we're describing it captures. We have worked in partnership and have been working with state government to try and get the state government to the table. Equally, we have received urban precincts and partnership funding from the federal government in order to start planning for that. We're still trying to get the state to the table. The key barrier is the coordination level. And the coordination is not only of the infrastructure needs and the funding pipelines, but of how we plan for services for the communities. And we have fortunately got the 3 councils working together, but it is not hardwired and knitted in at the federal and state level. So that suggestion is born of our experience that if we can also knit together the funding pipeline, it would reflect what we're also seeing at the federal policy level. That at the federal level there has been a recognition of the importance of place and urban precinct and planning, but it needs to be knitted together with funding pipelines in addition to service planning as well. So exactly what that looks like, we don't necessarily have a view, but you will have heard from speakers already around the need for the data sources to be common. And if the data sources are common, then in theory you should be able to create those clear pathways to knit together and coordinate it between federal and state levels. There's a lot of friction in our experiences, and I'm sure most people here would be able to talk to that friction that's experienced around some of those initiatives.
Great, thank you. Who would like to go next? Yeah, let's go to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for providing evidence today. Ms Clark, I'm keen to get perspective from the peak body around allocation of employment lands in these high growth areas. In South Australia, I know that falls under the state jurisdiction, but are we getting it right to ensure that the mix between high residential expansion meets the locality needs for employment land and the ability to then increase rate revenue for the LGAs that are experiencing this high level of growth?
Thank you for the question. On paper, we might be getting it partly right. As you said, it does come down to state level to allocate where employment and industrial lands are. A couple of factors influence that, so it's not as simple as then investment and jobs will come. Quite often there are significant delays in servicing industrial and employment lands, so we're lacking sewerage, water, power, digital infrastructure. And there isn't, again, a coordinated, streamlined way to ensure that happens as people are moving in and need jobs. We're lacking transport connections. So there are some great examples in southeast Melbourne. Well, you've got one, dare I say, Curtis Road, but anyway. But there's, great example in southeast Melbourne where the Monash Freeway runs between the residential area and a huge tract of employment land, but it's about a 40-minute round trip to the interchange to get over there. So these things are not sequenced in the right way. The latest risk we have is around data centres, which industrial land in growth areas are perfectly located, near transmission lines, all those sorts of things, perfect for data centres. We've had a lot of examples where that employment land is scheduled to have perhaps 300 jobs in that parcel of land. The data centre requires 75. So there's a lot on paper that looks like vicinity of industrial employment lands is good, but it's all the sequencing of all of those other things and then land use, ultimately, that doesn't result in the local jobs needed for local residents.
Okay. Because one of the things that, so in the outer northern suburbs in South Australia, we've got significant issues with traffic congestion, road degradation, etc., because people are having to travel significant distance to get to a place of work, or lack of connectivity to critical transport infrastructure. So if planning was done more cohesively in the sense to better connect communities, is it fair to say that that would have a downward effect on the cost to run a local government in the form of upkeep, provision of additional services to keep people connected?
So if it was easier to get around and
ultimately this inquiry is about trying to find additional sources of revenue, etc., or to alternatively reduce your overheads to provide services to communities. So we've got to look at this a little bit more holistically than just my hands outstretched and I want more money. We've got to come up collectively across all three tiers of government with a practical solution to better provide for our communities. And I'm interested to know whether there is proper dialogue going on between the three tiers to ensure that we are developing especially in our high growth areas, communities that are going to be able to better move around our outdoor spaces that focus on efficiencies around the movement of people and the pressures that are placed on critical road infrastructure, etc.
Mr. Lloyd.
I'm happy to answer that. So if I use an example from the city of Whittlesea and look at Donnybrook, a huge growth area way up to the north, population is growing very rapidly, housing is going in, there's a single road in. The planning is simply not there. So to Ms Frost's point earlier on, it's the coordination piece that's missing. It's also, in terms of where you're talking about the increased cost, the lack of coordination is actually costing a lot of money. So councils are spending a lot of money on planning our resources. It's duplicated then by the state when they're looking at their infrastructure and their roads. It's duplicated again by the federal government when you're looking at your roads and your infrastructure. If all of that was brought together in a structured way and we had proper localised planning, I'm certain that those costs would be reduced.
Thank you. Yep. Just to add to that, thank you. It's Bronwyn Clark speaking. There's a couple of really good examples where that coordination hasn't taken place, and one is Australia's strategic objective or strategic goal around defence industry. So we look at Adelaide, the Edinburgh defence area, we look at the southern suburbs of Perth, massive investment around AUKUS, not matched with local plans or place-based plans for housing, transport and other employment land. So we have that opportunity. We know what Australia's major strategic goals are, and we're not looking at things from a place-based perspective to say what else is needed in that area. Some fantastic opportunities in Adelaide's north, but as you say, a new housing estate might be built that has access to a freeway into the city, great, but it's not connected to anywhere else. And again, so it's the place-based coordination that's missing. Yeah. Okay. One example.
Thank you. I might add Marcelo Vidalis from Brimbank. I think when we talk about it's the integrated transport plus the planning that we're referring to, and I think the examples are clear in the context of yes, we can create efficiencies and there's benefits from a community point of view if we think about the future in the context of movement, for example. So you talk about how do we realize some of these savings? Well, if we think about the rail corridors that we're bringing and the new development, we want to also release the pressure on the freeways because we can't keep on expanding the roads that don't exist because those will be places that we actually need to, with a certain capacity that will be maximized. And then the maintenance of those roads, both at a federal, state and local level, get increases. We then talk about creating places where people are going to be moving through active transport modes, and that requires investment as well. So the integrated aspect of how do we actually think holistically about creating placemaking, as Ms. Clark referred to it, has to really think about both how it grows, but as we're creating density, that's actually going to create more pressure because the network can only cap at a certain point. Therefore, we need to think about more creatively about how do we start thinking about the movements that are taking place, the investment to also supply the needs and services that these communities that are going to be residing there will need, because it's about infrastructure, but it's the services that they're going to be requiring, which come to education at a federal level and state level, but also things like maternal health nurses, the services for multicultural communities that have different needs, to the basic things like leisure activity parks and all that. Ultimately, we probably focus on big things, but creating those spaces, grass cutting trees, you guys will hear it from communities, we do too, and those are the things that they look for as well.
Thank you.
I'll go to Dr. Haynes.
Thanks so much, Chair, and thank you to our National Growth Areas Alliance, Bring Back City Council, City Whittlesea and Hume City Council. So important to hear from you and hear the constraints that you are facing. I'm particularly curious around housing, and I understand that you're 5% of local governments, but you're expected to deliver 26% of national housing under the Housing Accord. Now, the Commonwealth's made significant commitments to housing supply, but I'm really concerned and interested in your response to the critical enabling infrastructure. I know you have mentioned this. What would you like to see the Commonwealth do to support local governments to deliver the infrastructure required specifically for new housing supply? And in addition to that, have any of you been successful in accessing enabling infrastructure funding under the National Housing Infrastructure Facility or the Housing Support Program?
Thank you, Dr. Haynes. If I can start there, it's Bronwyn Clark speaking. It is greatly concerning that targets have been set, so 306,000 homes that fit within, that's set by state governments as to how they will implement their part of the Housing Accord. We did some work with the Urban Development Institute of Australia last year and found around 30% of that housing target in growth areas is restrained due to enabling infrastructure. And the only avenue at the moment for that was the Housing Support Program, which I think was only $500 million. But that meant councils were entering into competitive funding rounds for water, sewerage, stormwater, power. And from my perspective, that's giving Australians an indication that the very basic infrastructure they need to survive in the house that they're probably going to pay $1.2 million for isn't worthy of investment from the Commonwealth. I would suggest that where those large-scale residential, greenfield residential areas will be developed in unused land, so where there is no existing infrastructure, that the enabling infrastructure needs to come first. We cannot expect people, as they are in southwest Sydney, to pay $1.5 million for a home and their sewage is collected in a tank at the end of the street. That's ridiculous that in this day and age, that's where the critical enabling infrastructure is falling down. So we would love to see that the Housing Support Program, for example, is not just repeated but increased in scale, and enabling infrastructure, the very basics, are not part of competitive funding rounds.
Okay, so you'd like to see the Housing Support Fund continued and increased, but with different criteria. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's right. Yes.
And that we take away the competitive nature and go to a needs-based funding model. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, Dr. Haynes. Yes.
And how would that look? How would the Commonwealth do this?
The problem that I've seen so far is that the Commonwealth has handed over large tracts of money to state and territory governments to deliver housing accord targets. And apart from that small amount of funding through the housing support program, are then no longer involved, it would appear. So I think there's a need, if we're going to meet the targets and actually solve the housing crisis, we need to bring back some Commonwealth involvement in where those houses are built and how the enabling infrastructure is funded. We obviously, increasing density in existing areas is a vital part of meeting housing targets, but we're talking about enhancing existing infrastructure versus building a new house in a paddock where there is nothing and no compensation or no additional consideration given for that type of development. It's all put in the same bucket, and whether we're trying to connect sewerage or build a mobile phone tower, growth areas, if they were differently classified, have very distinct needs to other parts of our cities.
I think
That's really helpful.
I was just going to say, Dr. Haynes,
Yep.
did you want to make a comment, Mr. Lowe?
Yes, I'm happy to. And
Yes,
good afternoon,
please, thank
Dr.
you.
Haynes.
I can't see you, so I can't read your body language.
No, that's okay. To the other part of your question, so the City of Whittlesea was successful in one of the housing supply grants from the federal government, which we're very grateful for, of $7.1 million. And that was towards 35 new housing lots. And the money was going towards road and civil infrastructure to enable that project to come to fruition, which is fantastic. But at the same time, bringing it back to the coordination challenges, at the same time we're receiving the federal government money, we're now having to pay windfall gains tax to the state government for the development of those sites under the new windfall gains tax, of which councils have not been exempt. So that allows us, it takes away any profit that we may make that we can then reinvest into more affordable housing, because we're handing that money over to the state government with no coordination between the three levels of government. So I think I just wanted to put that into context of the three really need to work together.
Thank you.
That's really helpful, Craig. Thank you. Is there anyone else there from those witnesses who have been successful on the Housing Support Fund?
Doesn't appear so. Is that all, Dr. Haynes? I'll move to Ms.
Yeah, that's all. Thanks,
great.
Chair.
Thank you. I'll move to Ms. Jordan Baird.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much all for coming in for your contribution today. I've been really looking forward to this roundtable. I represent a really fast-growing electorate in Melbourne's western suburbs. Great to see Brimbank. And like the members for Spence, we're seeing huge population growth happening, and I know this has a real impact on the delivery of social services and infrastructure. My question is about infrastructure, like Dr. Haynes and Mr. Burnell as well. I think we see examples in our community in the western suburbs. We see that with things like Taylor's Road. This is a really important arterial road in the Brimbank LGA, which also extends to the Melton LGA, and we're seeing significant growth in the Melton LGA, which is adding additional pressure to the road at the Brimbank end. My question is to all of our witnesses here today. What's one recommendation you would make to our committee in relation to fiscal sustainability and waiting for infrastructure in your communities?
I might go first. Yes, thank you for the question. Marcel Vilas from Brimbank City Council. Taylor Roads is absolutely one of our key priorities.
I couldn't help myself, sorry.
Thank you for asking, and I'm sure for Melton's likewise. We have an active campaign to duplicate that road, but also to actually say this road is no longer a local road, it's an arterial, and therefore it should move to a state control road is a key priority. Thank you for that. It is that type of activity that really needs to have a level of clarity at a state level on some policies around when roads are actually reaching that level of capacity and then moving to better management by the right authority. So there's got to be some principles that need to be applied on this. For us in the infrastructure space, it's probably around we welcome the grants because it really supports the activity and needs of our community. The challenges that we face is with the renewals and with maintenance. It's always welcoming to create a new pavilion, to create a new sports ground, to support the needs of the community. But from an LGA, that grant is received, we build it, and then we have to maintain it for its life and then replace it as community has an expectation of that level of service. For us, we would love to see a better approach into grants that support the longer sustainability of infrastructure in the context of maintenance and renewal. And potentially, again, this could be, others have mentioned before, but through the financial assistance grants that can be brought back to around that 1% mark. That would really be an option. Alternative methods could be looking at hypothecating some of the GST arrangements so it actually can create a revenue stream without adding more pressure to the cost of living and rates that our communities are facing across the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan Baird. I will come back to our main advocacy recommendation at the moment, which is creation of a geographical standard classification for growth areas, which will require a redefinition of our metropolitan areas. They're not homogenous, large populations and large areas of land, and they need differentiation. If we had that geographical standard, there are 4 levels of regionality, for example, but only 1 level of metropolitanity. I'm not sure that's a word. But if we had that distinction, then it can be used in planning. It can be used to plan for roads, active transport. It can be planned because we know where the population will go. And then it can be used in reporting as well to match where funding is going. And I just found a stat for Dr. Haynes, which was from the Housing Support Program. Despite the fact our members are delivering 26% of that target, we receive 7% of Housing Support Program grants. So that would be my one difference.
Thank you, Ms. Clyde.
I'm going to take the opportunity to say a couple of things. Firstly, in relation to the comments around arterial roads, Hume launched its advocacy priorities just a couple of weeks ago, and of our 6 top priorities, 4 of them are arterial roads. Certainly in a big growth council like Hume, where we've got some very established parts of our city and we've got growth on 2 fronts, the arterial roads is a significant issue that has the biggest impact on our residents. One of the other things I wanted to mention in relation to infrastructure is in regards to things like leisure centres. We see significant demand for those types of facilities in our growth areas, but a leisure centre will cost you about $200 million. Councils, and no council, not Hume, not a big council, not a small council, can afford to fund that kind of investment in infrastructure. So certainly we're looking for opportunities to be able to partner together with all of the other levels of government to be able to deliver that infrastructure. But in the current system, we would never be able to fund something like that.
I just like to add, so I agree with everything that's been said. I just want to bring it back to the coordination piece again, because for me that's talking about efficiencies, that's really where it's going to kick in. I think if we just keep doing our own thing at local government level, and federal government does their own and the state do their own, we're going to get more of the same, which is basically a huge time lag between communities growing, people moving in, and the infrastructure arriving. We can't keep failing our communities by doing the same thing that we're doing today. Making those changes will actually save us all money. We've got to get ahead of the curve and start building the infrastructure as people move in or before people move in, not 10, 20, in some cases in some of our rail connections, 40 years after the communities have established, that we're now still talking about rail connections and train stations being built.
Mm-hmm. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Did you want to ask a
clarifying? Thank you. I just want to quickly just come back to the rate capping. It's been mentioned a lot today. And just having a quick look online, so this was introduced in 2016 because of successive years of excessive rating increases. That's the assumptions made here. I'm just interested to understand if rate capping was removed in Victoria, because it's something we don't experience in South Australia, would it, what's to stop it from getting out of control again, if what I've read is the reason why it was instigated in the first place? But 2, how much would that then assist in being able to better administer the LGA's service requirements in the here and now, outside of looking at things like the FAG, etc.?
Shall I take that? So certainly Hume is not supportive of removing the rate cap. The rate cap is a very important tool in making councils efficient and accountable for ratepayers' money and how we spend it. But what we see now is a system that doesn't work for communities or councils like Hume. So, you know, it is based on the CPI, is supposed to be based on the CPI, which is certainly not reflective of the goods and services that councils pay. So what we're looking for is a more appropriate way to determine what the rate cap should be than just CPI. It just doesn't work for councils. And I think that it doesn't work for many councils, not just Hume. So it's not just about growth councils. It doesn't work for rural councils. It may work for metropolitan councils. But I think we're just looking for a more appropriate framework.
I agree with that completely. I think it's just take that one step further though. The rate cap was originally going to be based around CPI. What we found is that it sits well below CPI. CPI is probably not even the right measure, but given the growth that we're seeing. So to be at least 1%, you know, on occasions in some years 1.5% below where CPI is sat for the year, we're always going to be going backwards.
Did you want to have a question? Or?
Just a quick one around, I think it was...
Sorry. I missed sorry.
Sorry, that's okay. Sean Owens from Brimbank. I think beyond the appropriateness of how we set the rate cap, I think the approach of applying one rate cap to every council in Victoria is also challenging. You also need to consider, you know, demographic mix, size of age of population, geographic remoteness and disadvantage. What also suggests that the CPI isn't the right measure for us. We don't, obviously there's bread and milk in CPI. We need the appropriate measure for us, but beyond that we need to be able to, similar to the methods we've spoken about, the financial assistance grant, actually have an evidence-based way of setting the right measure for council. So I hope going forward we can consider the right costs that are relevant to us and we can, you know, tailor the rate cap that's suitable for those communities.
Thank you.
Just in the Hume submission, recommendation 3, all grants be funded directly to local governments rather than through the relevant state government. I agree, but can you just build on that a little bit and why that's your recommendation?
So thank you for the question. I can take that one. We often it's a layer of bureaucracy that's not needed at its simplest. It's more efficient to send it to us. It's the reason the federal government will award it to us is they understand we can deliver. And all of our councils have got a great track record in delivering on behalf of that. And a great case in point at the moment, I don't mind saying, we have actually written to the federal government just last week about this, and my colleague here also co-signed that. We're still waiting on a grant that was announced in October last year from the feds. We're still waiting on that money to be received. It's got to pass through the state. We're at a point now where we will not be able to engage contractors, and the grant timelines might be at risk because we are still waiting on actually getting the confirmed funding, etc. So where that's sitting, I don't know, but there's a layer of administration that's simply not needed in our view.
Okay. I'm happy to give a further example of that, of a wonderful grant that we received from the federal government to fix an asset problem we had with a really important water body. From the time that the federal government allocated that money to the state government, it took the state government 14 months to issue us a funding agreement, which held up that project significantly.
Great recommendation.
Okay, all right. Well, we might finish there. Thank you for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Thank you. Resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from FinPro and the Foundation for Young Australians to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Nivette Falcon, appearing on behalf of FinPro.
John Brockway, appearing on behalf of FinPro.
Talia Azaria, appearing on behalf of the Foundation for Young Australians.
Great, thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining us today by teleconference.
John Venning, member for Grey, most of Regional SA.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong here in Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Alice Jordan-Baird, Member for Gorton, Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs, Adelaide.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. John Brockway from FinPro. FinPro, we work closely with local government, other public sector organisations on financial management, funding decisions, long-term financial sustainability for the sector. We are made up of members out of financial accountants and finance managers from across the 79 councils in Victoria. We are both, Nivek and I are on the board of FinPro, and we are volunteers. It's a volunteer role. We work closely with local government Victoria and other sector bodies such as the Municipal Association of Victoria on all sorts of policy positions and trying to make the sector a better place and get better outcomes for our communities. I'll hand over to Ms. Lorcan.
Thank you, John. So local government operates under a vertical fiscal imbalance, but three factors have intensified the problem in Victoria in particular. The first relates to revenue constraints. So councils rely overwhelmingly on property rates and grants. Unlike other tiers of government, local government revenue does not grow with economic activity and is further constrained by rate capping and also other legislative overheads. Our other big factor relates to cost escalation. So councils continue to sustain increases in construction and materials, wages in a highly competitive labour market, and insurance and compliance costs. And these are structural cost drivers, not short-term anomalies that we see. And the third is also expanding responsibilities, most often without corresponding funding and or consultation. Councils increasingly deliver services and infrastructure that support housing supply, climate adaptation and disaster recovery, public health, disability access and early years services, but much of this expansion reflects state and Commonwealth policy objectives, but funding has not kept pace over time. This result is widening pressure on council operating margins and also asset renewal capacity, and that's then also leading to service changes and service decline in certain areas of local government as well. Another impact is around infrastructure renewal. So one of the most concerning trends is perhaps the growing infrastructure renewal backlog that we're seeing across the sector. Councils manage a disproportionately large share of Australia's public infrastructure, local roads, bridges, drainage, community facilities, libraries, sporting facilities, and many more. Yet the dominant funding model prioritises, when it comes to in particular grants, new asset creation, which rarely fund full life cycle costs and often exclude renewal and maintenance costs for the life cycle of that asset. So this creates a systematic problem. Councils may accept new grants, new assets through grants, but renewal is potentially deferred and long-term liabilities grow, largely unseen in national fiscal reporting. From a finance and risk perspective, this is not prudent asset management and is a slow accumulation of deferred risk. And grant design is undermining financial sustainability. So from FinPro perspective, we're not arguing against grants, we're just arguing for a better design of grants. Too many Commonwealth and state grants are short-term and competitive, require rigid co-contributions regardless of council capacity, exclude project management lifecycle costs and asset betterment, and can impose compressed delivery timeframes that drive inefficient outcomes. Councils often face an impossible trade-off: decline the grant and miss an opportunity, or accept it while assuming unfunded future liabilities. From a whole of government perspective, this shifts risk, it does not eliminate it. So FinPros urges the restoration of the financial assistance grant to the 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue, and that would partially address the vertical fiscal imbalance, improve councils' capacity to maintain infrastructure, and reduce further Commonwealth exposure to asset failure and potential service withdrawal. And secondly, we'd like to recommend reform for the grant frameworks for future grants. Should fund whole of life costs, include renewal and climate resilience, remove inflexible co-contribution rules, and align timeframes with realistic capacity, delivery capacity. So I hand over to John.
Thank you, Navek. And maybe if I just close out, local government covers a big range of areas, geographical areas, populations. We've got small councils who struggle to hold enough cash to just deliver their operations and deliver their projects. And in some of the funding rounds, they're asked to co-contribute to quite a big piece of infrastructure. It's really difficult for them. And then at the other end of the scale, we've got big councils who are growing significantly, and they've got these things called developer contribution plans where they collect money from developers to help deliver the infrastructure. The issue with those plans is twofold. The first issue is that that collection of that money happens over the life of the developer plan, which could be a 20 or 30-year lifespan. But the delivery of the infrastructure has to happen when the houses are built. So you can't build the houses without the roads and the drains and the parks. So council often has to borrow money to do that, or fund that from other cash sources. The other thing is that all Australian councils report using accounting standards, so the Australian accounting standards, and it's really not a good picture or measure of where they are financially. So I'll talk about some of those growth councils. There's a big council, Casey, down in southwest of Melbourne. They've got $300 million in their balance sheet. Now, if anybody looked at that, they would say they're fine, they're ripper, no worries. The problem is that $300 million is actually linked to $1 billion worth of infrastructure that they have to deliver as part of that infrastructure plan. So they've got big challenges in that space. So it's not as easy as picking up the financial statements of the council and saying they're financially sustainable. We have to understand the bigger picture. Thank you. I'll pass over now.
Thank you. Talia Azaria, the Foundation for Young Australians. We welcome this opportunity to highlight the importance of engaging young people in local government, and I'll be drawing on the Young Mayors model as an example in my opening statement. Young Mayors democratically elects youth councils of 11 to 17-year-olds in partnership with local councils and electoral commissions across the country. So far, over 15,000 young people have voted for youth councils in Mackay, Cairns, Hume, Horsham and Wollongong, electing 83 representatives from a pool of 142 young candidates. Elected youth councillors work with their councils to consult with constituents and make decisions impacting their communities. The program creates a pipeline of young people into local government, connecting them with elected councillors and employees, leading to mentorship, stronger networks, and the transfer of community legacy. Currently, young mayors cannot be delivered to more than a handful of local councils because funding mechanisms don't require councils to demonstrate pathways for young people. Federally, more than $3 billion will be invested into local government through financial assistance grants in this financial year, but there isn't a published figure for how much funding supports young people's services. Without a mandate or specific funding, councils often do not have a clear requirement to engage with young people. And at FYA, we see council approaches vary wildly as a result, with the lottery of location meaning young people have very different access to services depending on where they live. The knock-on effect of having no visibility on investment, no clear mechanism that incentivises pipeline activity and restricted ability by local government to scale services for young people is that young people are overwhelmingly missing from a system that directly impacts their lives. This has flow-on effects to the local government workforce, which is significantly older than the broader Australian workforce. As ALGA reported in 2021, just under 13% of employees in local government were under 30, compared with just over 25% in other industries. Meanwhile, there's a higher proportion of workers aged 55 plus, and from 2011 to 2021, that cohort continued to increase, while those aged 15 to 34 mostly declined. These gaps reflect limited youth representation within councils. Programs like Young Mayors reduce that gap by introducing young people to local government in their formative years, often at the same time that many are considering their careers. The local government workforce is at risk of losing institutional knowledge and needs succession planning strategies that prioritise future generations. Local government decisions shape young people's everyday lives, and yet I'm curious to learn how many of the submissions you've heard have spoken about this crucial demographic. Young people care deeply, but they are disempowered and underrepresented, and local government can't exist without them as their future leaders. Creating funding mechanisms that prioritise young people will future-proof local government, ensuring it is ready to address the unprecedented challenges of current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, fascinating. I might start just sort of the question for each of you. I'll start with FinPro. So your submission recommends reformation of the grant framework to include project management, life cycle costs and climate adaptation to ensure coverage of full project costs, including project management, adaptation and maintenance. Are there any similar programs in place currently that could be expanded, and what is the ideal outcome?
I'm trying to think of any similar projects. The only thing that I can think of is under the National Disaster Funding Arrangement.
Oh, yeah.
In some cases where a road has been washed away, they will fund not just renewal but also upgrade of the road so that it's future-proofed.
Yeah. Okay.
And we need that. We need that thought pattern in our greater funding so that when we're delivering big projects, that they are adaptable or they're resilient. They can withstand climate change. They can withstand higher or lower populations or more use. And the full life cycle costing needs to be considered as well, because it's okay to fund a pool. You might get a big contribution to build a pool in an area, but pools don't generally run, or they generally run at a loss. So councils often inherit a great community facility, but also a great financial burden.
Those ongoing operational costs.
Correct.
That are there. Okay. All right. And I might just ask you, Ms. Azaria, I think that's fascinating. The program. Is there a lot of interest, like further interest to expand it, or what are you finding in that regard?
Yes, so we have 5 active councils at the moment in the program,
Yep.
And there are 137 on our wait list who are interested in the model, and that is across every state.
That's a lot of interest.
It is a lot of interest, yes. So there is the demand, but there isn't the funding to be able to roll out the program. And where the Foundation for Young Australians comes in is to build the curriculum, build the national network, build the best practice model, because every sort of third or fourth council has some form of youth engagement, but they are reinventing the wheel each time. There's no continuity across the councils. They're not sharing learnings, and so each time it's inefficient. Each time the councils are creating new approaches, and it means often that young people are being positioned really as passive advisors, because the councils don't often have the resourcing to be able to take what young people are suggesting and do something with it. And what we are proposing is that you shift that and shift the dial on how we engage with young people at the local level, towards centering young people as decision makers, because they are decisions that impact their lives. And so we would love to see a national cohesive approach to this that is place-based and tailored, because we know that for young people in Mackay, they're experiencing different challenges to young people in Wollongong, for example.
So that's your main recommendation for us as a committee for the inquiry?
Yes, so the recommendation is to establish a funding mechanism that encourages local councils to create a pipeline of young people into local government through active participation. And as an example, to do this through young mayors to scale the program, funding at a federal level of $1.25 million per year, or $5 million over 4 years, would establish a nationally reaching and regionally relevant curriculum and network, and the long-term infrastructure needed to one day reach at least, the 137 councils who have expressed interest, but hopefully one day all 537 local councils, so that we can bring as many councils as possible ultimately into the program, so that it becomes just part of what a council does.
And we often hear of workforce shortages in councils, and obviously the ageing demographic. Do you have any data to show or evidence to show that it's helping encourage greater participation, in jobs for council?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Young Mayors program has operated for 3 years, and our alumni are, because the program's for 11 to 17-year-olds, most of them are still at school or just graduating and figuring out what their next steps are. But we do know from the councils that we work with that they require, for example, tertiary qualifications for people to be employed by them. And so it creates an instant barrier for young people who have not taken that path or who are not at that point in their career, and it is really difficult for them to get into the workforce. But we do know that the program, we do have data that demonstrates the program has created more awareness of what local government does. A lot of young people and a lot of not young people don't understand the differences between local government, state and federal government. And so Young Mayors is, in part, it is giving them that knowledge, and they exit the program then knowing how they can work with local government to make change in their communities, whether it is as an employee or an elected representative to the actual council, or as a community leader in another way. And we have examples of a young person in Mackay, for example, who's gone off and she's turned 18 and created her own not-for-profit organisation designed to give young people scholarships to travel overseas, to learn, and then to bring that knowledge back to their community directly to benefit the community of Mackay. So time will tell. We need to probably do some longitudinal studies to see in a decade or 2 decades' time what the impact of this program is. But we can point to many other examples that support young people that, are, for example, in the UK that have existed for 40 years that demonstrate there absolutely is that conversion that takes place from young people participating in the program initially to then seeing themselves in local government in one way or another.
Thank you. Right, I might go to Ms. Penfold.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to come back to FinPro, question to FinPro, and this question of funding life cycle maintenance. How do you propose the Commonwealth do that, and do you have a sense of the additional I would say, multi-billion dollars of cost on the federal government if they were to move down this road?
I guess an initial thought would be around, even if there was, you know, as we're recommending, around restoring that financial assistance grant back to that 1%. I mean, part of this fiscal imbalance that we see is, you know, the ability to maintain our assets has degraded over time because of that reduction within that financial assistance grant scheme. So that would certainly be one way from an immediate perspective to provide that. And that would be an initial thought.
Yeah, and I think building on that, is what we are seeing is that there are renewal gaps that are opening across the industry in terms of councils' asset bases, and they're being fit for purpose, and how quickly they're degrading. And I think part of the issue is the funding that we receive in order to look after the assets that we have.
Okay, but why is it the Commonwealth Government's responsibility to fund life cycle maintenance on assets that are decisions of local government? Why should the Australian taxpayer fund them when they're not decisions of the federal government?
So I think there's also, if we're looking at life cycle costs here, if we're talking about, say, grants, for instance, you know, often local governments do receive grants from Commonwealth, and they really are generally only for a part of a build of something. And these will be assets which are, you know, require that co-contribution, but also quite a lot of maintenance and renewal over time. And I think that's where, you know, from a total community perspective, if the Commonwealth is investing in the asset, it's seeing some value in that asset. But when councils are being compounded by not being able to raise rates outside of the rate cap, plus, you know, essentially other requirements which continue to come on to the local government, plus decreasing contributions from, say, financial assistance grants, and also decreasing contributions from grants from the state government, you know, essentially we're just reaching a point where we can't keep then funding all of these additional new infrastructure pieces that come on.
Are you aware of any councils that have, you know, in some shape or form, taken on a sort of sinking fund type approach to be able to fund these assets down the track?
Certainly, councils are considering their asset base, and part of that will be putting strategic funds away for future liabilities, but also it's about whether they can afford to keep the full asset base that they have, and having to make decisions about selling assets or deprioritising some community assets for the greater good.
And I think,
but you have no sense of the overall cost that you're proposing. I mean, you put it in your submission, so do you have a sense of what you would anticipate the additional cost to the Commonwealth would be? I can't imagine that the increasing to 1% of Commonwealth tax revenue is going to be anywhere near sufficient to cover lifestyle maintenance costs when it's not even covering just the capital cost for replacement.
So we're not suggesting that the Commonwealth be responsible for the full cost. What we're requesting is that consideration of the life cycle cost of that project is taken into account at the point of the issuing of the grant. So council does take the responsibility to maintain that asset over its life. But what we're saying is that that should be considered at the point of the grant program being announced or the grant being allowed.
Okay. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Might go to Ms. Jordan-Baird.
Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today. And Ms. Azaria, thanks for all the work you do to champion the voice of young people. I represent one of the youngest electorates in the country, so thank you for all that you do. Sounds like the Youth Mayors program is really beneficial, so thank you for that. My question is to FinPro, and you mentioned the developer contribution plans and that very long-term 20 to 30 year plan and no real sort of obligation to build some of these infrastructure projects that we so desperately need earlier. It could be sort of anywhere in the plan. Where would you recommend reform in this space?
Oh, I'm not a planner. I'd probably get in trouble if I started trying to be in that space. I think for a start, just for the very start, is recognition of that challenge. And I don't think it's widely known or understood. And I think if that could be recognised or reported better, I think that would lead to better decision making and more understanding of the financial challenges that councils have. We're very misunderstood as an industry, so especially financially. So just getting that understanding, I think, would be the first port of call.
Because it doesn't make a lot of sense at the moment. You know, you need to build these critical infrastructure like sewage, like water, like roads before housing is built. So it doesn't, for me, it doesn't really make sense that it can be anywhere within the plan at the moment. So you think better awareness of the issue?
Well, that's a start. From an accountant's point of view, I'm not a planner, so I can't claim any specialist expertise in that space.
No, I do think, looking at total reform in that area is something that we need to look at in a collaborative approach, but it is an area that councils, in particular the growth councils and interface councils, are going to have more and more issues with. And certainly from a sector, we have spoken about how do we actually look at reporting what is that DCP gap that councils now have, because that is a cliff that is going to come up quickly around, John gave the example of Casey, but can councils fund those gaps into the future? Because there's also only so much borrowings that a council can take out as well and continue to deliver services and renew infrastructure, let alone build new infrastructure in growth communities.
And the cost of infrastructure is significantly outpacing the growth in CPI, significantly.
Yeah. I mean, it did come up in where the question was previously around rate capping and how the rate cap is actually determined. And the rate cap, for instance, is determined and given to local councils in December each year. It is that forward-looking cap, so it's expected that, that forecast is what will be for the June or July of the next financial year. It tends to always be an estimate within that between 2 to 3% of what the inflationary bands are expected to be, or during COVID below that. It never, from a calculation perspective, looks backwards, so it doesn't take into account if the inflation was higher doing any form of top-up. Nor is it looking at that right basket of goods. So most of councils' goods and services really come out of probably that construction and materials index, because it's not just things that we use for building our new assets, it's also for maintaining a lot of our assets. And, we see that go up by 10, 15%, in particular in COVID, or 20%, yet the rate cap was set at 1.5, 1.75. So, there is a large deterioration in that and what can then actually be maintained. And then that will further compound how councils are then able to fund these DCP gaps going into the future.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
We're running a little late. We might finish there if that's okay, unless there's any burning questions.
Chair, it's Helen Haynes. Just wondering if I could ask one question.
Yeah, sure.
Please, of Ms. Lorcan. Yep. Thank you to all the witnesses today. Ms. Lorcan, the Commonwealth provides around $5 billion to local governments every year, and you articulated the vertical fiscal imbalance that defines our federal system. Yet despite the fiscal leverage, the Commonwealth's remained largely silent about the rate capping and cost shifting that you and many other witnesses have identified. In your view, if the Commonwealth were to reform its funding commitment to local government, should it also exercise its fiscal leverage to address issues such as rate capping and cost shifting?
I mean, in my personal view, or shall I say, I'd say it would be appropriate that we're able to look at it from a total Commonwealth state perspective, just noting that I guess local government is a byproduct of a state act, and so we aren't recognised under the Constitution. So I'm not aware of what flex the Commonwealth would actually have in that regard. And we have had other intergovernmental agreements in place between the state, in particular the 2014 agreement around sort of, being consulted on cost shifting and changes, and that really hasn't been effective. So I guess I would just wonder under what mechanism that would occur.
All right. It is a sticky problem, but you have articulated really clearly the implications of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we might conclude there. So thank you for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by 20th of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Thank you very much.
Person called Frank Joyce. Okay. So we'll
Frank.
fix up
Oh,
something for it.
okay. Yep, great.
With Metro Shire.
Yeah. They're both from, yeah. Okay, we'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from Mitchell Shire Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, Frank Joyce, the Director Organisational Performance for Mitchell Shire Council.
Mary Agostino, CEO for Mitchell Shire Council.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
Tom Benning, member for Grey, most of Regional SA.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong here in Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton, Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs of Adelaide.
I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed
just on the phone, Helen
to
Haynes,
discussion.
Member for Indi.
Oh, I've forgotten. Sorry. I'm
And
terribly
Alison
sorry.
Penfold, Member for Lyme.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, panel, and for the opportunity to speak today. I want to start with a very simple point. Right now, the way we fund local government is producing unequal outcomes for communities, and that inequity is growing. In Mitchell Shire, we're not just experiencing growth, we're experiencing the fastest growth in Victoria by percentage and the second fastest in Australia. Our population is projected to double over the next 2 decades with a compound annual growth rate of over 6%. Some of our communities are growing at more than 15% per annum. But the system that supports local government has not kept pace with that reality. Local government is increasingly being asked to deliver on national and state priorities such as housing supply, early years reform and community wellbeing, but these policies come with no real on-the-ground costs. They require buildings, land, infrastructure, ongoing service delivery, and in growth areas, that responsibility often falls to councils. We have communities in our growth area living on the edge of Melbourne and a huge dependency on cars. Fewer local services and increased pressure on councils to step in to provide connections, facilities and community infrastructure that enables them to live well. This is where the inequity becomes clear. We are being asked to build communities at a speed but without funding models to support it. Mitchell will be home to a significant share of Melbourne's future growth. 66,000 new homes are our state target, yet we do not have the rate base to fund that growth. We are also not responsible for planning that growth, and we are not funded to deliver the infrastructure and services required to make that growth successful. Put simply, we're building communities and setting them up to fall short of what they should or could be. We're creating tomorrow's problems today. This challenge is compounded by the financial settings we operate within. I know you've heard about rate capping and I won't labour it, but in Mitchell, our estimated total rate revenue, including waste, is forecast to be $72,000 this year. Under previous models, and I worked at the Growth Council of the City of Whittlesea, prior to rate capping, the model was CPI plus 1%. Now, if we still had that model in Victoria, we would have extra $5.6 million per annum. But even, we just calculated at a rough estimate, just on the rate cap plus 1%, that would be $23 million over the last 9 years that we've missed out on. At the same time, we are managing high construction inflation. Now, developer contributions, and someone asked that question previously, only cover 25 to 30% of the cost of delivering our 22 new community hubs at a cost of $20 million per hub, and our 30 sporting facilities that we've still got to deliver over the next 20 odd years. So if you do the maths on only collecting 25 to 30%, you realise we are not sustainable. We're also the first growth area council to enter this phase without a targeted recurrent growth funding. There is nothing there that is a pipeline. And we do not have a balanced mix of industrial and residential land. So our communities have to travel outside our shire for work, or a funding system designed for rapid expansion. And I'll just give you a very good example. 23 houses now are being built per hectare. Casey, Wyndham, Hume, 15 to 18 at their peak, 20 max. Those 23 new homes per hectare do not come with additional outdoor recreation space. We have to find, and that is additional expense. Again, we're doing that in a rate-capped environment. And one of the clearest examples of this pressure is on our road network. Mitchell's responsible for maintaining and upgrading approximately 1,480 kilometres of local roads, both sealed and unsealed. There's high community expectations for safety, access and connectivity. At the same time, our new growth areas require entirely new road networks, often having to be built before the population comes in. The cost of maintaining existing roads while expanding the network is significant, and a lot of it falls on local government. Without adequate funding, we face the same trade-off seen across other infrastructure, maintaining what we have or building what we need. The tension is real. And again, if we cannot keep pace, our communities feel the impact directly in their daily lives. The impact of this is also visible in the infrastructure that communities rely on. Libraries, indoor recreation centres, aquatic facilities. They're not optional extras. They're essential to community health and connection and wellbeing, but they don't attract any funding from developers. So an aquatic space is a minimum 120 million. You're trying to deliver maybe a couple of those, it is impossible. Private partnerships are difficult to secure, particularly for capital delivery. As a result, these facilities are becoming increasingly out of reach. This is a serious equity issue because it means communities in high growth areas have less access to the very services that support quality of life. The renewal gap, and it was spoken about earlier. At the same time, we are facing a growing renewal gap. We have just updated our asset plan through deliberative engagement with our community. What our plan tells us, if we keep all the assets in their current condition over the next 10 years, we need to spend an additional $250 million. And we have to put it aside in our long-term financial plan, which is impossible. To access grant funding, we're often required to co-contribute, 1-for-1. If we're lucky, the ratio might change slightly, but we can't even be equitable in a grant funding process. In a fast-growing area, that contribution frequently comes at the expense of maintaining these existing assets. We are forced to choose between renewing what we have and building what we need, and the reality is we need both. So what we're doing, I want to be clear, we are not standing still as a council. In Mitchell, we are building partnerships across all levels of government and sectors, exploring public-private partnerships, reviewing how we deliver services and infrastructure, and setting clear organisational priorities to operate as efficiently as possible. We're doing everything to help ourselves, but the scale of the challenge is beyond what we can do by ourselves. There are some practical solutions, and they're low-cost opportunities to improve equity within the current system. These include adjusting grant co-contribution requirements to better support high-growth councils, establishing targeted funding streams for councils growing over 4% per annum, such as ours, providing funding for business cases, planning and partnership development, so councils can compete for and deliver major projects, and better aligning state and federal funding programs so projects can be delivered within coordinated support rather than fragmented funding. Rather than applying a bit here, a bit there, is having our pipeline, understanding that and working together between the Commonwealth and the state. There's also opportunity to introduce funding specifically for asset renewal, and I did hear the previous FinPro speak on that point, and recognise the dual pressure growth councils face developing new infrastructure while maintaining existing. They're not structural overhauls, they're practical adjustments that would make meaningful difference. So, if we want growth to succeed, we need to fund it properly, because right now the communities growing in the fastest local government areas are not equipped. This is not sustainable, it's not equitable. What we are doing is entrenching disadvantage inequity. If we don't address this, we risk a system where your postcode determines your access to essential infrastructure and services. This is not the outcome many of us are working towards. We've outlined in our recommendations what we think may make a difference. I do want to draw your attention to recommendation 3, 6, 8, 12, 13, 14 and 17 as a clear path forward. I do want to say we are the custodians of tomorrow today, and what we do here is very important. Thank you.
I might just start, it's a bit of a long question, but your submission recommends federal and state government policies which have a high risk of financial impact upon local government should include a financial impact assessment and statement. This impact assessment must be made, which includes a detailed financial analysis and how local government will be supported to manage this. What issues would this impact assessment resolve, and are there any current programs or frameworks that could be adapted to suit this issue?
Yeah. Okay, so if you're doing impact assessment, I'll give you a really great example from a state reform agenda. The state reform around early years provision, fine, great, happy to deliver it. But what it has now done is the contributions we were receiving, the land contributions as well, now cannot accommodate broader community access. Great, we can deliver early years on that land. We need to expand that. That expansion was never factored into an impact statement, but we're carrying the cost of that and trying to juggle infrastructure. And we've got a beverage community centre that was built for community access, all groups. I'm telling you now, it is just an early years facility because of that impact. So to deliver on some other wellbeing outcomes, we would have to invest a whole lot more money. So that's one example. Sorry, Fiona, could you just give me the second part of that question as well?
What issues would this impact assessment resolve, and are there any current programs or frameworks that could be adapted?
I think it would give the federal or state government, whatever policies, reforms coming through, at least a clear indication of its impact, and it may adjust the policy, or what it may do is weight it a bit differently for different areas. So I think it would give more consideration to its practical application, and maybe the policy might be adjusted accordingly.
Okay.
I could just add an example of something that has happened of late. So there was the waste guidelines developed, which had a significant impact on a lot of councils, where all of a sudden where they weren't able to fund things through the waste guidelines, and so then that impacted the operation. Following a lot of feedback and advocacy from the sector, they had been adjusted effectively late last year to come into effect the 1st of January, which was a positive in it enabled our dumped rubbish, our public parks and infrastructure waste removal to be captured in the waste charge. That was a good example of, I suppose, not having an impact assessment initially, which the guidelines were then sort of almost mandated, which had a significant impact on councils, but then following consultation and understanding the impact, some changes being made.
Okay, thank you. Might go to Ms Penfold.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. My question goes to betterment funding. What experience has Council had in seeking betterment funding through the National Disaster Recovery Arrangement?
Okay, that's a really fantastic question. Thank you for asking. So our experience, we've been flood affected of recent years, fire affected on recent years, and I wish I had the data here to show you, and I can always provide it. So we've had 2 flood incidents, in close proximity to each other. We did not receive betterment funding. We had to build like for like. Next flood came along, we had to build like for like. So what we did was had a double expense on something. If we had built it better the first time, would have actually held up in a second flood incident. We've begged for betterment funding rather than just like for like, but it feels like some other states have had success in betterment funding. We have not had that success in Victoria, and it has a huge financial impact. And it's got a financial impact on the state and the federal government too, because you're doing like for like, and it's a waste of public money. So thank you for that question.
Yeah. We had the committee had the National Emergency Management Authority appear before it early in this inquiry, and there were questions around betterment funding, and the quote I'll take from it is, it's absolutely open to the state to request that of the Commonwealth being betterment funding. Is that your understanding, that it's the blockage in getting Category D funding is the fact the state government isn't asking the Commonwealth for it, or do you believe that it's some other reason why you haven't been able to get betterment funding?
Well, from our perspective, it's never really been on the table. So it's been, we've been allocated, this is the funding you need to apply for, which really is just like for like. And as Mary mentioned, we have had a number of roads, drains, different infrastructure affected, particularly in the Seymour area with significant flooding of the Goulburn River. And that's had to be replaced 2 years after it had just been replaced, which has significant costs for the state and federal for funding, and also significant costs for Mitchell Shire. So
I can't speak to the machinations between the federal and state government. I do know that there was some challenge because other states do manage to secure betterment funding. So I can't answer that cleanly.
But is it in terms of the agreements which you would have access to between the Victorian state government and the federal government regarding Category D funding? Does the wording suggest that you could notionally have access to betterment funding?
No, not to my knowledge at all. It is
Okay,
like for like.
Yep. Right. Okay, that's interesting because it clearly then there's different agreements between the Commonwealth and the states, which where some states are receiving betterment funding and others, whilst it's in the wording, are not getting it either. So thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Ben, either one. There you go.
I'm right just at the moment. Sorry.
I'm happy to go. Yeah, thank you so much for appearing before our committee today. Every challenge that you've articulated, I see in my community in the western suburbs. I have the Melton LGA in my electorate. The pressures that you mentioned around critical infrastructure, around housing, around roads, community facilities, I'm seeing it in the western suburbs as well. Your submission highlights issues with funding mechanisms, and I'm specifically referencing sort of developer contribution plans and GAIC funding. What are your recommendations for reform for that space?
Okay, so it's developer contributions are complex. And I know the state reform was looking at developer contributions and left them alone, really, because of the complexity of them. And I do think brownfield sites and greenfield sites are different and should be treated differently. I like developer contributions remaining with local government. And why I say that is often you can negotiate, some sort of agreement with a developer, that's transparent to the community, where you might receive infrastructure early, they might do works in kind. You can't do that in a centralised system. So for me, you lose a little bit of control. So I like the fact that it remains with us and that you can bring things forward. It goes into it's obviously attributed to a specific project and a specific place, but you can sometimes negotiate better outcomes. Having said that, GAIC at the moment has only really been, all I can see is new bus routes. Whereas previously with GAIC, I saw it contribute to a piece of infrastructure, a hub that we had no developer contributions to, and really helped us deliver it. I would say if it can assist us to bridge some of that gap in terms of GAIC, I know it was set up for big infrastructure, but if it can support greenfield sites, I would welcome that. At the moment, it feels like there's no noise around GAIC, and now that the Growing Suburbs Fund has also been zeroed out, budgeted out, I can't see a pipeline. So I would like GAIC, if in a new iteration, becomes something that can support a pipeline. And I think local governments can supply the pipeline and not be, behest to a grant system that's willy-nilly, or that you've got to keep applying. If we've got a pipeline, we know when we've got to deliver. Wouldn't that be better for the state and the federal government? Anyway, so I think GAIC's very important, particularly with the disappearance of GSF.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
We'll just have one final question. Dr. Haynes, do you have a question?
Yeah, I do, thanks, Chair. And thank you to the Mitchell Shire for their witness appearance today. I wanted to follow up on the conversation on betterment, and I'm curious, please, if you could share any experiences you might have in engaging with the Commonwealth authorities during the most recent Longwood fire.
Okay. I'm probably not as best placed as our emergency management manager to give that. My experiences were quite positive in terms of engaging with the state, and through Emergency Management Victoria, then liaising with the feds. So I can't say I had any roadblocks to either path.
Yeah. I'd be grateful if maybe you could take the question away on notice and have a word to your emergency
yes, I will.
person. We've just had some evidence that while NEMA approved projects for betterment. There's been some blockages at a state level, and some councils have found that they've been constrained in building back better. So I'm just trying to get a sense if that's a universal issue.
That is a universal issue. We cannot build back better. So
Yeah,
that's
okay.
our experience as well. But I'll take the question on notice as well.
If you could take it on notice, particularly just in this most recent significant Longwood fire event, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
That's all from me, Chair. Thank you.
All right, that's great. Yeah, so there are those specific examples around betterment. And
Yes.
Please, yeah. Just
we will send
those on
that
over.
through. We've got a whole body of evidence.
Yeah, great. All right, thank you. All right, well, thank you for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by 20th of May 2026? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes.
We'll now continue or resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Australian Services Union, Victorian and Tasmanian Services and Authorities Branch to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Do you want to? Do you want everyone to do that now?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
great. I'll kick off then. So my name is Tash Walk. I'm Branch Secretary of the Australian Services Union, Victorian Tasmanian Branch. And maybe we start down there.
I'm Claire Noonan and I'm a delegate with the ASU.
I'm Claudia Faha. I'm a delegate and branch executive member with the ASU VicTas branch.
Hi, I'm Pauline Porter.
I'm a union delegate of the ASU.
I'm Nicole Knight, a union delegate of the ASU.
I'm Sarah Carlis. I'm an ASU member.
Karen Douglas, Research and Policy Advisor, ASU.
Sue Sinclair. I'm a member and a delegate for the ASU.
Emma Foster, member and delegate for ASU.
And we have some people online by teleconference. If you could also please state your full name and capacity in which you appear before the committee today.
Chair, we had two online folk, but
they're
advised that they're no longer available, but
That's
I have
okay.
statements that I'll just read on their behalf.
Okay, that's okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's great. So although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those we've got joined by teleconference.
Jo Brisky, the Federal Member for Maribyrnong here in Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton in Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Matt Burnell, Federal Member for Spence, Northern Suburbs, Adelaide.
Great. I now I'm nearly missed.
And online, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the invitation to appear before the committee. As I said before, my name is Tash. I'm proud to be joined by several ASU members, all of whom deeply care about their work, their communities and the sustainable future of local government. You'll hear from each of them how important their work is, the difference that local government workers make to their communities every single day. So the ASU is Victoria's local government union. We have members across each of Victoria's 79 councils, and our members work in almost every council role. Our submission is grounded in the experience of the union members and their extensive involvement in representing local government workers across Victoria. Our members understand and build the operational context of their work environment. They're experts in advising how work can be undertaken safely, professionally, and their specialist knowledge contributes to attracting and retaining local government workforces of the future. But their work is hampered by cost shifting, underfunding and insecure work, which our submission goes into some further detail about. And these factors affect the services that councils are trying to deliver and the infrastructure that councils are responsible for maintaining. They affect workers' ability to negotiate fair wages and conditions, and low wages and suppressed wages are a cause of staff shortages, which in turn places pressure on workers as vacant positions are unfilled. Job security is an unnecessary feature of local government practice, and we have been addressing insecure through advocating for a secure jobs code. Proper funding attached to secure work means that communities receive the continuity of services that they need, and workers are provided with the time and resources to perform these functions. So I am going to direct to each of our members and they'll give you a bit of a brief rundown on the work that they do. Before I do that, Karen Douglas is just going to cover the statements of the couple of members that couldn't make it along today.
Thanks, committee. So, firstly, I'll read a statement from Jane Humphrey. Jane is a long-term early childhood education and care worker and is nearing the end of her working life, which in itself is a problem because this is something we're familiar with. We have a pipeline problem with ECEC workers coming into the sector. But reflecting on her time in local government, Jane, and I quote, says, being in ECEC is being an important part of our community. Our roles as educators is a privilege. We nurture our children, engage with parents, grandparents, carers, and we get involved with the community. On behalf of all educators, I would like to raise the rate of burnout our educators are facing. There is no time allocated for room leaders to engage with their co-workers regarding the running of the rooms. Room leaders get 4 hours per week off the floor. This was secured in enterprise bargaining negotiations, but often they don't get that time as there is not staff to relieve them to take that 4 hours. There is high absenteeism. They then have to go to what in the industry is called under the roofline numbers, and that in itself puts pressure on staff trying to maintain those rostering arrangements. Apart from the mandatory training, there is insufficient funding for professional training. We have many staff who are diploma trained and they are still on the Certificate 3 pay scale. Certificate 3 educators are expected to complete documentation they don't have time to complete, and this takes time away from their interactions with children on the floor. Lack of funding for more staff and training needs to be addressed. The second and last statement I will read is on behalf of Libby Rigby. Libby is a youth and early years officer at Hepburn Shire Council, and Libby says, "In my role, I create and support opportunities for young people to participate in programs that build skills, confidence and pathways towards future employment and education. I also work across the early years sector, partnering with childcare centres, kindergartens, playgroups and primary schools to deliver programs, including school holiday initiatives that support children and families in our community. As a small rural council, we face significant and ongoing challenges. These include limited transport options for young people, geographic isolation, mental health concerns, restricted access to childcare, housing affordability pressures, and issues related to drug and alcohol use. Local government plays a critical role in responding to these challenges and supporting community wellbeing. Local government in a rural shire operates in a uniquely connected way. We do not just serve our community, we are part of it. The people we support know us personally. They know our families, and there is a deep sense of trust and belonging that underpins our work. However, local governments are increasingly constrained in their capacity to deliver essential services. Budget limitations are forcing difficult decisions, and community services, particularly those that support people and build long-term wellbeing, are being reduced or lost. Communities are often placed in the position of choosing between funding core infrastructure, such as roads and waste management, and investing in vital community services that foster healthy, resilient populations. Healthy communities cannot exist without adequate staffing, resources and sustained investment from local government. While the role of local government has evolved significantly over time, funding has not kept pace. Libby's role spans both youth and early years services at Hepburn. It is a substantial responsibility that cannot be effectively delivered within her current allocation of 2.5 days per week. Libby is also the only qualified youth worker employed by council. So the level of resourcing is insufficient to meet the needs of community. It limits the consistency, reach and quality of services. And Libby implores the committee to recognise the critical role of local government in delivering frontline community services and to recommend increased funding for rural communities and all communities. Thank you.
So next we can hear from Sue Sinclair.
Hi, I previously introduced myself. My name is Suze. I'm currently a business support officer employed at the City of Port Phillip. In my role, I act as a central support point for multiple teams, departments, divisions, providing comprehensive administration, procurement, project coordination, reporting, and various council information services. I work primarily with internal stakeholders in a very high-pressure environment where staff are experiencing very low morale, extremely heavy workloads, which makes even the most basic interactions very challenging. Chronic underfunding is stripping councils of the ability to build skilled, stable workforces that they need, now and in the future. The consequences are no longer abstract. They are being felt every day across the organisation. Staff are stretched beyond capacity, expected to absorb more responsibilities and roles, whilst turnover accelerates. Highly experienced employees, the people who in my organisation hold very critical organisational knowledge, are very easily walking out the door. And in the last 12 months alone, I have seen 8 high-level managers from all divisions and departments leave the City of Port Phillip. At the same time, the new staff that are entering an environment where proper training is impossible because of the people who would normally perform this and guide them are already too overwhelmed. This creates a cycle where even the basic tasks become harder, slower and far more error prone. The organisation is losing capability faster than it can rebuild it. And without investment in workforce development, this decline is going to continue. I've remained in my role at City of Port Phillip in the last 7 years for 2 reasons, despite the growing challenges in local government. Supporting staff as an ASU delegate continues to give me a deep sense of purpose. Being able to guide and advocate for my colleagues, especially during such periods of uncertainty, instability and the increasing pressures, remains one of the most meaningful parts of my work. Using my own experience to help others navigate very stressful situations is both motivating and rewarding. The financial reality has left me with limited choices. Although I'm eager to progress my career, wages in local government are falling further behind the cost of living. In the past 12 months alone, several highly skilled and dedicated colleagues have left the sector because the constant struggle to make ends meet, combined with increasing workloads and unrealistic expectations, has become unsustainable. Their departures highlight a broader issue. Staying in local government is now becoming financially unviable for many. And the only reason I can continue is because I have such a short commute, which enables me to keep my costs manageable. Thank you for taking the time today to listen and understand the reasons behind my commitment to my work and why secure employment, proper funding are essential for the communities that I serve. Your willingness to hear these experiences make a real difference to us, and it reinforces how important it is that we continue to advocate for stable, well-supported local government workforce.
Thanks, Suze. I'll go to Emma, please.
Emma Foster. I'm currently the Resilient Communities Program Officer at the City of Ballarat, and my substantive role there is in parks maintenance. As noted, I'm an ASU member and delegate, and this is my 4th year working in local government. I started my time in local government working with our operations teams at the depot, and I've seen firsthand how essential services rely on stable funding and skilled crews. When local government funding is constrained, you see it first in day-to-day operations. Maintenance becomes reactive instead of planned. Everything takes longer to fix, including potholes, footpaths and park repairs. Mowing cycles are stretched, street cleaning and graffiti removal happens less frequently, and even bin collections, drainage maintenance and public toilet servicing can come under pressure. We're also managing an ageing operational workforce. Councils need the capacity to attract, train and keep apprentices and younger staff, or we risk losing the skills needed to deliver these essential services. Emergencies and natural disasters also increase the pressures on our operations teams. Crews are diverted into cleanups and urgent repairs, creating backlogs across the routine services. Our communities also need to be prepared for natural disasters and catastrophic weather events, and that's where my current work comes in. I work on the front line of community preparedness, resilience, relief and recovery, helping ensure people are not facing emergencies alone or unprepared. My work brings me into direct contact with at-risk and vulnerable community members, alongside volunteers, emergency services, government agencies and other council staff, all with one clear purpose: to reduce harm, strengthen resilience and keep our communities safe when it matters most. To give you a sense of scale, the City of Ballarat has a population of around 125,000 people, and currently there is an ongoing emergency management team of 2. This work is challenging because we are understaffed and under-resourced with growing demand and limited capacity. Disasters and climate-related emergencies are becoming more frequent and more complex. We're expected to keep up with increasing community need, maintain infrastructure and services to the standards people expect, and respond effectively in emergencies, while our financial capacity remains limited. Preparedness and recovery work is not occasional. It is ongoing and it surges when communities are already stretched. Councils are doing their best under significant funding constraints, including the challenge of stop-start and inconsistent funding. Important work is often supported through short-term grants with reporting requirements, which pulls time and energy away from delivering the work itself and threatens program continuity. And in emergency management, continuity matters. Trust matters and relationships matter. You can't build community preparedness in one funding cycle and then stop and start again without consequences. Despite these pressures, I choose to stay with Council because I believe local government work is essential. I stay because I can see the difference it makes, because this is my community. I care about the people behind the statistics, the residents who are trying to keep their families and neighbourhoods safe, people who face barriers to accessing help, including health, mobility, language and isolation, and those who are still recovering long after the headlines move on. And I'm proud to work alongside colleagues and partners who show up when it matters most. The funding reality we are living in affects both the services people see every day, like roads, parks and waste, and the emergency readiness they depend on when things go wrong. Council funding is not just a budget line. It's what determines whether communities are prepared for emergencies, whether vulnerable people are reached, and whether councils can retain the skilled staff to do this work. Thank you for taking the time to listen today and to understand why it is that I do what I do.
Thanks, Emma. I think we go to Pauline next, please.
My name is Pauline Porter. I'm employed by Southern Grampian Shire Council as an Environmental Health Coordinator and the Authorised Environmental Health Officer. I hold statutory university qualifications in environmental health and exercise delegated power under public health and environmental protection legislation. I've worked in environmental health for more than 20 years, almost entirely in rural and remote local government areas across Victoria and New South Wales. Environmental health is not a desk job, it's frontline work. My role is about preventing harm before it happens and stepping in when things go wrong. On any given day, that can include food safety inspections, investigating public health complaints, responding to communicable disease notifications, assessing accommodation and caravan parks, monitoring public pools, managing on-site wastewater systems, also known as septic tank systems, and responding to emergencies such as flood, fire, contaminated water, or disease outbreaks. Each year, with a part-time environmental health officer, I inspect and assess hundreds of businesses, premises and septic systems. I respond to urgent complaints, disease notifications within strict timeframes. I issue legal notices and orders where there is a real risk to health and the environment. I also spend a significant amount of time providing advice and education, sitting down with small business owners, landowners and residents to help them understand what's required and how to comply. Many of the people I work with are vulnerable or at risk. They include low-income households, older residents, people living in insecure or unsustainable housing, and families and small businesses in rural areas that rely on septic systems, because there is no reticulated sewage. These are not abstract policy issues, they are real people, often stressed, confused or worried, who come to council because they don't know where else to turn. Over time, this work has become harder to sustain. Environmental health services in local government are chronically under-resourced. There is a serious shortage of trained and experienced environmental health practitioners, especially in rural and remote regional areas. Councils simply cannot compete with metropolitan salaries or provide the support needed to attract and retain staff. Ongoing funding constraints makes things worse, limiting councils' ability to train new officers or build succession within the workforce, even as workloads and responsibilities continue to grow. At the same time, local government is increasingly picking up responsibilities that were once supported by federal or state agencies. Cost shifting has become part of everyday practice. While expectations placed on local government have increased, when businesses and community members can't get answers from the federal or state, they come to council and we respond. Legislation is now more complex and increasingly performance-based, but this has not been matched with practical guidance, clear technical advice or accessible education materials. That leaves small businesses and residents confused and anxious about their obligations. It leaves councils carrying the burden of interpretation, education and risk management without additional funding or formal delegation. Access to specialist advice from federal and state regulators has become increasingly inaccessible. Environmental health officers are often forced to rely on informal peer networks, legal advice, or other counsels just to interpret the legislation and requirements. This takes time, creates inefficiencies, and leads to inconsistent outcomes across the state and Australia. Not because councils want that outcome, but because the system leaves them with few alternatives. Infrastructure gaps make these challenges even more acute. In unsewered townships, councils are required to refuse development and on-site wastewater permits where the site is unsuitable or environmentally sensitive to protect public health and the environment. These decisions are not made lightly. We know they restrict housing supply, limit business growth and deter essential workers, but without investment in reticulated sewage, approving those developments would place people's health and the environment at risk. Community members regularly approach council with issues they are fundamentally of federal and state responsibilities, but they cannot access the information in a timely manner, or education or support elsewhere. Council officers provide one-on-one education, explain the requirements and advocate on behalf of the community, often without extra resources or recognition. Despite of all this, I stay in my role. I stay because I believe in rural communities and in the right of people who live outside metropolitan areas to have the same level of health protection, dignity and opportunity as anyone else. I value the people, the strong sense of community and the connection to the natural environment, the clean air, waterways, wildlife, open landscapes, starry nights that residents and visitors treasure. Most importantly, I stay because the work makes a real difference. Environmental health prevents hospitalisation, it protects drinking water and food safety. It reduces long-term environmental harm. It supports basic human rights. In rural and remote areas, environmental health officers are often the most accessible and sometimes the only professional public health and environmental protection advice. With adequate and sustainable funding, this work doesn't just protect individuals, it supports the long-term well-being, resilience and viability of entire communities. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Pauline. Sarah,
yeah. Thanks. Hi, my name is Sarah. I've worked in local government, in corporate planning and policy development for just shy of a decade and across 3 different councils. I'm currently at Hobsons Bay, but I've also worked at another metropolitan council and one on the urban fringe. I'm an ASU member and have been a delegate in the past. Corporate planners guide councils and councillors through the process of planning for the future and through the process of reporting progress towards those goals back to the community. Corporate planners are responsible for the legislated functions or the legislated reporting and planning obligations set out in the Local Government Act. Behind the scenes services like corporate planning can get lost when there are so many really valuable community facing services like the ones that my colleagues have spoken to, fighting for a spot in ever tightening budgets. But frontline services are better when they are thoughtfully planned and they're based on reliable information. When resourced appropriately, corporate planners enable council leaders, executive and councillors alike, to make informed decisions that are reflective of community sentiment and are grounded in data. Corporate planners encourage strategic long-term thinking and enable timely and transparent communication back to the community about council's progress and performance. When not resourced and prioritised, corporate planning is reduced to a tick box exercise where we're grinding out the stuff that's required under the Act. Corporate planners become the internal police of an organisation and the people that no one wants to see coming. The fun stuff in what we do, the strategic work, is always the first stuff that gets farmed out to consultants. Corporate knowledge and expertise gets lost, and ultimately that means worse outcomes for the community. I love my job. I want to be able to have a long career where I can put my expertise to use, knowing that what I'm doing is contributing to more effective and efficient council operations. To do that, the sector needs the money, not just to deliver the externally facing services, but to properly resource the internal services that enable those external services. That's me done. Thanks for listening. It's really important. It's really important.
Thanks, Sarah. Go to Nicole, please.
My name is Nicole Knight. I am currently a Health Promotion and Gender Equality Officer at Moorabool Shire Council, an ASU member and delegate. In my role, I support Council's work in health promotion, including the planning and the delivery of the Health and Wellbeing Plan. My role also supports staff in the organisation to undertake gender impact assessments to meet our obligations under the Gender Equality Act 2020. Within each of these areas, we identify local issues, we develop actions to address health needs and reduce inequity for our diverse communities. This work is resourced within Council's budget and isn't supported by external funding for the delivery of the two legislated areas that fall within my role and Council's obligations. This is true for all councils, but it has even more significant impacts upon smaller rural and regional councils who must make choices about where their smaller budgets are allocated that rely on rates revenue. Like some other councils, we have additional challenges of a smaller rate base within a larger geographical area. In many smaller councils, staff can carry varied portfolios to meet the needs and requirements due to budget constraints, where more affluent councils may have a team with a common focus. Compounding on smaller rate bases is the issue of rate capping, which limits budgets and the capacity to service our growing communities consistently and well, and our negotiations for fair and equitable remuneration for staff who service our communities. We're often required to look to external sources of funding to provide programs and services to meet the identified needs of our growing and diverse communities. External funding for programs and services is often time limited and competitive. This impacts on our ability to consistently deliver programs for our communities and increases the potential for staff to be on limited contracts. Valuable programs and services that we provide can cease or reduce their reach in the community in response to those fluctuating budgets. These programs and services often target the most vulnerable in our communities. We're encouraged to be creative and innovative, but these things only take us so far. Like many of my colleagues, I stay in my role because I can see the benefits to this work and the important role of local government in planning and delivering programs and services that meet local needs. But I also see higher rates of staff turnover in areas where roles are budget dependent. Staff stretched due to increased workloads, contracting is normalised, and where there is pay inequity and a lack of progression opportunities. Thank you for taking the time today to listen and reflect upon the challenges presented and to consider the importance of better and more consistent funding to ensure that rural and regional councils have a more equitable opportunity to provide the services and employment opportunities that are needed for our communities.
Thanks, Nicole. Claudia?
My name is Claudia Faha. I am a public library technician with the City of Stonington, working at the Toorak South Yarra Library Branch, which is on Wurundjeri Woiwurrung country. If you spent 15 minutes hanging around a busy library service desk, you might be surprised by the scope of queries we workers receive or the types of hats we need to wear. In those 15 minutes, we might be the stern, shushing characters you're expecting to see, but you might also see historians, children's performers, support workers, technology experts, book reviewers, mediators, cleaners, homework helpers, fake news busters, asset managers, or to some, simply Google incarnate. Does some of this surprise you? When I started in the industry over 6 years ago, it definitely surprised me. While certainly still the land of books, local government libraries have adapted to fill gaps left by other institutions. We are heating and cooling shelters during extreme weather, a place all members of the community, no matter their income, can utilise with dignity and belonging. How many of those exist anymore? In regional towns abandoned by banks and post offices, I bet you there's still a library and can guarantee how much it's valued and relied on by its community. Our doors are open to everyone from cradle to grave. This is our creed. For every single dollar invested in council public libraries, communities receive over $4.30 of benefits in return. It is our reality that what libraries are expected to do and be is constantly expanding, and yet funding continues to decrease in real terms. While often ranking at the top of community satisfaction surveys and perceived value being some of the highest across council services, some argue that libraries are not a core council service and subsequently should not be funded by them. Under the guise of increasing access, some councils have even taken steps to open their library doors without staff. This model has been celebrated by some as a win for the community, but the truth is that this model first emerged in the United Kingdom after prolonged savage funding cuts that saw libraries go from being staffed to being run by volunteers to opening unstaffed before eventuating in 1 in 5 public libraries across the UK permanently closing their doors. Over 80% of public library funding in our country is provided by the councils who operate them, providers who are operating in an increasingly dire financial landscape. Without ongoing collaboration and assessment between all branches of government, this funding could collapse as our employers attempt to manage cost shifting, rate caps, and an increase in community demand across the board. I stay in my role because the work I do is some of the most gratifying, deeply human work I could ever imagine doing. I love the community I work with. I love the beautiful choir coming from the kids and the grown-ups during rhyme time, the students abandoning their homework to play chess, the new mum coming in to pick up a book for the first time since having her baby, the retirees who come in to knit together on rainy days, all of it. We library workers see the true smorgasbord of characters who make up the fabric of Australian society. We are on the front lines to serve them, day in and day out. I think it's fair to surmise that we are appreciated by them in equal measure. Thank you for coming this way to listen to us and for taking what we have to say seriously. It's my hope that through this inquiry, you will advocate for better funding for local government services and for securer employment for us workers, so we can continue working on behalf of the government to serve the Australian people. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Lucky last is Claire.
Try to be quick.
Take your time.
My name is Claire Noonan and I'm currently the Library Operations Coordinator at Wyndham City Council. I'm an ASU member and delegate. To understand my job in public libraries, you need to understand a little bit about Wyndham first. We are one of the fastest growing municipalities in Australia with a population of just under 350,000. We have some of the biggest public schools in the state, which due to space and budget constraints aren't being built with libraries included. Wyndham is a young population, our median age is 32, as well as a diverse one, with 54% of our population born overseas. My role is to oversee the daily operations of Wyndham's 5 library branches and 2 small library lounges. Each year we have approximately 1.1 million visitors, 1.6 million items borrowed, and 125,000 people attend our programs. Yet despite these statistics making us often the busiest library service in Metro Melbourne, we are nowhere near meeting the demand of our community. We have 1 library per 57,000 residents, as opposed to the 1 library per 30,000 residents most of Melbourne enjoys. Beyond the numbers, what our libraries actually provide for our community is not so easily quantifiable. It is also very easy to take for granted the role of public libraries if you have been fortunate enough to never really have had need of our services. It's easy to forget, for instance, that not everyone can easily access online services due to the cost of home or mobile internet. It's almost impossible to apply for a job, access Centrelink, Medicare or ATO resources, or participate in many educational requirements if you can't get online. And if English isn't your first language or you've never really used a PC before, surprising perhaps, but a reality we see daily, accessing these online services without the support of library staff makes the difficulty even greater, a resourcing and cost factor that is not acknowledged by the state and federal agencies so readily referring their clients onto us. We assist students with study spaces, books and online resources that aren't being provided for them at public schools. They can also participate in STEM activities such as robotics that are otherwise not available to these families due to the cost. Our book, conversation and craft clubs provide isolated community members with a safe and low-key way to meet new people and form connections. Overall, staff continuously review programs to meet changing community needs. And then there are the buildings themselves. When authorities advise people to go to their public library in a heat wave, but it's overcrowded and 30 degrees inside that library because the funding isn't there to properly maintain the aircon, people are harmed. Then there are our early years programs, which are so popular in Wyndham that we literally cannot fit all the attendees in. We've had to move to bookings due to exceeding the legal capacity of our buildings during programs. Wyndham libraries are not meeting the demands of our community. As Wyndham grows but our library service doesn't, the community is being deprived of the social, economic and wellbeing value that libraries provide. It all comes down to funding. Wyndham can't afford to build new libraries or staff them, as the costs have shifted from state to local government increasingly over the years. Instead, we have been told that we will be shifting to a partially unstaffed model, which, though providing greater access hours, deprives the community of the essential support and safety that staff ensure. I stay working in public libraries despite feeling despair at the potential future of them, because I want to do everything I can to ensure that my community gets the public library service they deserve, and that they can see the benefits of the library in their own lives. Libraries support our most vulnerable community members, and I also want to make sure that their needs are heard. Thank you for listening to us today, and I hope that you can see that properly funding public libraries has benefits for all in the community, even for those not visiting us every day.
So yes, you've heard the commitment that these members that have joined us today, have to their communities, which are your communities also. Our submission has a number of asks which are attached to that, including increasing the untied federal assistance grants to at least 1% of the total tax revenue. We think that this funding will go towards addressing some of the infrastructure and service delivery demands that local government is facing. By adopting a secure Australian jobs code to make sure that the kind of workforces that are there to provide that continuity of service and continuity of knowing the communities that are serviced by workers is locked in, and really funding the employment of skilled tradespeople like Emma talked about earlier, whether that's for climate emergency or, disaster recovery, and ensuring that we have, like a healthy pipeline of apprentices and trainees. So, I hope these are difficult conversations, but we really appreciate all of you listening. Thank you.
Well, thank you, first of all, for sharing all your very real-life examples, and very powerful, and thank you for your commitment to local government and your communities. I guess I just want to ask a question just generally. I mean, we see a lot of, I know I have like a lot of pressure and, pressure to outsource and things like that. I'm just wondering, probably not everyone to comment on it, but just, what do you see in terms of, I guess, the pressure on councils sometimes to outsource, and, what are some of the problems with that?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think what we see is an increasing use of insecure forms of work. So whether that's casualisation, whether that's labour hire and agency staff, workers being put on fixed term contracts when they should be permanent, or just holus bolus outsourcing, big chunks of work. So, for example, Stonington, where Claudia works, the waste team is currently under review and potentially going to be outsourced. So that will go before a council meeting sometime, I believe, in May, June. So areas like that, which, are obviously critical to our community to make sure there's a continuity and quality service to do things like waste removal, are being outsourced, unfortunately, from councils.
Okay, other questions? Any? Yep.
Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today, and thank you all for the work you do to champion the rights of workers in our local government sector. You can see the passion that you all have for your local communities, and I think all of the committee would agree on that. I just have two very quick questions, if I may, Chair, and I'll ask them one after the other. Can you outline the impact of improved funding of local government on your local community? I'm particularly interested in Ms Noonan's response to that one, given you're a fellow Western Suburbs person. And my second question is just around, a number of you have been in this sector for a long time. What changes have you observed over time in local government in service delivery and impacts on job security? It sort of builds on the Chair's question. Have you observed changes in contracting out, casualisation, that sort of thing? Thank you.
So for us, so it was around funding and the impact on services. Primarily, it just actually helps us meet the need of the community. The sheer numbers that we're dealing with, particularly out in Wyndham, a lot of people can't get to their libraries. So the fact that we can't fund building libraries in the proximity that they are in, established municipalities, means that a lot of people are just missing out on library resources in Wyndham because they can't get there. The public transport is not great, as you're probably aware, in the Western. So whenever we do surveys about, what services and facilities people want to see, they're saying they want to see it closer to them that they can actually get to. And especially for young people, we see that for young people, there's just not a lot accessible to them. Again, the public transport, it makes it very difficult as a young person to get around. And so they're really struggling for things to do out in Wyndham. And I think we see the consequence of bored young people, playing out in the news, unfortunately. So the number of services, people not being able to access as many services as they would like to be able to, I know that applies to our MCH nurses as well, just because the sheer number of babies they're dealing with. It's not so easy to get the number of appointments, and so it's just access and the amount of access that you have. The funding really helps that.
Thank you so much. And just for my second question. Oh yes, thank you.
The second question that you had. I've been at City of Port Phillip for 7 years, and when I first started, we had a very large team as part of a department that delivered services for seniors and elderly, those who English wasn't their first language and who may struggle or had a disconnection from the community. That team ran everything from cleaning services for these people. They helped provide meals, but one of the biggest services that they actually ran was once a week they would take a bus and they would go and pick up, and they had these residents, it became so popular that they had to book. 1 week they'd take them to the movies, 1 week they'd take them to lunch. Now for some of these community members, this was the sole outing of their whole week because they didn't have friends or family members, especially when English wasn't their first language, so they felt really isolated. So for them it was about getting out with members of their local community and, being as part of the senior bracket of our community. It was really important for their quality of life. I've noticed firsthand is that with the underfunding of councils, that has had to chip away. It went from once a week to once a fortnight to once a month. And sadly, as of June 30th this year, with no more funding, the service is closing. So we're going to have a whole bracket of people in the City of Port Phillip who are no longer going to have any community connection, be able to go out or access their community and have those community connections because of the underfunding of council. And that is really sad, because when you are working with a lot of these people, even if you got in contact with them because they dialed the wrong number, sometimes they talk to you for 20 minutes. And it's perfectly fine, because through a previous life I understood, and I used to work with elderly community members, so I know that phone call could have been the highlight of their day. So the fact that such a integral service, when we're trying to, in a housing crisis, we also have a crisis in Victoria as well as Australia, where we don't have the aged care facilities to take on these elderly citizens, and we need them to stay in the residences that they are in, that all of a sudden they're losing connection like that as well. And they sadly, by losing that connection, we are seeing more and more of them going to decline and sadly leave us. And that's a real-time thing that over the last 7 years I've been able to personally see, and it's really sad to see. And that's because of lack of local government funding. The council just, with the cost of everything going up, council just can't afford to sustain that cost, and that was one of the things that got cut, which is really sad to see, but that's the reality of it that we're facing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ms. Sinclair. And just on my other question, just around changes that you've seen over time in terms of impact on service delivery or on job security.
Yeah, so I guess like to build on maybe what Suze was saying, and Port Phillip is a really good example. So they are one of the councils that has exited in-home aged care, which, you know, is really tragic. So many councils have exited that kind of service. What that means is that those kinds of services, generally the funding has been handed back to the state, to the federal government. The work has become more casualised. So often the providers, you know, are not providing people with guaranteed minimum hours. They don't have training time. They don't have travel time. There's a whole bunch of things where the terms and conditions are lower and job security is lower. So we don't see local government in-home aged care workers transfer over into that service system. So there will have to be new workforces found generally to pick up that kind of work that is desperately needed, as Suze's kind of touched on. So it is losing some of that continuity of care, but the actual quality of the work is changing. So whether it's blue-collar outdoor work that is being contracted out, or, you know, labour hire brought in, or what have you, it is always far less secure. Generally, people ending up on either lower enterprise agreements at best, but usually, you know, reverting to award-based conditions, and typically, yeah, like highly insecure kind of work where they just don't have the same level of rights as a council enterprise agreement or collective agreement, where you've got hundreds of workers negotiating together and kind of backing each other in and making sure that there is the I don't know, I guess the conditions baked in for the diversity of work that, you know, that happens across a council. So I guess we see that in councils just increasingly becoming more like a contract manager rather than a direct provider of service, which we don't think is what communities want to see either. So when, you know, councils are looking at exiting any of those kinds of service, happens a little bit in early childhood as well. Generally they are really beloved services, but councils are exiting for relatively low sort of what they would call savings. I think Burundara exited aged care to save, I know, several $100,000 a year. It's one of the wealthiest areas in the state. It's hard to believe that that money could not be found.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. I just want to acknowledge the fact that you know, a lot of what we've heard today has come from councils and management, but being able to hear directly from those who work on the front line in the sector is so incredibly valuable to us as a committee. So I just want to take this time to acknowledge all of you being here today and thank your union for that advocacy. My question goes to just reinforcing around the job security piece. And I want to ask a question sort of connected to that, but I want to speak to get your insight around what it is that we can be doing better to better secure, to address job security and the points that you've made around contracting and casualisation and things like that. And the other is, I'm intrigued, in particular, I think it was one of the regional members that Karen read out her statement, an early childhood educator. One of the other Commonwealth, funding that's being made available to councils, in particular councils who run early childhood, is our wage increase, or the 15% increase. How many council ECEC services applied for that funding in order to pass it on to educators? So job security piece, and then also, you know, I think it's really important to start thinking about all of the different Commonwealth funding that does exist that council can access. What is it that councils are doing in that space in order to leverage off that for their workforce?
So if I start with the early childhood question, and I might rely on Karen for some specifics here, but you're talking about the worker retention payment, which the union had to do really like a lot of hard work to try and get councils to agree to accept the funding to pass on to workers, which was wild in our book, as to why councils would not accept free money to boost the wages of low-paid women workers, who were all very understanding. And obviously, being the local government union, we could do that kind of consultation with workers in those areas really readily. Everyone understood it was a time-limited payment. And all of the nature of what came with it. But in terms of numbers, Karen may have the answer, or we may need to come back to you about the specifics. But yeah, it was a shockingly low uptake in Victoria. I think Tasmania, we had several, councils take up the worker retention payment. But yeah, compared to other states and territories, Victoria was extremely low. Obviously, in terms of job security, we have our ask in terms of the Secure Jobs Code. The federal government is a funder of local government. we believe that does create a situation where there should be some conditions and responsibility put on any employer, frankly, but in this case, they should not get a free pass because they are local government, and there should be, very clear expectations from every layer of government that is funding local government to say, well, if you are going to take money, then we want to make sure that it is ending up in the kinds of work that is safe and secure, that it's not going to end up with a contractor that is responsible for injuring workers, that they are ideally, negotiated kinds of terms and conditions. They are not award-based, they are not, individual contracts or what have you. Everyone should be able to enjoy the same kind of, terms and conditions that the people sitting here are, because the people who work for a private contractor, you cannot drag to something like this. Yeah, it's a really good point. Thank you.
I will take that on notice. I don't have the actual numbers, but I guess just to reiterate what Tash said, we of course welcome the worker retention payment and all the funding that has gone into effectively women-dominated work over the last 5 years. But of those numbers that did take it up, we had to, as Tash has said, campaign hard, and we had workers threatened with their employment for campaigning for the worker retention payment, which was an open, transparent, federal funded income for people who deserve that income. So I'll also provide the committee with some notations on the processes that our members had to undergo to get hold of that worker retention payment.
We literally had workers having to turn up in costumes obscuring their faces and identity to be able to attend a rally to demonstrate the importance of uptake of the worker retention payment, or that to be at risk of disciplinary action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As well as what it is.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, if that's all right, Chair. First of all, as my other colleagues have said, thank you very much for all of the members and delegates in the room that have made very valuable contributions. I know it's difficult to tell your story, but it is valuable for not just us on the committee, but our colleagues in Canberra to understand the intricacies and the hardship that sometimes is experienced on the shop floor. So thank you for that. Just in your opening statement, Tash, if that's okay, I think you referred to the removal of the rate capping here in Victoria. So you're saying for the full removal of rate capping, or because today we've heard several different variations of what people within the LGA space are looking for. I'm keen to get a bit of an understanding of where the ASU's at with that ask.
Obviously, that's a state government dialogue that we continue to have. We welcome any advocacy around that because we think that all layers of government will probably need to, come together a bit to solve some of these issues. In an ideal world, rate capping would be removed. I think what we have advocated to the state government around as some kind of compromise position would be a system more similar to the New South Wales model. So the New South Wales model, takes into consideration the size of LGAs, populations trending up or down, a proper wage index. So, as more and more of our workplaces look to multi-employer bargaining, that is easier to predict what kind of wage increases we're going to see over a period of time. The true cost of operations and the maintenance of some of the assets that councils are responsible for. So it is far more nuanced than a blunt instrument that is just one percentage rate that covers the whole state, everywhere from the Southern Grampians through to Stonington, through to Wyndham and everywhere else, that are just radically different in terms of, what those communities needs and the rate base.
And do you think that by doing that, then that would help alleviate some of the issues that have been experienced in the stories that we've heard today?
I think it will go some way. I think that every layer of government has something to put into this. So, sorry, you don't get off that scot-free. So. No.
I wasn't trying to imply that, but I just wanted to realistically get a bit of a better understanding of where your ask is at around rent capping. Whilst it isn't in our remit, it is part of the bigger question around the ability of local government to be able to find revenue streams outside of handouts from our tier of government, essentially.
Yeah, and I guess when we,
you're right.
When we get together with, colleagues nationally, then the kinds of experiences that our members are talking about are similar across the country. There might be slight nuances depending on the kinds of services that are run or what have you. So rate capping is a gloriously unique Victorian problem. I think I've covered, what our ask is around that to our state government. But, we still know that it's not going to fix everything. We also don't want to see communities gouged and that kind of stuff. Like we want what's fair for our members and something that is realistic around the costs to kind of deliver services and without turning into, as I said, contract managers where everything is driven down to the lowest denominator. And workers ending up basically absorbing that cost because they end up carrying that load through lower wages, less secure work. So that is something that needs to be fixed. We think that some of the tweaks and things that we've asked for in our federal, submission as well, like there's roles to play across the board here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much. For all coming in today, and it was really, really valuable. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, which I think you have, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 20th of May 2026? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. And I now declare this public hearing closed.